the Intellion. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power pin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A Bastion, it rumbles onto the field and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Vancouver Regional Championships. We're in a beautiful town. We're here to play some beautiful Pokemon, and we've got a beautiful venue to do it in. My name is Adam Watson, breaking down the opening of the show, but I'm not alone. I'm joined here in the lounge backstage with Chip Ritchie and Ethan Heggie. How you doing, y'all?
Doing good. Yeah, we saw a great day of Pokemon yesterday, and things are really starting to heat up now. Players are well into the thick of things for day 2. In just 3 more rounds, we'll be into our top cut elimination.
Yeah, not the biggest regional we've had all year, but still lots of top-level competition, and that's the one thing that's been consistent this entire season. No matter where we are, no matter how many players show up, there are big names, and they are battling it out to become a regional champion.
Yeah, even if there is just a few players here, you know that the best of the best are going to be amongst those names. It's going to be a tough tournament regardless. Our longtime players, our longtime competitors have the experience, and they've been practicing against the best of the best, and it's just a matter of making sure that they can stick to their guns and make the right deck choice for this tournament. Very, very interesting scenario we find ourselves in, gentlemen, where this is the last major tournament before the E block rotates. So,
That's right. Yeah, the new set is already out. Temporal Forces came out this weekend, but not legal for play this weekend. Cards have to be out for 2 weeks before they're legal to be played in actual tournaments and competitions. So players are kind of figuring out, giving some of their favorite decks one last chance before the rotation comes around.
Yeah, and that is going to change up the entire metagame. The E-Block cards we're seeing all weekend, Battle VIP Pass, View VMAX, the Fusion Strike engine, even cards like Rapid Strike. Lots of cards will be leaving the standard format, and incoming the age of Paradox Pokemon to take over the format.
This competition will continue to heat up as we move further and further throughout our competitive circuit. We can take a look now at how far we've come and how much we've still got left to go. We've been graying out city after city as all of these competitions have gone down.
And some major tournaments on the horizon. EUIC just a couple of weeks away. Rotation will be live for that tournament. The new Temporal Forces expansion will be legal for that tournament as well. Really excited to see what the top level players have to offer for Europe's largest event, and honestly the largest TPCI Pokemon TCG tournament of all time as well.
Yeah, and it can only go up from here. If this is what EUIC is bringing in numbers, imagine what NAIC, which had the record for the largest tournament last year as an international championship, will bring. And Rotation has so many interesting elements. We'll save that for when our pre-show and when we can do some EUIC coverage, but for now, of course, this weekend in Vancouver, we're playing our last hurrah for that E block, and still lots of Pokemon to be played.
Absolutely, Ethan. And we can break down the points breakdown right now. What these players are striving for, what they are competing for. If you're NNA, you need to get 600 points if you are a master player in order to qualify for Worlds. And players have been grinding these points all season.
Yeah, we're coming down to the wire at we're over halfway through the season at this point, so each little bit of championship points that you can accrue throughout these last few regional championships could play a major factor in getting a Tier 3 invite. And honestly, for some of our players as well, they're competing even harder for those Tier 2 and Tier 1 invites to earn themselves travel stipends, travel awards to the World Championships, and even a round 1 bye, which is an awesome, awesome advantage to have at the World Championships.
Yeah, don't forget the system is changing this year. We're out of our day 1 and day 2 system. We are starting with the same players, no matter if you've qualified in top 16 in your region or if you just hit those 600 points like we showed before. And every advantage you get matters. It's not going to be as large of a tournament as these regionals, but it's going to be still just as hard to win one of those, potentially even harder because of the level of competition that's there. Every opponent has worked their way hard through the season to get themselves a spot to qualify for the World Championships. I mean, that event's still months away, but we've been building up excitement for it already throughout the season.
That's certainly our jobs. That tournament's going to be stacked and jam-packed, just like some of the plays we saw go down yesterday. We have some highlights for you folks who might have missed yesterday's broadcast for some good plays that went down. So let's take a look now.
Yeah, there were some really great plays from some players who are some of the best in the world. You know, we see Brent Tonneson here competing in this event all the way from Australia. Had his back against the wall a little bit in this game. He's actually ranked #1 in championship points globally right now. And no surprise that he was able to find a way to navigate himself out of this 6-2 prize deficit.
Yeah, if there's any deck that has comfort, so to say, in having your back against the wall, it's Lost Zone Giratina. Roxanne Path plus Counter Catcher can shut down your opponent's huge swing of momentum. And it was just the Cramorant that really put in a lot of work being in play, shutting off that Rapid Strike engine. And then once Alakazam hit the field, the doors completely shut for Daniel, trapping it in the active spot, using Lost Mine over and over again to place damage counters. And it's Star Requiem, the best finishing attack in the game, knocking out any Pokemon your opponent has in the active spot. That's what these V-Star powers are here to do.
Yeah, it was really smart prize mapping from Brent in this game. He knew his opponent's deck had multiple VMAX Pokemon that he could clean up with the Star Requiem for relatively low investment at the end of the game. So took that one prize on the Octillery, used the Sableye to KO that Medicham, and then ultimately found the game-winning combo, Counter Catcher, to bring up these VMAX Pokemon, one of those VMAX Pokemon, to get the win in game #1.
Yeah, and this was just our highlights from round 7. There was even more to see in round number 8.
Yeah, this was really cool. A super unique deck. Kobe Kawasaki piloting this Zoroark toolbox strategy. Unfortunately, though, for Kobe, things really just did not get rolling here in this first game. Paul Margold on the other side of the field was actually really, really smart with how he approached the matchup, targeting down Kobe's Refinement Curlius, taking away that draw power. We really got to see Kobe's deck shine in game #2, however.
Yeah, this is what Zoroark Box does the best. It transforms into whatever stage 1 is pretty much fit for the matchup, and it was that Scovillain, a card that really does not see the spotlight on this stage, but that super spicy breath can take a one-hit knockout onto these Charizard EXs. And we saw, as you mentioned, Paul going for these unconventional strategies. We saw the whole Charizard line get in there.
Charmander, Charmeleon, even the Charizard as well. Everyone got in a little bit of work. And Kobe was ultimately able to fight back in this game to get the win, to tie up the series at 1-1 apiece. Thanks in large part to that Cleavor, really one of the best just vanilla attackers in this deck. And then with this set being tied at 1-1, you can see the timer here as things were winding down in this game #2. Well under 10 minutes. I think by the time the players were shuffled up for game #3, it was well under 8 minutes remaining. And neither of these decks are particularly fast, so unfortunately we did see a tie in that round #8. Both of those players did end up making it into day 2 of the competition. I did notice that Kobe is still doing well, so hey, Zorobox believers out there, there is still a chance we could see it happen. Kobe did get 2nd place at this tournament last year.
Zorobox has been kind of shifting in the shadows, getting a little bit better every time a new fun stage 1 Pokemon gets added to the game. We actually do have updated Swiss standings right here for day 2. We can jump into that as well and really get a lowdown on who is in a great position here as we get closer and closer to top 8.
Yeah, we've talked plenty about Mew VMAX, and how about one of Mew VMAX's strongest soldiers, Colin Matthews, up there at the first seed, 11-0-1. I caught up with Colin a little bit yesterday, spoke to him, and yeah, his day was going great. And with 34 match points already, 3 rounds remaining, he just needs to take one more match point, one ID at any point along the way, and we'll be seeing some Mew VMAX in Top Cut.
Yeah, and since this tournament is just under 1,000 players, we could even potentially see 34-pointer possibly slip in. It is always possible. 35 definitely looks like it's going to be safe for this event, and plenty of other players still in the action. A lot of Miraidon up at the top tables. I know we had some caster predictions predicting that card to do well, and following behind, it's been Gardevoir, Roaring Moon, Giratina, bunch of decks we expect, but that doesn't mean that we won't see something maybe a little bit more unconventional take home a title. There's still plenty of Pokemon left to play.
And a bunch of Canadians as well on this list doing well. We've seen Kieran Farah there at the 9th seed. He was a Day 2 Worlds competitor last season. Lucas Zing, another super solid Canadian player, both trying to get a solid tournament run here in their home country.
Yeah, I definitely want to give a little bit of shout out as well to Brandon Bond down there at slot 16, a player that really came out of nowhere and wowed us. I believe at the end of day 1 was undefeated.
Yeah, no, I think he did lose the last round, but it was like 8-1, maybe. Did he get the 9-0? I don't think so. But yeah, he had a really solid tournament run playing that Roaring Moon, and there's a bunch of that up here at the top as well. Roaring Moons, Miraidons, and definitely plenty of that Gardevoir.
Yeah, Mew and Gardevoir, we know that these are the decks players are most excited to bring and give one last good tournament run to before they rotate out entirely, or in the case of Gardevoir, just losing a lot of their powerful tools. And Roaring Moon seemed to be the first stop on the how can I counter this anticipated meta train.
And we do see Brent Tonnison's name here at the 5th seed currently, 29 match points. So looking to pick up, 5 or so match points to give himself a good shot at making it into cut. Yeah, still 3 rounds. A lot can happen in these final rounds, and we'll see which one of these players will be adding their face to this palette of amazing Pokemon TCG players that we've seen already this season.
Andrew Estrada, Raymond Long really started off the season strong, big reps to Canada, and really set the precedent, I think, and the caliber of play that we really wanted to see as these players continue to qualify. Joined, of course, by Alexander Flatos, JW Kriwal, and then Azul Garcia Griego, who is qualified in every single stretch of the word, I believe, to get into the World Championships in Honolulu.
And that just shows the class of players it takes to win one of these tournaments. Every year it's gotten harder and harder. More players get into the game. More talent starts to arise. The resources get better for Pokemon. These are things that we don't talk about a lot, but it's just, once a game continues to get big, once there's more prize money in it, you add more of a crowd to the event, and it's just going to become that much harder to win a regional when the stakes are that much higher.
Yeah, the increased stakes just give players that much more of an incentive to go really hard, to work extra hard, put in that little bit more effort in order to find the best deck for the current format or looking ahead to the future as well.
Yeah, I love this modern era where the younger players, the new players that are joining, taking their first steps into competitive, have so many fantastic resources and veterans to study and learn from, and they get brought up to speed immediately and send the caliber of play to that next, go for even further beyond, so to speak. And I can't even imagine how goated a lot of these newer players are going to be. A lot of the names that we're talking about now coming up into Masters Division, we're going to be talking, I remember when they just got started years and years from now. But I'm talking like a great-grandfather rambling on. And don't be like me. Make sure you use social media properly and follow the channels. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon as well to share your art, your fan art, your pet photos, especially with us here in Vancouver. So hopefully we can showcase those on the stream. And yeah, I have been so fortunate to be joined again by Chip and Ethan here in the lounge to kind of set the stage for Championship Sunday here in Vancouver. But now we get to send things over to the casting desk and really get things underway. So let's go.
Thank you so much, Skarzik. What a great intro into our day 2 here at Vancouver Regional Championship. I'm Shelby Boo here with Juancho Saldana, also known as Primetime Wiz. I hope you're doing great today, and it's going to be a great day for Pokemon, Juancho. You excited?
It's going to be an absolutely amazing day. A lot of Pokemon action to be had. And again, I was walking the floor, and there's so many amazing players right now fighting for their lives to become the Vancouver Regional Championships. It's their lives. It's a very important event.
Well, let's take a quick look at the format that these players are going to be playing in.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
An incredible amount on the line for our players, but we get to jump into our Day 2 today, our stream matches, and lucky for us, Juancho, we have another community choice pick. That means you get to throw your hat in the race. Is that how it goes?
I think you throw your hat in the ring?
The ring.
No, but yes, you guys got to choose this match, and I have to say, we are so lucky. I think me and Boo got all the community choice matches,
I know, we're
and
lucky.
they have been great. And I fully
Yes.
expect this one to be just equally as great. So again, these were the matches that were shown on Twitch. The vote has been completed. Let us know, what match are we going to be watching right now?
And there we have it. It's going to be Lucas Huckaluck versus Hale Obernolte. I am so excited for this one show. Another great pick from our community choice. Thank you all so much for participating in that.
Yes, I'm so excited. The last time I think I've seen Hale Obernolte was when he won regional championship. I believe it was the Salt Lake City regional. I remember it was Arceus Gudra. He's bringing something else to the table this time, and I'm very excited to cast this match.
Yeah, just for a quick refresh, though, here in Vancouver, let's take a look at our Day 1 meta-analysis. So these are the decks that our players choose to go with into Day 1. We had Roaring Moon right at the top there, 15.31% there.
Yes, and this is Day 1, but what I want to know is what made it to Day 2.
Yeah, the conversion rate, that's what everybody is asking for. What decks did people bring in Day 1, but then what is actually succeeding into Day 2? Are you surprised by these results, Juancho?
Not at all. Again, we saw Day 1, a lot of Moon. Hey, what does well against Moon? Gardevoir. So that's why that's on top at the moment. But, you know, again, a lot of Moon representation yesterday means there's going to be a lot as well in Day 2. Otherwise, things look pretty standard to me, in my opinion. Again, this is our 5th month in this format. These are the top decks in the format.
Yeah.
We need Mew in here, though. I'm pretty sure it should be right after Lost Box.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere, right, Juancho? Hey, we have some incredible Mew players still holding on to things out there in our fields. But, yep, this is our conversion into Day 2. So take a nice look at what decks are actually succeeding here in Vancouver. Yeah, I'm not too surprised by this. Maybe a little bit of a drop-off there for Giratina. I think a lot of people were hoping to have another big explosive tournament for Giratina, but it just can't seem to get there. But who knows? Maybe we have a player out in the field that's making a big run with Giratina V-Star.
100%. There are those Tina plays or Tina games where you just get all the flower selecting, Colress turn 1. Yeah. And there are those days where it's just Abyss Seeking. This might just be an Abyss Seeking tournament. But yeah, again, still a great deck. Wouldn't be surprised if we see one in the top 8. Miraidon as well, making it here to the top 4 is interesting. You know, getting a couple of places jumped up. I actually don't remember, but Miraidon's a great deck. I was walking the floor, a lot of yellow out there, and just being able to, hey, you know what? If Gardevoir is the most represented deck in Day 2, Miraidon must be a good pick right now.
Yeah, that was my logic for picking it as well. Well, we have our players getting ready at the table. Let's get down to there and introduce our players and these decks that we will be seeing. just a moment on stream. We can't get to a top 8 before we get through the rest of our rounds. We're kicking off Swiss round 13 with Lucas Huckaluck on the left side here with a Snorlax stall pick from the community choice. You asked for it here, community.
But of course, he's up against Hale Obernulty playing Iron Valiant Entei. We've seen Iron Valiant Entei, what, twice now on stream?
Yep.
It's a very, very interesting deck to pilot, very fun to watch, so I don't mind at all. Yes, it's up against Snorlax, something that likes to block things into the active.
Yeah.
I'm curious how the Entei Valiant, with its multiple switches, is going to maneuver this matchup.
Yeah, you're going against a deck that's trying to stick you in the active versus a deck that has about a million ways to switch out of that. So I am very excited to see how this goes too. And I'm excited to see sort of a different variation in a deck too. You know, there's a lot of people that don't really like watching alternate decks like a stall deck. But as I said at our last event in Knoxville, I'm actually excited to see a stall deck. I think in moderation, they're super fun to watch because they take so much skill. Every single tiny decision matters that much more because if you slip up even once, your opponent can capitalize on that. And we're going to have to see how this turns out. 2 Snorlax in the prize cards, Juancho.
Definitely. Maybe Snorlax taking a little bit of a break there from the game. Luckily, of course, you do play 4 of them. I believe there should be, there are ways to get them out of the prizes as well, so it shouldn't be that detrimental. Sydney in a couple of supporters prize, Palpad could be detrimental. Looking at Hale's prizes though, there's a switch card and a switch.
Yeah.
Those are cards you want. You definitely want those cards, but some would say maybe those are safer in the prizes than in the deck. So I was thinking about this matchup a lot. Again, this is a deck with a million switches, but there are cards like Misfortune Sisters that, you know, you're going to hit a lot of items in the deck. So maybe in the prizes, it's safe there. You'll take prizes eventually, and you'll eventually draw into those switches. So I'm actually not too bent up about it.
Well, we'll have to see how things turn out for both of these players. We had the fist bump. We're jumping into the match here. We're in our Swiss round 13 at Vancouver Regional Championship. We have some fun facts here from our players as well. Hale has actually been playing since 2007, but can't play as much now because his son is only 9 months old. That is adorable.
I got to see his baby. He was right outside the booth.
Oh, that's so cute. Absolutely love it. And then over on Lucas's side, has only played in 2 regionals as a master and has day 2'd them both, Juancho.
Wow. All right. Starting out strong here in the Master Division then, and also starting us off pretty strong in the match as he is going to be our first turn player. Gets an S-Ball, has a Pokemon. That's good.
That is good. Starting with that Rotom V as well in the active position. Beautiful artwork of that too.
Beautiful artwork. Not the most ideal Pokemon in the active, that's for sure. I mean, the Pokemon you want in the active is going to be that Snorlax to block, to get your opponent's active stuck in the, sorry, your opponent's Pokemon stuck in the active.
Your opponent's active Pokemon stuck in the active position.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And it's just going to be the instant shards there again. Great ability, just draw cards. That's going to be, we're going to see that ability played multiple times in this tournament. But Hale, hey, opens up a great card.
Yeah, Battle VIP Pass. This is the last time you get to play it, and Hale is using that to his advantage here in this Iron Valiant, this Valiente deck here for Hale. So gonna look through the deck here and bring out 2 Pokemon onto the field. So let's just discuss this matchup here, Juancho. It's funny because, you know, looking at Lucas's deck list, there's 9 Pokemon, there's 50 trainer cards. For people who are maybe unfamiliar with this type of deck, how would you explain it, and how would you explain it going into this matchup versus Hale and this Valiente?
This is the deck that just tries to run you out of your resources. This is a deck that is not going to be taking any prize cards. It wins by, you're essentially going to deck out your opponent. And then, of course, the Valiant deck is something that puts on a lot of pressure if you can get there with the Entei and the Magma Basin. Again, Burning Rondo does 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon. Yeah. And then with the Magma Basin, you can essentially attack this turn 1. The tough thing here is, even if Hale gets an attack off, he's not doing that much damage. Again, Lucas only has 1 Snorlax. That means Entei's damage is going to cap out at about nowhere near enough. I think 120, 140. And it doesn't even knock out the Rotom V, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that's why it is supported by those Iron Valiants. I don't know if you want to have the Iron Valiant in this matchup necessarily. So I'm curious to see how Hale is going to play this.
Well, we do know that Hale has been playing this version of the deck for the past several regionals, or sorry, has played Snorlax for the past several regionals, so knows that type of deck in and out, so probably knows how to play against this matchup. So I'm excited to see what Hale chooses to do as well. Longtime player, we should see some nice, clean gameplay here, and it sounds like Lucas has not been in the Masters division for very long, so I'm excited to see how this goes. We're gonna jump back into the deck here on Hale's side with a Battle VIP Pass once again. So this is double Battle VIP Pass, can only be played on the first turn, so having 2 of them at once, pretty nice. But as you can see there, Wancho just bringing out another Entei V onto the field, so not opting to go for those Iron Valiants seems to be the strategy so far from what we've seen. It's just going to be a pass back to Lucas.
Not even getting an energy there on Hale's side of the board, unfortunately. But we're going back now to Lucas going for the Pokegear. Again, I think the ideal supporter here that he's looking for is going to be those Misfortune Sisters, which he does find. And this is it. The way you beat, well, not necessarily beat, the way your mindset has to be when you're playing against a stall deck is you kind of have to switch it up. You start to turn your resources into prize card conversion, right? You have to think, I have 15 switch cards. Within those 15 switch cards are my only opportunities to be able to do damage. Can I get my prizes within that resource count?
Yeah.
But by using Misfortune Sister, you shave off a lot of those resources, and it's not necessarily guaranteed, but it is definitely very important to play.
Yeah, it's slow, it's grindy, it's whittling away at your opponent's resources, as you mentioned. It's a different type of play style, and it's one that, like I said, takes a lot of skill to play because you have to know exactly when to play each of your cards and hope that it works out for you. Let's look at these top 5 cards here from Lucas. He's going to be able to discard any of these item cards from these 5, and that's just going to be an escape rope going to the discard pile. That's definitely going to be a card Hale is going to be taking note of. That this is one less switch that I have, and we will be taking note of that here in the caster desk as well, because we had 2 switch out cards already in the prize cards as well.
Yes, so Hale here plays, in total, 15 ways to switch out. 12 actual item switches in Escape Rope, Switch Card, and Switch, and 3 Jet Energy. So right now he's down 2 Escape Ropes.
Look at this, so 2 are in the hand right now for Hale as well. 2 Escape Ropes in the hand. We just saw the Fleet-Footed as well, drawing into that Forest Seal Stone for Hale too.
Yes, and again, right now hasn't put in the pressure, already lost 2 key resources, and even if Entei can start attacking at this moment, it's doing damage. I'm not going to say it's negligible damage, but it's not doing enough to take a prize necessarily.
It's working on it, Wancho. Slowly but surely.
But if you're attacking and not taking the knockout, leaves Lucas open to use things like Penny to heal up the Snorlax, and then your last couple of turns were amounted to nothing, really, which is where Snorlax wants to be.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. Well, we're seeing the Star Alchemy V-Star power here from Hale, using that V-Star power on the Entei V. Normally doesn't have one, but that card does give it one, and that's allows you to search out any card from your deck. So now we're going with an Earthen Vessel. This is going to allow Hale to discard a card and search for some energy cards out of the deck as well.
Ooh, big discard there in the Iron Valiant. Typically, you're thinking, hey, the Pokemon in the discard pile should be safe. This is something it can't gust up. It's not in the field. Yeah. But unfortunately, Lucas is, of course, playing the Echoing Horde item card, which is, well, no, there's two Valiants now. There's 2 targets from the discard pile can be played into the bench, and that could be the most optimal boss target, just because it has no attack. Hale's not playing any Psychic Energy. We're not going to see an Iron Valiant attack anytime soon. So that could be scary, but it's something Hale has to do.
Yeah, that's definitely a big card. Sound the Echoing Horn, and you get to take out a Pokemon from your opponent's discard, place it onto their bench. That is a key resource in this Snorlax stall build because, like you said, you can bring something out, stick it in the active, and hope to run your opponent out of their resources. So it's a little risky there, Wancho, but hey, like I said, I kind of trust Hale in this situation, knowing how this Snorlax deck works, and now choosing to play Iron Valiant. We'll see how this rest of the match goes. We get the sounding, speaking of echoing horns here, Wancho. I feel like that's probably what it sounds like, right?
It's the new feature here, the Pokemon trading card game. It's the with sounds now. No, but yes, we're gonna see here. Lucas actually used their Forest Seal Stone,
yes,
I believe, to grab an Arven. Interestingly enough,
right.
I'm curious, maybe trying to grab an HP increasing tool like the Bravery Charm. And maybe just a way to get another support, another way to get Misfortune Sisters. We really, really do want to mill the switch cards out of Hale Obernolte's deck. And yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case there.
Yep.
Bravery Charm plus the Pokegear.
Yeah, you called that for sure. Bravery Charm coming out as the tool from the Arven, as well as that Pokegear as the item card. So we're just going to see a lot of cards being played here from Lucas's side that kind of put the pieces of this puzzle together. And that's exactly kind of how this Snorlax deck is shaping up.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas here is not in any pressure at all.
Nope.
That means he can go unaggressive. It's weird to say
for
a control deck to go on the aggressive side, but it's attacking your deck, right? If Hale was able to put in damage into the Snorlax, maybe you force Lucas to use his resources into pennies or ways to heal switch out or whatnot, but no damage just yet. I'm going to try and find another Misfortune Sisters, maybe.
Maybe.
You opting to use a Pokegear right now, actually, but you have to remember that was grabbed off the Arven. That means you can't double supporter.
Yep, just going to secure a supporter to the hand. It's going to be that Iono off the Pokegear. Look at the top 7 cards, find a supporter in there, and put it into your hand. And speaking of the hand as well, Lucas stacking up a lot of cards here in
which
the
is the deck, which is the hand at this point, right?
I know, right? Exactly. But Iono being added to the hands there. Didn't see if there was any other supporter options, but there's a lot as far as cards go in the hand. As we said, there's 50 trainer cards in this deck from Lucas, so that is a majority of what we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, he has the Silene. I believe the supporter was already played this turn, no? Or maybe was it just a draw pass?
Oh, it may have been a draw pass, actually. I think maybe Lucas...
top deck. He was looking for an energy, and it just so happened to be the perfect one for that situation.
That is perfect. Yeah, Jet Energy, another pivot card in this deck that allows you to attach it to a Pokemon, and that Pokemon shoots straight into the active position. So that's great. We got the fleet-footed ability happening there, and we're finally seeing some damage on board here from that Entei V. So we're back to Lucas now. Look at that hand, Wancho. Oh my gosh. And the damage is gone. Penny is going to scoop that Snorlax up out of the active position, promoting that Mimikyu into the active with a Bravery Charm attached, of course. Snorlax coming back onto the bench as well with a Bravery Charm of its own.
Yeah, again, just these Bravery Charms now make the Mimikyu just have so much HP. I think it just, now it has about 120, leaving it out of the Moltres' range on the bench, actually. So if Hale wants to knock out this Mimikyu, he's going to need to attack with the Moltres twice. And that's not a position you want to be in. Again, we already saw it. There is a penny in the deck, or played already, and that's one of the ways to really heal up these different types of Pokemon. But yeah, again, it's just going to be the Galarian Moltres attack. Mimikyu is damaged. And a penny.
Yeah, once again, Mimikyu gets some damage, 90 damage there, but the penny is going to scoop it back up here. Now the Snorlax is in the active after re-promoting. Penny's going to take that out, and it's just a nice little switch for you as well after picking up that Pokemon. Both these Pokemon coming back undamaged, no damage counters. This is just another way that you stop your opponent from being able to do much because, yeah, they're getting damage out there, and now it's wiped away, and you pretty much didn't have a turn.
At least Hale here is getting consistent attacks now.
Yes.
Moltres is probably one of the more ideal attackers in the position. This position, just because Entei can't get knockouts anyway. We're just doing 90 damage, might as well.
Yeah, thanks to that Inferno Wings taking the damage from the Magma Basin allows it to do 70 additional damage. Already does a base 20, so a nice 90 being placed onto that Snorlax and putting that pressure on consistently. That's all you can really do when you're facing off against one of these decks.
Yeah, one of the saddest things is this Snorlax actually has 200 effective HP right now. That means this Moltres is 3-shotting it.
That's a beefy Snorlax, I tell you what.
And then another big Misfortune Sisters played there. I believe, how many switches have we lost now at this point?
Oh, we lost count, Macho. No. Oh, my goodness. Well, I see 2 switch cards on the top there. We know that an escape rope went down earlier. I know we've seen the promote with the Jet Energy. Did we see anything else?
I just missed how many were discarded off the Misfortune, because that could have been absolutely huge. But either way,
I think it was just those 2.
Yes, but either way, Luke is here in a great position. And yeah, it looks like, again, it's 3 hitting this Snorlax. And you could already see what's in Lucas's hand.
Yeah, like literally everything.
More importantly, it's going to be that penny just to put it back into the active.
Yes.
I was thinking, though, maybe
Once
Lucas
again.
gives up 1 prize card just to activate counter catchers, too, at this point.
That would be
because the awkward thing is they're both still at 6.
yeah, I know. We've been in this game for quite a bit, and not a single prize card has been taken from either side of our field here for our players.
Yes, cards have been drawn, damage has been taken.
And the damage has been taken off of the field as well.
Yeah.
Penny after penny. It's almost like endless pennies here in this deck.
It'll suddenly turn into $1 at one point, right? If you do it 100 times.
Yeah. At some point. Oh, that is funny. But I feel as though I'm starting to understand here why Lucas has only played 2 regionals in Masters Division and has day 2'd both, because this is phenomenal play here. Lucas just flying through this deck, knowing exactly what cards are needed, exactly what needs to be done each turn. And I'm loving it here.
Yeah, 100%. Again, Team Yale's cheer there, able to shuffle in combination of any 3, either Pokemon or supporters. Obviously, was going to be the supporters there.
Yes.
Getting even more resources into the very thin decks. You just know they're definitely going to draw into it. And hey, Lucas can switch out as well here.
Yeah.
Heal up that Snorlax, going to another one. Again, something you have to consider as well is that Hale, if he wants to take a knockout on this Snorlax, he has to spend something like a boss's orders at this point. And I talked about this earlier, where you have to convert your resources into prize cards, into switches even potentially. So if you boss up that Snorlax, that is as good as using a switch card, because you could have bossed up this Rotom as well at some point to be able to manually retreat a Pokemon. So by using a boss's orders is just equal to, again, just losing a switch.
Yeah, that is tough. And I mean, that really just emphasizes how important every single resource is here on Hale's side. You know, I've talked about how much skill it takes to be a control player to play this type of deck, but I arguably think it might take more skill to actually beat them, especially if you're not used to facing off with them. And we're seeing that here from Hale, just hoarding these resources and having to play them at the exact right times. Otherwise, that control player is going to capitalize off that. Iron Valiant coming into the active position from Hale here after a boss's orders gusting it up from Lucas.
Yes, it's stuck in the active. We also did see the Pidgeot V come down on Lucas' side of the board, just to signify he cannot deck out here. Pidgeot V with the Vanishing Wings ability means it can always hop back into the deck no matter what. And again, now it's just back here to Hale. Iron Valiant, not the most ideal Pokemon the active has. Hale, again, should have a ton of switch card options. Just a matter of we're going to have to use one right now.
Yeah, you have to use it. You have to get that Iron Valiant out of the active position, back into this Moltres that's dealing some damage on to Lucas's field. So we're going to see the burning of that switch into the discard pile here. Another energy coming down onto that NTV as well, that fire energy. And Iron Valiant is now going to get a future booster capsule as well.
Yeah, a third energy attachment there onto the Entei is interesting. Maybe you're thinking, Hale is probably preparing it for something like a Yakumo on Lucas' side of the board, which discards special energy, since one of those energies is a jet. Or even possibly Hale can opt to retreat that Entei maybe at some point if he chooses to pay the hefty 3 retreat cost. But either way, that Entei is ready and roaring to go.
Roaring to go indeed. Prepped and good. We have the Magma Basin that bumped another Temple of Sinnoh. There has been stadiums back and forth from both of these players. So a lot of stadiums have already been used. That's going to allow you to change out one of these basic Pokemon from your prize cards with the Hisui and Heavy Ball. As we saw when we first took a look at prize cards from our players, there were 2 block Snorlaxes in the prize cards. So one of them is going to come out, be replaced with that Heavy Ball, and the prize cards are shuffled back up and put down.
Yes, at this point, Lucas literally has 1 card left in deck. Do you know what that card is, Boo?
What could it be, Juancho?
It's that Pidgeot. And it's always only
only going to be that.
Pidgeot.
Well, not necessarily, because you could shuffle back some other cards maybe. But yes, the Pidgeot is what remains true to this deck. And that is really the key. I don't even think you could have this deck without the Pidgeot. So that's going to be the card that's continued to being recycled. So no worries. You might say, oh, it's about to end. It's only 1 card. No, it's not over.
Oh, interesting play there by Lucas. Opted to play the Misfortune Sisters. And I believe he did find an Ultra Ball in the 5 cards, but opted to not discard the Ultra Ball. Just really trying to dig for those switch cards. And but yeah, and then once again, Stadium being played. That means deactivating Jet Energy.
Which
Halo
I mean,
should still have 2 of.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Jet Energy not able to be used for the effect, at least, thanks to that Temple of Sinnoh that bumped the Magma Basin, absolutely. We've seen, again, a lot of those stadiums being used now, back and forth. How many do we even have left, actually? It's got to be it, right? It's got to have already been 4. There's a lot of Magma Basin out there before, but and now we have the Snorlax in the active position here with that Bravery Charm making the HP mega boosted here on that Snorlax, as we've seen before. I mean, there's been a lot of damage that has been put out from Hale's side of things, but the damage has not stuck, and there's still only 1 prize card that has been taken here in our game so far, and there's only 28 minutes on the clock too, Juancho.
Yes, and again, I mentioned it earlier, something we do have to mention is that the Iron Valiant does have the Future Booster Energy Capsule, which essentially means it does have free retreat.
Yes.
So if Hale can find a way to boss's orders this Rotom, not only do you get potentially a 2 prize attack off, you get to move this Valiant back into the bench, which is great for free. That's essentially a switch, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And that might be the case here. That's why we do see filling up the bench, meaning we are going to try and get off a bigger attack. However, Lucas has actually played this masterfully, where I think Entei's damage output is capped off right now at 180. And there's the boss's orders.
Oh,
we get the free retreat, but again, 180, not enough. Rotom has 190 HP. We're gonna pay
Oh,
it.
the Tachyon bits. Yeah, the Tachyon bits, that's going to be moved into the active position, allowing you to activate that ability, get those extra 2 damage counters onto that Rotom V here from Hale, and then we're using the switch to get into that Entei V, and that will be enough, of course, after this fleet-footed, to draw into an additional card from the Entei. Yeah, just enough, Juancho. Just enough after that Tachyon bits coming in clutch here, but that's more resources down now. But again, that's 2 prize cards off the Rotom V.
Yes.
Hale only needs 3 more to take this game 1.
Yes, Hale translating 2 resources into 1 prize card. The boss's orders and the switch there. Typically, you against the boss stall deck, or the Snorlax deck, you want to turn those switches into your attacker.
Yeah.
But again, Hale needed that damage, so we went into the Tachyon bits first. And again, we saw there, Misfortune Sisters getting 1 more switch card out of the deck and trying to keep. At this point,
They're dropping.
how many switch cards do we have left?
Yeah, I was about to say, well, it looks like Lucas is taking a look at the resources in the discard pile on Hale's side of the field. It's 4 switch card in the deck, and a lot have been used. At least 3.
Yes, and again, right now, Mimikyu in the active, leaving the Entei safe and sound. But again, this is where we could see what why Hale opted to power up this Entei.
Oh my gosh.
Because it
Another
can
Magma
retreat.
Basin.
Mimikyu has Safeguard, not Block.
Yes.
And that is definitely a way to get out of the active without having to lose any switching resources, at the very least.
At the very least, indeed. Well, we saw the fleet-footed for another Magma Basin. There is a switch cart in the hand as well for Hale as far as resources go. Did take a look at this giant discard pile from Lucas, keeping track of those resources on the other side of the field. Looks like debating putting another energy onto this Entei V in the active position, but taking it back to the hand, taking a quick look at the hand first, and gonna opt to put it onto the Entei.
Entei with 4 fire energy. Well,
not
4
anymore.
energy.
Yes.
And 3 energy now hitting the discard pile. But, of course, we have ways to get that back. I'm almost curious to say that maybe we could have held off on the Magma Basin, play those, again, in a combination turn where you need to play those jet energies, because we do know Lucas does have ways to, again, getting a Valiant stuck in the active, Pidgeot into the deck.
Of course, these are the motions of this control style deck. Counter Catcher being activated because you are behind in the prize card race. And then, the Pidgeot going right back into the deck, the single card that will always be recycled back so that Lucas can control this entire hand. And I just want to emphasize here, for maybe people who aren't used to seeing control decks, there is one card that is just remaining in the actual deck here. The entire deck is in Lucas's hand. That's what this style of deck will give you. All the resources you could imagine at your hands, at your fingertips. You just have to use them in an appropriate way to get you to a win. So how are you feeling about this match so far? Where do you see this heading from here, Wancho?
I feel like Lucas has complete control, pun not intended.
Hey.
No, but complete control of this matchup so far. But, I mean, Hale's very close. 3 prizes left. And it's just a matter of how many switch cards we still have. And unfortunately, even one switch doesn't translate automatically into a prize card. So
yeah, it's not good. You need the
Hale
full
might
potential.
as well still have 6 prizes at this point, right?
Yeah.
If he's 2-shotting every Pokemon, that's like saying that, hey, he still has 6 prizes to take. Again, Lucas just has complete control at this point.
Yeah, exactly. That's emphasis on the name here. It feels like that when you get to the point of the movie where the title of the movie is like in the movie, the control has been activated here for
Then
sure.
you roll credits, right?
Yeah. Well, we are going to see another future booster capsule come down onto this Iron Valiant EX on the bench here. Of course, that Entei V can't really tell too bad, but it is in the active position here, getting that damage out.
Making full use of another Jet Energy attachment there.
Oh, okay, great.
And getting damage on board, again, is great. But Penny, and then I like the little wheelhouse Lucas has here where he goes into Snorlax, then goes into the Mimikyu, and then back into Snorlax, just forcing Hale to, again, manually retreat Entei himself sometimes. But Hale himself, though, has ways, playing perfectly around that by putting 3 energies on that Entei, immediately using Magma Basin to recur that energy at the very least. So at some point, that stadium has to go. If I was Lucas, I'd be looking for a way to get that to the discard pile, find myself another stadium for sure, just because he's been using it to full effect greatly.
Yep, and here we go, Counter Catcher to bring up that Iron Valiant. Of course, we see picking up that Pokemon with the Penny as well. We have the Snorlax in the active.
Yes, Snorlax in the active. Again, unfortunately, the Valiant doesn't get the damage output, the Tachyon bits, when your opponent switches it to the active. I'm sure Hale would love to have that. But, again, Valiant now in the active. Both of the Valiants have the booster energy attached. Interesting that the Valiant is the one gusted up instead of something like the Squawk ability. But Squawk ability can attack, does 20 damage, so could be the case here.
That's true. That is true.
As, again, we do have Magma Basin. We're getting more energies off the discard pile onto that Entei. Just being able to... I'm sure Hale almost wishes Entei had a second attack. Something that even costs 5 energy to do like 300 damage or something.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, that's where this deck, this control deck can really shine, especially if it can take even more control of your deck because it can limit your damage output. And that's really what, unfortunately, falls to this NTV. The Burning Rondo can only do so much, and it's dependent on your opponent's board. So that's really kind of the issue here right now in this matchup for Hale. If he did have a different type of Pokemon that could just swing super big and take out this very bulky Snorlax with that Bravery Charm on it, it'd be a bit of a different story. But we are going to be seeing this escape rope now from Hale, so that's another resource down here. Bringing up this Iron Valiant, of course, that's going to activate the Tachyon bits on this Iron Valiant EX for those 2 damage counters. And that is a way for Hale to kind of fight back in this matchup, getting those extra damage counters out and then hopefully swinging for more damage, just getting as much damage on the field as possible and trying to whittle away at these Pokemon. And we're just going to see the Moltres now with that 90.
Yeah, again, I just have to reiterate what a heads-up play there by Hale, just using that escape rope at that specific moment, punishing Lucas actually for playing down with a low board where normally, you typically want at least 2 Snorlax in play just so that when you play the escape rope, you can't free retreat right after. But since Lucas was trying to maybe mitigate damage mitigate the damage on the Entei, forced himself into a position where Mimikyu was forced into the active. That means Hale got a free Tachyon bit off because now switching into the Valiant, which has the tool, does free retreat then into the main attacker. So 20 unnecessary damage there.
But the future booster capsule is carrying some weight for sure in this matchup. That is definitely true. We did see the Peonia as the supporter for this turn from Lucas. That allows you to switch around your prize cards a bit. You take 3 of your prize cards and switch 3 other cards in your hand into your prize cards. So if you have something stuck in there that you need, you can try to get it out with that Peonia. So that was our supporter there. We saw the counter catcher now. Once again, bringing that Pokemon up.
And it's so close here. Hale could almost take another prize card. There's damage on the board right now. Penny hasn't been used just yet on the Snorlax or the Mimikyu. Yeah. If Hale plays something like an escape rope, once again, Lucas is going to be forced to bring up one of those beat up Pokemon. Fortunately, that Snorlax has 150 HP thanks to the Bravery Charm still. So it's actually still out of range from Entei. I believe Entei is doing 100 and... Oh, no, it should be knockout. 5, 6, 7. No, it should be a knockout here on either of these Pokemon.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're just going to go into that Entei.
Yeah, that's the escape rope here. Snorlax being promoted, Entei V being promoted on Hale's side. After that, is this the moment we've been waiting for? It is, Wancho. That's going to be enough damage here from the Entei V to take another knockout. It's been a long time coming here, Wancho, but we got there. Hale Obernulty is going to go down another prize card here in this game between our players.
Oh, this is where things get very, very scary. Mimikyu has a lot of damage. Hale's down to 2. He just needs to take out 2 more Pokemon.
2 more.
Or maybe Lucas could bench the Pidgeot and forget to put it back.
I don't think that's going to happen, Wancho, but I guess there's never a 0 chance, right? We're going to see the Silene, and he heads here. Oh, and it's a double heads. Getting these cards out of the discard pile here for Lucas.
Silene isn't Penny, though.
No,
so this damage on the Mimikyu is going to stick for at least this turn.
That is true. Maybe... the resources are running thin here on this side for Lucas as well. We're going to see 2 of them being taken back out of this discard pile here and placed into the deck for Lucas. Passing over to Hale now. Are we sitting in the driver's seat here, Wancho?
Is Hale about to go down to 1 prize? This Entei, again, with 1 million energy at this point, is going to be able to retreat onto that Moltres. Take a knockout on the Mimikyu. Hold up. Is Hale going to do the impossible here and beat control? And yeah, we do see the retreat. Mimikyu is very, very beat up.
Very wounded and ready to get knocked out here by this Moltres. Of course, we see the Magma Basin again, as we've seen this entire game, re-accelerating that energy onto that Entei V. And that's another prize card here for Hale. Taking out the Mimikyu, we are left with just a single Snorlax in the active position here with a Bravery Charm, of course, making it 200 HP on that Snorlax. And where do we see this go from here now,
It's
Ancho?
Snorlax against the world at this point.
Exactly.
This time, Lucas cannot miss a beat here. If there's any damage at all on a Snorlax, you find those pennies and get them back into hand, heal them. You can't lose any Pokemon at this point. Looks like Super Rod being played there, getting the water energy there back into the deck. Does play it specifically for what Pokemon is that, Boo?
I know what you want me to do, Ancho.
All right, okay.
I know what you want me to do, but I want to see it.
Okay.
I want to see it here.
All right, that's fair enough. But isn't there for a very specific reason, which we could see? Unfortunately, it's not going to be attacking for damage. But hey, it's a water Pokemon.
It's there. I haven't even seen it in there, actually, in the hands. I know it's there somewhere, of course. It's in the deck.
It's right there. I see it in the hand.
The full art. All right, it's on here right now. All right, you want to do it with me, Wancho? You ready? Oh, Jeremy switched it.
Okay, well,
right.
when it comes out.
Okay, yes. If it comes down. We're going into a Sydney here now, which is going to allow Lucas to control Hale's hand a bit as well.
The important thing there was, yes, they got to discard a tool. They probably would have loved to hit the last Jet Energy, I believe, hopefully. But they got complete knowledge of Hale's hand at this point.
That's true.
That's something big. You do not want to give a Snorlax player.
No, not at all. You don't want to give a control player more control of the board at all. And yeah, seeing your entire hand is definitely that. But I'm sure already kind of being aware of what is left, but also knowing how many switch cards are left in the hand or are in the hand in general is pretty big for the control player to have knowledge of. Hale's going to take a look here at the rest of the resources in the discard pile for Lucas as well. We're going to see the Magma Basin accelerating another one of these Fire Energy, ticking up that NTV, another 2 damage counters. Yes,
but again, I believe Hale still has that switch card in hand to be able to go onto the Entei, so we're at least getting an attack off. Again, we're two-shotting this Snorlax.
And here's the first shot here, technically.
I'd love to build the suspense and say, does Lucas have the penny? But they have the entire hand, the world in their hand, right?
Yeah. Of course, if you pennied with nothing else down, then.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. That'd be a bit awkward, huh? You do have to have another.
Wait. Is there no penny? I'm looking at the hand here. I don't see a full art. It could still be in the discard pile because Palpad hasn't been used yet.
Oh, okay.
Wait. I believe?
Oh my gosh! That's going to be the extension from Lucas here.
They just didn't have the Palpad to put the penny back in. They had the world in their hand. Unfortunately, was not enough. No penny. I remember, yes, the Palpad was put back with the Silene, was not able to draw it, though.
Oh my goodness. What an incredible way for this to end. But Hale Overnulty has done the impossible, has played the control deck time and time again, knows the ins and outs of it, and was able to exploit it here with Iron Valiant and Entei V. That is incredible. Taking down this control match, taking this first win here in our game.
Again, there's not that much time left in the control match.
There's not.
So essentially winning one game, it means you win the entire match. So Hale Overnulty actually is going to be winner for this round.
Yes.
Huge congratulations to Hale.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Lucas is going to concede there because, you know, as we so often see with these matches, you don't have time for another game. I mean, you saw how long that one was, Wancho. If you're going to lose it, you're going to lose it. Hale Overnulty is going to take the overall win here in our Swiss Round 13 featured community choice stream match, as we see some highlights here going through our our only game between these players. We just saw penny after penny being utilized here to pick up these Pokemon time and time again as soon as Hale was putting damage on board. And Lucas was controlling the hands completely, making sure to keep track of resources, but it wasn't enough. Hale played these cards perfectly in time as far as we had our switches, and everything was just flawless here from Hale's side of the field.
Yes, I think, honestly, maybe it just came down to the last couple of turns. Maybe the turn you played the Sydney, maybe a different supporter could have been used at that turn to try and get Penny back into deck, maybe like something like a Team Yell's Cheer if they had access to it. Because again, it just came down to these pennies. To just spare change. He just didn't have the spare change to finish out this match.
Not the spare change. Oh, yes.
And, but yeah, Hale just being able to have those switches, plan out correctly those Entei, the Moltres, over-attaching to one Entei, going all out at the right time.
Yep, and look at that. We have our fist bump between our players. Hale Overnulty is our winner in our Swiss round there for you all. Our featured stream match. We hope you enjoyed that one because that was your pick, the community choice there. You wanted to see Snorlax control, we got you Snorlax control, so hopefully it was a good match for you. It's always nice to show an alternative deck, as I've been saying, an alternative win condition deck, and I'm happy with the way it turned out, Wancho. I think it was really cool to see. Of course, we didn't see it win here on the stream. Hale was able to take things down with Valiente, and so maybe if you can't beat control, maybe you should pick up a Valiente deck, huh?
I mean, Iron Valiant Entei in that position is the rogue deck, right?
Yeah.
Because Snorlax Control has been in the metagame for this entire metagame.
Yes.
But Iron Valiant Entei has been seeing fringe play every now and then. So I was very interested to see how that game was going to end up.
Yeah.
I'm just going to admit that has not been part of any of my testing, that specific matchup.
Same.
And on paper, again, it makes sense. Valiant or Entei has a million switches.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get stuck in the active potentially, but Misfortune Sisters, a great card to really mill those switches out. And the way that you can mitigate damage on the Entei, you have control on Entei's damage as well.
I know, that's wild.
That
is wild. And that's what I'm saying. You really can't just pick up the deck and play it. I think what that came down to was the extreme skill here from Hale Overnulty, knowing how the Snorlax deck worked, the ins and outs, and knowing exactly what the card counts and everything were in his deck as well. So even when those switch outs were hitting the discard pile, keeping track of that and knowing, okay, this is what my game plan is. I need to get this damage here. This is the time that I can play this switch card, or I need this Tachyon Bits to add on just a little bit of damage to take these prize cards out. And that's ultimately what the win came down to. Those cards being played at the exact correct time here from Hale. So I just have to give some huge props to Hale. That was played flawlessly. And I'm never disappointed every time I get to see Hale compete. And,
exactly.
Yeah, great match.
He understood the matchup. He understood that, you know, even if this switch translated to only 20 damage, it's worth it.
It was definitely worth it. Taking the win down here in our featured stream match, Hale Overnulty. Well, we have an interview with Hale, so I'm so excited to hear all from him. Skarzig, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Adam Skarzig Watson here in the lounge with the winner you just saw on stream, Hale Overnulty. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling good. I had a pretty rough start to the day. I went into today 8-1 and then lost my first two matches. One of them was just rough luck. It was 3 donks in a row. We finished 3 games in 9 minutes. So happy to be turning that around and getting some wins.
Yeah, the Entei Iron Valiant is certainly a underdog pick. It's really fun, really flashy when it works, but sometimes it can brick. What drew you to playing this deck for this tournament?
Yeah, so I actually, to the surprise of no one, was planning on playing Control. I've been playing Control for most of the season. I've had some good success with it in San Antonio and Portland. And I really wanted to play it again, but I just thought the meta was shifting away from decks that are good matchups for control. There's a lot of Giratina, which I think is reasonable with the Radiant Charizard inclusion, but still not fun. But there's a lot of Roaring Moon, which I don't like to play against. Gardevoir has a lot of Turo and Palpad in it right now, so I just, I decided to move away from that. And then about a week ago, I was like, I think Iron Valiant actually has like pretty good matchup spread against most of the meta. So I played it to a League Cup, and I only got top 4 of the League Cup with it, but I had places that I could improve on playing because I just never played with the deck before. I was like, what, if I can play this better and improve, and like I still did well with it, I think that's bodes well. So.
And I'm glad that training certainly paid off, and now on stream, you had the best of both worlds. You were able to go into a matchup against a deck that you were intimately familiar with. You want to talk about specifically how Entei Iron Valiant should be played into control, or maybe just the control matchup in general for some folks in the audience who might be struggling to take down the block lax.
Yeah, I will say I apologize to the audience if that was not a fun matchup to watch, but it was definitely a fun matchup to play. The thing with control is, regardless of whether you're playing control or playing against control, it makes you think about the game in a completely different way, and it's very resource intensive. And there are definitely matchups, like maybe Charizard, where it's a little more straightforward, where Block Lax just has a pretty easy time. But with Entei Iron Valiant, I have so many switching outs, but that's a really crucial resource to conserve. At the end there, I was running really low on them. I think I only had 2 left at the end.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's finding that right balance of conserving your switching resources, but also applying enough pressure so your opponent isn't just sitting there getting rid of all your resources with his Fortune Sisters. I mean, you can see early on, I didn't like it, but I had to discard or use an escape rope to send up an Entei. Because if I'm not drawing cards, I'm sitting here doing nothing for a while. So I decided to use that resource there, and it paid off. But there's an alternate world where I was 1 switch card short at the end, and that was the wrong choice. And it makes you think about the game so much. I really appreciate control. Props to my opponent too. He played it very well.
Yeah, and that's great too, that you are able to appreciate the time and dedication it goes into playing control, because you are thinking about the game so far outside of the box. You also have to reevaluate all of your own preconceived notions and legacy matchup knowledge when you're playing decks. And to kind of dig deeper into your, short tryst with control with the Snorlax, what did you do in order to learn that matchup initially, because it forces you to play the game so differently?
Yeah, honestly, that's so I play a slightly different version of control. I was playing the Pidgeot control, which is a little less into the Snorlax route. Actually, for Knoxville, I played 0 Snorlax. So
oh wow!
I don't know if it's Snorlax at that point. It's control really, but honestly, the thing is that there are a lot for most decks. You can kind of learn the matchup, and go through all different matchups and practice them and stuff. Be like, okay, I have a good idea of how the games go in each of these matchups. With control, I found that's just not the case. Every single game feels a bit different. You can play a matchup 10 times, and then the 11th still feels totally different from anything you've seen. So I think the most important thing for learning control is just playing it a lot and getting used to it, so that you're used to adapting to those different situations. Because I could sit down and write out a guide of how to play control, and then you could pick up your first game and play it, and it's going to be completely different than anything I covered. So you have to get good at adapting and really thinking through your win conditions with it.
That's honestly really awesome. I know a lot of players are drawn to that style of deck that forces you to think on your feet and play every deck and every individual game almost like a fresh matchup in and of itself. Now, when we kind of look to the future, now that you've gotten this big win on stream, you're cruising to top 8, do you think Entei Iron Valiant, compared to what you've seen across the board, matchups and metas and other decks that are out in the field today, are you feeling comfortable in your position?
Yeah, honestly, I'm feeling pretty good. I made the decision not to tech against Mew. So that's like the one matchup that I'm
What
hoping
does
to
Entei
avoid.
Iron Valiant tech against Mew specifically?
Usually Spiritomb. I've considered Drapion instead, but it's usually just a Spiritomb to slow them down. But I didn't think Mew was too well positioned for this tournament. I think it's going to come back to bite me. It seems like he's doing pretty well. I think Colin
it's just nostalgia at this point.
Yeah, everyone told me, oh, it's Mew's last ride. You got to tech against it, and I didn't listen. But so I'm probably not hoping to face against that. But I think everything else in the field, I'm honestly pretty happy pairing up against. So I actually think it's Entei Iron Valiant. I know this is useless at the very end of the format, but I think we've actually been really undervaluing it, myself included, for a lot of this meta, because it really beats a lot of the top decks fairly consistently.
And it's It's honestly really fun. I was able to kind of build and play the deck online and after LAIC, after I had that breakout performance there. And
it did well, and then we just all dropped it. I don't know.
It was just a fluke. We really talked ourselves into it not really being that strong of a deck.
Yeah, we also it was missing the B barrel. The B barrel is so important for the deck. Honestly, I'm actually playing a 2/2 line of it today, and it's been like unbelievably good.
Oh yeah, and that is the other thing too, right? When a deck becomes popular, it gets more testing and more innovation. And you even had the Moltres, which has kind of been a slightly more modernized tech for the deck, and it pays off against Mimikyu. You want to go into maybe any other cards you were thinking about including, or any other special techs that makes Entei Iron Valiant really great for this tournament?
Yeah, I guess one thing, the big deviation in my list is I don't have Metacham, which every single list, like Limitless Online I've seen, has Metacham. And like I started off testing a week ago with it, and I had Metacham in there because every list does, but it's like it felt so rare that you could pull off the Metacham plays.
Bold.
And even when you did, it's like, okay, I'm getting an extra turn, but I'm losing my attack for the first turn. So it's like really all it's doing is like, reset my Valiants, get another supporter, which is strong, but it felt like the rarity of that occurring and how difficult it was to get to that point. And in addition to that, the deck space for the Metacham.
Right,
and also the double turbos. I mean, the extra jets clearly helped out against Snorlax there. So I've been actually pretty happy with that change. I actually don't think Metacham's that important in the deck.
That is spectacular to hear, that you not only are looking at the game from such a, bird's eye view from a control player's perspective, but also not being beholden to the standard build of a deck, and you're willing to cut cards that other players would say are core to the deck and core to the strategy and identity of the list. So
yeah, I made a few changes to the deck at like 7:25 a.m., like 5 minutes before deck list closed.
Classic.
So, I don't know if I advised that for everyone, but it worked out pretty well this time.
Well, I mean, you're just built different. You can see into the future.
Yeah.
You know
Player
exactly
diff, I don't know.
what cards have to be there and what cards you're going to need. And especially now, Hale, while I've got you here, we're going to wrap up. Any final shout-outs you have for the folks at home or anybody who's supporting you?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I have to thank my wife and my 9-month-old son, Andrew. They're both here with me. I know it's a lot to support me doing Pokemon, and I just appreciate them both so much and love them both so much. And I also have to give a huge shout-out to my friend Tyler for helping me do a lot of testing and preparation for the event, and my friend Jeff, too, for giving me a lot of support.
It's always nice to hear when you have your friends and your family backing you up on your Pokemon journey. And I know you don't get to play maybe as much as you'd like, but you always do so stellar when you're able to come out to these tournaments. So for any competitors out there, when you see Hale Obernolte on the roster, you got to watch out because he's got something cooked up especially for you. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk and keep this tournament going.
Hale Obernolte definitely cooking some stuff up and built different, taking down our control deck on our featured stream match. Fantastic to see. A great interview there. We had some awesome insights on the different perspective that it takes to play the type of deck that a control deck is. And I second that wholeheartedly. It is next level. I don't think I would ever play a control deck. It's too much brain power for me, especially you got to think too, these long events, these long day events. Hale was even talking about how every single match you play is essentially like a completely new match. You could not even see the same stuff you've ever seen in a match before. Can you imagine going into round after round after round of that?
No, that's where the Pokedad power comes in. When you're you're used to those late nights, being tired all the time. When you're tired all the time, are you really ever tired? No, I kid, of course. But yes, Hale, again, he brought control to the last tournament, like you mentioned, and yeah, that's really how you get experience in the deck. And that's, some would say, sometimes you do have to join the dark side to be able to beat it.
That's true.
He's an expert in control, but this time we're playing something else. So when we're playing against it, we know exactly what we're doing. And I just have to give it up to him again, but with his deck choice in general. Just being able to choose Iron Valiant Entei. That in itself, you're going against the grain, right? That's not the most meta deck.
Yeah, we saw it was 1 of 4 that made it into day 2 of the Iron Valiants.
Yes, but not only is he going against the grain in the current metagame, he's also going against the grain with the other Iron Valiant Entei decks.
That's true.
He's opting to forgo Metacham for consistency. And I paid off here in dividends when he was up against Control, that those extra jet energies definitely came into play. I'm sure the 2-2 Bibra Alliance at some point in the past couple of days definitely paid off as well, because that deck is heavy on using your items to use your switches to be able to get those knockouts. Sometimes you just, that's what it was lacking, a way to refill the hand. Fleetfoot is not enough, and I 100% respect that. I honestly wish I could try the deck out. After watching it, I want to play some Iron Valiant Entei.
A little late, huh?
But we're next format already.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely great to hear from Hale there. All of the fantastic insights, fantastic interview, fantastic match. But we have plenty more Pokemon here today.
Oh, no, 100%. And yeah, I'm actually very excited, because I believe we have a very special interview with one of the, top players, one of the top senior players. Oh, yeah, no, he's just in general one of the top players out there. And Adam has a chance to interview him. Let's check it out.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here on the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championships, and I'm joined by Polaris Alteris. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing very good today.
The tournament has been great. The energy in the room is fantastic. And for the people at home who might not know who you are, why don't you fill them in?
I am Polaris Alteris. I played in juniors division, and now I'm in the seniors division this is my second season.
So you've already got a lot of experience, a lot of history getting into the Pokemon TCG and getting some pretty big accomplishments. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Some of my base accomplishments last season was winning in international championships and top 8ing worlds. And this season, I've won a regional in Australia.
Wow, that's incredibly impressive. Do you have any secrets about how you've been so successful even in the younger age division so far?
There's really no secrets to it. You just have to play a lot of games and test and see what deck you really like and play that deck a lot.
I can definitely respect that, zeroing in on a deck that's strong and making sure that you can play it better than anyone else. If there was someone else who was maybe around your age looking to get into the Pokemon TCG, where should they start?
Like what deck they should play with? Or
yeah, that's a good question.
For this format, I'd say Miraidon. It's a really fun, pretty easier deck than other decks, and yeah.
Yeah, just play something simple, something quick to pick up, get into. And as we talk about Temporal Forces, you did mention earlier that you hadn't had a chance to do any testing for the new format, which is fine, but was there anything that you were looking forward to?
I was looking forward to, what's it called? Path rotating out, and yeah, I hate that card. And a new card, Roaring Moon. I think that card's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, so a lot to look forward to. New cards coming in, and some of our less liked cards leaving the format. Now, you're also here, representing your local game store, and we've had a lot of players in for these interviews that have just been repping their local shops and their local scenes. You want to give any special shout-outs here while I've got you, Polaris?
I want to shout out Tabletop Village. That's my dad's card store down in Seattle. I test there a lot, and it helps to get good at the game because I'm around a lot of people, and it's very good testing.
Yeah, like-minded players that can give you the high quality of testing that you need to continue to see success in the competitive scene. Now, how long before you actually join the Masters division?
How long until I join?
Until you join the Masters division, the next age division.
This is my second season. Like 3 more years in seniors, and then I'm Masters.
Okay, so you still got some time to go, a lot of testing to do, a lot of high-level players to learn from. Does it make you excited or nervous about maybe playing against that next tier of competition?
I'm really excited for Masters. I think it'll be really fun, but it might be a little harder than in seniors because there's a lot more rounds.
Yeah, that is true. You need the endurance, but I mean, you've already got a lot of experience so far, and that's great to hear. Can I get any final thoughts from you while I've got you here in front of the audience before we let you go?
Go to Tabletop Village if you can, if you're ever in Seattle. I love that store. It's really fun to go to.
All right, short and sweet. Love to hear it. We're going to send things back over and see you next time.
I first got into Pokemon with my dad back when I was in elementary school. I ended up playing with him on these little mats that we had made, and we played back and forth for a lot of years. And then I ended up finding a niche in high school where I started a Pokemon club, and then I went to college and I found, hey, there are people that actually do this and travel to tournaments. I want to get involved. And so in college at Michigan State, I really got into the competitive scene. That was about 13 years ago now.
Some fun facts about our players here. JW has performed with Sting, which is pretty insane to think about.
My drive to keep competing really comes from my desire to win. I'm just a naturally competitive person. I have been for a long time. And Pokemon is a great outlet because I feel like it's a very family-friendly environment. Pokemon is very welcoming, and yet still there's a high level of competition. My favorite moment from Pokemon competitive history, it would be my first regional win. I mean, that meant a lot to me personally with a deck that I had created on my own, and something that was so fun when I won and I had friends that just mobbed me after the win. That's a feeling I will never forget. My starter Pokemon would be Pikachu because I loved Pokemon Yellow, and replaying that over and over and over, I'll go with Pikachu. My number one goal was a regional win. Does a lot of things. Obviously, the prize money is great, and the chance to call myself a 3-time regional champion. But more so, I now get to attend the World Championships in Hawaii, which I am stoked about.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good, and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Beautiful Vancouver is the home of our last E-Regulation Regional, but we're not going to go out quietly. We've got still plenty of exciting Pokemon left to play here in Vancouver. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie. things are getting excited. 2 Swiss rounds remain until we cut down to just 8 remaining players here in this tournament.
Yeah, things really coming down to the wire. These last few rounds are ever important. Players locking up spots into our top 8, but also there's more to play for. You know, even if you've been eliminated from top 8 contention, these players are competing for whatever championship points they can earn. Of course, even if you finish down in the top 32, that's enough to walk away with $1,000. So there is a lot to play for, even if top 8 is not on your horizon any longer.
Lots of players still in the running for top 8, lots of different decks, and if you've been following the Pokemon TCG, it's no surprise. Once we get to the end of a format, it becomes less about how you surprise the format and more so about how you predict what everybody is going to bring in terms of decks.
Yeah, we call it the meta game, right? What is popular at any given tournament and how that changes moving forward into future events. This is going to be the last tournament in this format, so a lot of players, I think, have stuck with what they're comfortable with, what they know, but, you know, there are players out there still innovating, still trying to make the right meta game calls to find the correct techs for their list to come ahead in the Vancouver Regional Championships this weekend.
So we've got 2 more rounds left of Swiss. A little bit of a tongue twister there. Let's take a look at the standings. 2 rounds left of Swiss left. These players are looking to secure themselves a spot at the top 8. And somebody who has already more than locked up a spot, Colin Murley Matthews at 12-0-1, playing a pet deck for him, that Mew VMAX deck.
Yeah, how about that? 12-0-1 to start things off, more than locked up for top 8. And now Colin kind of has some cool opportunities here. He can try to figure out what his opponent's playing, and if it's a good matchup from you, he can actually just choose to concede. Doesn't even have to play out round 14 and round 15. Can choose to concede and give his opponent more match points to try to help them get into top cut if he feels like it's a matchup that's solid for him. I mean, we saw him kind of do that in the last round. He played it out against Michael Zealy, who's playing that Roaring Moon, you know, a matchup that can be tough for the Mew. He kind of wants to try to beat out the Roaring Moons, right? So where he maybe would have normally taken an ID in that bad matchup, he goes for the win, gets the win, and now Michael Zealy has to win 2 in a row to try to make it into top 8 with his Roaring Moon deck.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be potentially some 34-point players making it in. 35 looks like it should be relatively safe. It looks like it's going to be that way since we're not at a 2,000 or so player volume. But speaking of players still battling it out, we have our round number 14 coming up. 2 very strong players that we're going to be introducing. It's going to be a matchup we've seen in and out. Of course, that Gardevoir EX deck up against Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, this is one of the cornerstone matchups of this format, and it really goes back and forth, the community does at least, as far as which deck they feel is favored in this matchup. And it really is a super close and super interesting match. I'm excited to see how these 2 players will be piloting it for us and what kind of interesting scenarios we will find ourselves in as we get into this Swiss round 14.
Well, wait no more, Chip. We're ready to get down to the table and get into the action. Let's throw it down there. Round number 14 underway between Allan Zhu and Mitchell Silva. Now, Allan has been playing this Gardevoir deck throughout the entirety of this season so far. Earlier in San Antonio, finished top 32. Mitchell has also been playing a wider variety of decks, but as of recent, also finding comfort in this Giratina V-Star deck.
Yeah, both of these players looking to make a push for their first Masters top 8 in the modern era, at least. I know we got a little fun factoid from Jeremy backstage here. Mitchell Silva is a player who's been around for some time, actually got top 16 at the World Championships in 2011, where he lost to our own Jeremy Jallin in that single elimination. Back then, we cut to top 32 at the World Championships. So Mitchell took the loss to Jeremy. Jeremy made his top 8 at Worlds, which he is always happy to remind us of.
Looking at the prize cards here, does have a Water Energy prize, and Mitchell's only playing 2 copies of that Water Energy.
That's a big deal.
And that would be a big deal with Allan prizing that mana fee.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, normally not as big of a factor. Greninja, it's kind of just something that you have in there as an option. The couple of Water Energies, you're not super committed to it, but if the pieces fall right and your opponent doesn't have a mana fee in play, you go for it. Doesn't really come up too often in this matchup because the Gardevoir players are really aiming to put down that mana fee. But yeah, like you mentioned, Allan did prize that. We'll see how things shape up, and it is going to be Allan going first.
And the dynamic of this matchup immediately changing with the Zacian start. Chip, how does this change how this matchup maybe typically goes by starting Zacian V?
Yeah, normally you want to lean on your single prize Pokemon in the early game as the Gardevoir player, you know, using things like the Screamtail, using Cresselia if you play it. Allan is choosing not to play the Cresselia for this weekend. But Zacian is not the worst starter. It's not ideal. You can get an energy attachment to it right away and try to start swinging on turn 2 with the Storm Slash. You can get that extra energy acceleration as well thanks to the ability. So that's probably what we'll see Allan go for. A little annoying to start. It does have to retreat, and that also does mean Allan is pretty unlikely to be able to pull off a turn 2 Mirage Step.
Of course, you do have that advantage of ending your turn with Roar of the Sword to accelerate a Psychic Energy on. As Allan will play Battle VIP Pass, an excellent setup card on this first turn. Just checking through the deck, we'll get the unfortunate news that Manaphy is in the prize cards, and it will just be 2 Ralts put into play on the bench, and potentially going back in with another searching card. At minimum, that Roar of the Sword to end this turn off.
Yeah, and Allan can still technically get the turn 2 Mirage Step. You know, with this Roar of the Sword, it will attach an energy, I assume, to the Zacian V, and then you can retreat it into a benched Kirlia, evolve that, into a benched Ralts, evolve it into the Mirage Step Kirlia, and get yourself a couple of your Refinement Kirlias into play on the next turn. So plenty of options. I wouldn't be surprised to start to see the Zacian start swinging next turn, especially depending on what Mitchell does on the other end of the table.
And that will be the question. Do we see Cramorant get aggressive? Do we see Giratina start to Abyss Seek? It's all going to come down to the pieces available here in Mitchell's hand. And that is a great piece to start the turn off with. Colress's Experiment. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Choose 3 into your hand, and Lost Zone 2 immediately finds Colress for the following turn.
Yeah, really the bread and butter of this deck is Colress's Experiment. You want to play it every single turn in the early game if you can, and then in the end game, lean on other supporters like Roxanne and Boss's Orders. Colress gets you through your deck, finds you the key pieces to get yourself set up, and it also, of course, fuels that Lost Zone so that you can power up your attackers like the Cramorant. You can get to 10 to eventually attack with Sableye, or use that Star Requiem V-Star power on the Giratina V-Star, and then, of course, get to that ever-powerful Mirage Gate item card.
Will be the Nest Ball played next. The sequencing, very important in this deck, but
yes.
Maybe just as more than enough with the basic Pokemon in hand, and choosing to just play this Nest Ball before using Flower Selecting. Going to check through the deck himself, make sure all those energy cards pieces are available. We'll get the news that that Water Energy will not allow Moonlight Shuriken to be an attack choice, and now it comes down to how Mitchell wants to play this. Do we see something like Radiant Greninja come down? Do we see something like Cramorant try and put aggression onto the Zacian? This is where the trees of the branches start to really divide out.
Yeah, Mitchell actually already has a ton of Pokemon in the hand. I think I saw a Comfey, a Cramorant, and a Giratina V, so plenty of options already. This is shaping up to be pretty powerful for Mitchell. The big question is going to be how many switch cards are available. Can you pivot between these Comfeys and do enough in order to get into that Cramorant to attack? And hitting into this Zacian V would not be too bad. 110 damage, sets it up to be 2-hit knocked out by a Cramorant, or picked off later by a Sableye, potentially. And it also makes it a little harder for Allan to actually utilize it as an attacker. Of course, Psychic Embrace from Gardevoir, really powerful, gets you a ton of energy cards onto your Pokemon, but it also places damage counters on that Pokemon. So by putting 110 damage on this Zacian now, Mitchell can almost ensure that it is not a threat to one-hit KO a Giratina V-Star later.
Will be the Greninja grabbed off the Nest Ball and concealed cards. Draw some additional cards as here we go. Flower Selecting to start things off, and pretty easy choice there. Spiritomb.
Yeah, not very good in this matchup. A tech for the Mew matchup mostly. It's also pretty good against things like Snorlax or Charizard, decks that are just really reliant on utilizing Rotom in the early game.
Another tougher choice. Now, these Comfeys are prone to being knocked out via something like Moonglow Reverse. We are just going to see a Comfey hit the Lost Zone. And there it is, that Cramorant and Giratina coming down.
Honestly, this is shaping up to be almost a perfect turn for Mitchell. Only one Giratina V into play, but that's really all you need in this matchup. Gardevoir's not going to put on a ton of pressure to that benched Giratina V, and yeah, using that Cramorant to throw some damage out makes it so Allan is probably not going to want to attack with this Zacian this turn. Just be a pretty easy 2-prize swing for Mitchell. Let's see what Allan can piece together. Are the cards available to get the Mirage Step up and running?
We are just going to see Kirlia get evolved right away.
I think I do see the Mirage Step in the hand. Yeah. And yeah, you have 3 Ralts. Oh, actually not putting the Mirage Step in play. What's going on with this?
I think I like this play from Allan. Just get aggressive, target down this Cramorant, and then if Mitchell wants to knock this Zacian out next turn, we'll need to either have a super solid turn of finding Mirage Gate and a whole bunch of pieces, or has to burn a Super Rod to bring this Cramorant back, which is a resource you might want to keep around for later. It all comes down to this hand, though. What did Allan draw into? Still has access to Refinement, did find his Psychic Energy, so with an Ultra Ball in hand, too, both options are on the table here still, but the Ultra Ball will be discarded with Refinement. Does find another Psychic Energy.
Yeah, only one Kirlia put into play. Allan maybe wishing that the other Mirage Step had been put into play. Even if you're not going to actually use the Mirage Step, can be nice to at least, you know, get yourself closer to a Gardevoir in a future turn.
Does find that rare candy, though, so can accelerate the evolution process, go into this Gardevoir EX. I think he'd rather just at least have that in play. This does, again, open up a Moonlight Shuriken to be an excellent attack. We know that's unavailable for Mitchell, but Allan maybe sweating a little bit there, saying, listen, if you've got it, you've got it. Storm Slash. Allan, actually, this matchup, very untypical usually for how this game plays out, is the aggressor taking the first prize card.
Yeah, not what we see too often, but Allan having to capitalize on the fact that that Zacian V was the starter. Now Mitchell had that excellent hand, but it was put to the bottom of the deck last turn by Allan, so he's going to be trying to piece things together. Can he find a Colress's Experiment? One we know is on the bottom of the deck. Let's see if he can find one of the other two remaining right now. Do you see a Pokegear?
And there was a Super Rod drawn off of that Radiant Greninja. So at worst, does have the guaranteed knockout onto the Zacian. We see Nest Ball, Switch Cart, and this Super Rod. And we're actually going to see the Super Rod played first. And this does put more cards into the deck that are not Colress, but it also shuffles. So how do you feel about this here,
I
Chip?
think this is absolutely correct because it's putting two cards back into the deck effectively, right? That Cramorant is going back in, but Mitchell has the Nest Ball to grab it right back out. So two cards going back into the deck, but you're increasing your odds to find a Colress just because you know for sure one is on the bottom of the deck. So now there's three Colress mixed around into, you know, the 30 or so card deck that Mitchell has remaining. He'll have a pretty decent shot, I think, here to find one off of Pokegear 3.0.
Mitchell set up to respond excellently here on turn number 2. And the question is, do you play this Jet Energy first? I feel like the only thing you really want is Colress, so I like this here. Flower selecting, look through some more cards. Do we see Colress's Experiment? And another tough choice there, Chip.
Yeah, was it that Super Rod and a Basic Energy? I believe, or Mirage Gate and a Basic Energy, yeah. Mirage Gate, really one of the most powerful cards in this entire deck. It's really what unlocks all your different strategies, gives you more mobility on the board to retreat, and also getting your energies onto your Giratinas. But has to choose to hang on to that. Does he find a Colress?
It is that full art Colress, that trainer gallery coming to the top of the deck in those 7 cards. Place into the hand, and we will see that get played this turn, and this will bump Mitchell up to 8 cards in the Lost Zone, so threatening a lot on the following turn. Everything from Star Requiem to Lost Mine will be at Mitchell's disposal if he can use some more of those flower selecting abilities coming up.
I think the only thing Mitchell would like to still see here that he doesn't have yet is a Path to the Peak, and did he find one? I don't see it.
It's not in those top 5 cards.
And Mitchell is playing 4 copies of the card, and I think when you're playing against Gardevoir, I mean, the Stadium War is pretty important here. The Path to the Peak is a big deal to try to slow down the rule box ability of the Gardevoir EX. And so even though Allan likely plays plenty of Stadium outs, Mitchell just wants to throw those paths into play as early as possible. He plays 4 copies of them so that it's as difficult as possible for Allan to find that response.
Does have that Giratina V-Star, so make it a little bit harder for Allan to knock that out down the line. And now I think the only question here left for Mitchell is, do you hard retreat this Comfey, or do you preserve the energy on it and play something like the Switch Cart to pivot out?
Yeah, I think I can understand the reasoning for both. Whenever your opponent is playing something like Screamtail, though, I probably would lean towards just retreating the Jet Energy off. You know, if you use the Switch Cart, then that becomes an easy target for your opponent to go for with something like a Screamtail this turn, and then you didn't really get value out of that retreat. You burned a Switch for nothing, effectively. We'll see what he decides to do.
And it will be preparing this Giratina V-Star early to wreak havoc over on Allan's board, getting that Psychic and Grass Energy attached. With those 8 cards in the Lost Zone, the requirement is fulfilled for Mirage Gate to work its magic. Just that final choice, and we will see an excellent response here from Mitchell. Cramorant getting in there, spit innocently, responding, taking this Zacian out. By Allan not using Mirage Step early, you can sort of see his board is slightly suffering. He can draw maximum 6 cards next turn if he evolves everything up, maybe 2 more with Radiant Greninja, but these Pokemon are just slowly going to start to fall, especially when you don't have things like Manaphy Jirachi down. You've got to be careful with what attackers you're using.
Yeah, you got to really manage your board pretty carefully in this matchup. With 3 bench spaces, however, Allan does have space for the Jirachi, has space for the Screamtail, and would have space for the Manaphy. We, of course, know that it is prized. But yeah, I feel like the Screamtail is a pretty decent option this turn. I mean, you are the Gardevoir aficionado of the 2 of us here, Ethan. What would you like to see Allan go with as an attacker at this turn?
It's okay to use Screamtail. I don't think it's a bad choice. But once you reach the end game, Screamtail starts to lose more of its value once the prize trade continues to shift. I think this would probably be the final turn to really use Screamtail, because after that, your opponent's going to start just getting guaranteed prize cards on your Pokemon with Lost Impact, Star Requiem, and by leaving it up there, your opponent has a free prize on it with Cramorant. I think if Allan can find something like Reversal Energy to attack with something like Gardevoir, this would be an excellent swing of a turn, and there it is. Yeah, I think this is a great line from Allan here.
Yeah, and did actually find the Manaphy off the prize card, so that is an excellent card to have grabbed. Now, the only other question is going to be, does Allan find the out to Jirachi? And I don't think he has it just yet.
Yeah, it's really tough, because as much as you want Jirachi down in this spot, you also are in a pretty bad spot if you
your board
take
is
this,
kind
if
of
your
clunky.
Gardevoir gets knocked out by something like even Lost Impact or Shred the following turn.
You're basically forced to play Rare Candy Gardevoir EX the next turn. Well, I don't know. I mean, you could also try to load some extra energy into play to play around that, right?
Yeah.
You know, put even just 1 extra Psychic Energy on this Gardevoir, then you attach 1 the next turn, you know, play your own counter catcher. There's still plays available. You don't necessarily have to get a Gardevoir EX into play next turn if the one on your bench goes down.
Interesting choice. Allan actually found a Psychic Energy off of that Shining Arcana, but just chose to not attach it, chose to keep it in the hand, and this maybe is valuing having some sort of response next turn by using concealed cards or having those out. So interesting choice. That 20 damage, as of right now, not super relevant, and a smart choice there, going to retreat first and then evolve into the Kirlia. Does have a slightly bigger retreat cost and can just sort of draw some more cards, and we'll have to see what this last bench space is allocated for.
It did find Ultra Ball, so Jirachi could be an option, but like we've talked about, it can be difficult to commit that extra Pokemon in play. Does have the Ralts in the hand and is debating benching it.
Yeah, this is why putting the 2 damage on the Kirlia just kind of makes things a little bit more awkward, because you're that much closer to potentially doing what Sableye is best at doing, is taking 2 prizes in 1 turn because you're loading all of this damage up. But the math plays around 10 damage off for taking that double knockout, so it will just be the knockout on Cramorant. That Moonlit Hill is a card that actually Allan is only playing 1 copy of, and it's sitting at the top of the prize cards.
Yeah.
Not only is it a great path counter, but of course it has that effect to heal Pokemon.
We saw in Cyrus's game yesterday just how excellent the Moonlit Hill can be when playing against a Lost Zone deck, and Allan doesn't have that tool available at this point in the game.
So we will see another Mirage Gate get played. There is 4 energy looks like left in the deck. So the choice here, how do you commit your energies? We could see something like the Water Energy come down. At this point with Manaphy in play, it's pretty unlikely that Radiant Greninja is really going to get in there and get a lot of value. It can. There are lines that allow it to happen, but it will just be the Grasp and Psychic Energy coming down. Could see this on the Giratina V, and this is honestly a great play where Shred has a lot of value in this position.
Yeah, Shred is not too bad against Gardevoir. Of course, it deals 160 damage. Gardevoir has 140 HP, so it takes it out. And otherwise, your only real ways to deal with a clean Gardevoir that has no damage counters on it would be to use your V-Star power, Star Requiem, or Lost Impact and Lost Zone 2 energies, and both of those options are extremely costly. By going in with a Giratina V, it has a little bit less HP. It does get KO'd a little bit easier on Allan's end, but you have the options to recover those cards later with a Super Eye.
This is really tough. Mitchell decided to keep Roxanne over the energy, which would guarantee the knockout onto that Gardevoir in the active spot, because Mitchell had already lost zone a Roxanne earlier on.
Yeah.
And got maybe a little bit greedy here, thinking that there were plenty of outs off of this flower selecting. And the way things are looking, I think the only way Mitchell can attack this turn would be to use that Star Requiem V-Star power, which is a huge investment into just a 140 HP Pokemon. Oh, there is. Oh, hold on.
Has Boss's Orders in hand and has not played a supporter. So, you know, we definitely could see the Boss's Orders target down this Gardevoir and sure enough, bring that up here. we're going to see 2 prizes going to Mitchell, and I do believe Path to the Peak was held onto as well. Now, in this spot, well, Mitchell is going to put it in play. I was going to say there could be an argument to hold on to the Path. You've got Roxanne in your hand, so you can go for that powerful combo next turn. I don't hate this either, though. Put the Path into play right now. Even if Allan finds a response, then hopefully off of your Roxanne plus your Flower Selectings in a future turn, you'll be able to still set up that powerful play and try to slow Allan down.
So Mitchell now down to just 2 prize cards left. How does Allan respond in this spot? Now, Psychic Embrace is offline for the moment. Now there is that Curlia that can still evolve into Gardevoir EX. Did see one just go down. This level ball is played, and this will start to draw some more cards. So now we've got multiple draws on board. The Radiant Greninja currently offline, but the Gardevoir, the Curlias, these can all draw cards to the deck and build up potentially a big swing turn for Allan. I've really got my eye on that Giratina V on the bench, though. Is there a potential for Allan to find maybe another reversal energy and put some pressure on that way?
Yeah, that would be pretty good. The double reversal energy Gardevoir, kind of a rare play. It's hard to find both your reversal energies at the exact right time, but he actually does have it in the hand currently, so that is an option he could go for. Would be pretty solid because Mitchell would be put in a similar situation where there's this clean Gardevoir in the active spot that's really annoying to try to deal with in KO. And if you're targeting down the Giratina that has the energies on it, that would be the normal, easy way to respond to that.
Does find Counter Catcher off of that Shining Arcana. Will still use a few more abilities. See more Psychic Energy come to the hand. And this is where Allan has to make some tough decisions. Do you just leave some Curlias in play at this point? There is still one more that can be evolved, so we can see one more refinement ability, and this is the turn where you want to use Iono, you want to disrupt your opponent's hand on top of everything else we've been talking about.
Generally so, that is pretty good. And it is also always a question of when do you use your final refinements, before or after the Iono. But actually, I'm not even sure if Allan has an Iono in the hand currently. That's probably what he was looking for. Did not find it and actually has to go for the Avery.
And a little bit of an awkward choice here for Mitchell. Radiant Greninja is a good card early on, but maybe losing a little bit of its value later in the game, but still just wants to have concealed cards as an option. Allan will get 3 additional cards from that Avery supporter. And here we go. How will things play out for Allan? Can respond and even things back up. We also see Level Ball. And Chip, I think this is an excellent time now for Jirachi to finally come into play.
Yep, we have been talking about it, and now it becomes the time for Jirachi to be played out. Mitchell did prize the 1 single copy of Sableye. Of course, Allan doesn't know that, so he's playing around every possible option that Mitchell could have available. So definitely feels like the correct time to put Jirachi into play.
Yeah, and leaving Path to the Peak in play for now is actually not terrible. And that was sort of a situation for Mitchell where sometimes you've got to really understand about what the Gardevoir player is doing, because you could have just kept that Path bump maybe for later on in the game. It's okay to stay in play right now. Your opponent's really not enticed to discard it right now, because obviously, besides Radiant Greninja, there's no rule box abilities being used. So the more I think about it, it's probably okay. It's not a huge make or break.
Yeah, it really, it feels like a lot of this matchup is just both players trying to limit the other player's options as much as possible, and putting Path to the Peak in play is what Mitchell's trying to do with that.
Just going to see Super Rod bring back Gardevoir EX and Zacian. Usually, this is key at getting back your Curlias, your Gardevoir lines. Just going to see a few pieces come back. Now, Zacian is a great finisher. We saw it earlier on. That would be the full circle here for Zacian, getting there early and close things out. We'll see if Allan can find the pieces to do that, but for now, we're at minimum seeing Brainwave online deal some damage to this Giratina V-Star. Now, as it stands, it cannot attack next turn with the amount of energy it has onto it. But now, of course, Mitchell can still use things like that. Flower selecting ability, if there are switching cards, Course's Experiment. We still know there's a few left in the deck, I believe 1 or 2.
Yeah, Allan really taking a moment here to take stock of Mitchell's available resources. This is something you see a lot from players really at all stages of a Pokemon TCG metagame, but especially here at the end of a format, because lists are very well known. When you sit down and see what your opponent's active Pokemon is, you can probably predict what they're playing within 3 or 4 cards.
And a great play here. Big fan of this from Allan. Double reversal energy, 240 damage for just 2 single energy attachments, knocking out Giratina V. We talked about how Giratina loves to play from behind. Allan and this Gardevoir deck have such great tools to play behind as well. And this is why this dynamic is so interesting. Both players trying to play from behind in this match while also getting closer and closer to victory.
with that KO, Allan does go to just 2 prize cards remaining, which means Roxanne is available and online. And sure enough, Mitchell goes for that powerful supporter. You know, back before we had Iono, this was really the only option as a comeback card in the format. And even with Iono being a prevalent card, you know, we see Allan over on the other end is playing 4 copies of it. Roxanne still finds a place in the metagame, especially in this Lost Zone Giratina deck.
Especially later on. Iono, usually at this point, it would only draw both players 2 cards.
Right.
But instead, Mitchell gets to get 6 fresh cards, maybe put together a little bit more dig this turn, maybe set up something like Sableye coming up if that card wasn't prized. Now, that is not an option, but the whole point is you get more resources. You can see something like Boss's Orders be in the hand. Let's take a look and see not only what Mitchell has, but what Allan also can put together after being disrupted this turn.
This game is really coming down to the wire here, Ethan. If Allan does not find the response KO to just win the game on this Giratina V-Star, I think Mitchell is in a great spot to close it out on the next turn. I think we'll probably see Mitchell just go for that knockout here on the active. It is going to cause him to Lost Zone a couple of energy cards, but he'll just need to piece together one more option to finish up the game, and so he's leaving plenty of plays open, putting a couple energy cards back. We could even see Mirage Gate early, potentially. Doesn't look like he has one in hand, but that Cramorant plus Boss's Orders could be an easy way to close out the game as well.
Hand right now very weak, just a Battle Pass and the 3 remaining copies of those Path to the Peak. Putting Cramorant into play, always a solid option. It means that if your opponent puts up a 1 prize Pokemon, got a pretty good option of knocking that out, and the energies in play are also pretty solid. There's a high chance Allan can bump this Path to Peak, and that would re-put this Radiant Greninja's Concealed Cards ability online. There are already a lot of energy cards in the Lost Zone for Mitchell. Did put some back in the deck, but we will just see the Lost Impact knock out this Gardevoir. More than enough damage. And here we go. What can Allan put together here? If he can find some way to knock out this Pokemon.
He drew Research off the Roxanne. You've talked about the Research, you know, how you're maybe not always the biggest fan of it because you usually are building up such a big hand. But in this exact instance, it's probably the perfect card for Allan to draw. All he needs to do is draw as many cards from his deck as possible, and he can set up for the game-winning play. He gets the Zacian V. Now all he's going to need is a counter Stadium and a Gardevoir EX. That's only 2 pieces, and he's going to draw 7 from the Professor's Research and also still has a pair of Refinement to go for as well.
We'll also need 8 Psychic Energy. I'm not sure Allan has built up that many yet in the discard pile.
That is a good point. He did utilize the double Reversal Energy last turn, so we haven't seen a ton of Psychic Energies come out from Allan just yet.
But as you said, Research is pretty much in this deck for situations like this. You get Iono'd low, and then you've got that ability. So Allan actually looks like using a Judge Shuffle here to maybe get things going, give him a little bit of luck outside of the book. And there it is. Professor's Research, 7 cards. Refinement still online. We did see that Gardevoir EX get shuffled back into the deck.
I see the Gardevoir EX. I see the Psychic Energy. I don't know if I see a Stadium card just yet. However, there are a few searching cards. There's the Level Ball. There's an Ultra Ball. So Allan can do quite a bit of thinning here. Try to maximize his chances. How many Stadium bumps are in the deck? I see Collapsed. A couple of Artisan as well.
I think we got 3 Stadium options. I don't think we've seen any Stadiums get played, and there's just the one Moonlit Hill. And this is great sequencing from Allan. Take everything out of the deck that is not Psychic Energies and counter Stadiums, and can now draw 6 cards here, potentially even 8 if a Stadium bump is found, turning on Concealed Cards.
Yeah, this is setting up pretty decently for Allan here. He's got a pretty high odds win, I think, this turn. But anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. It all comes down to this. If Allan doesn't find this KO, what's up?
I said checking the discard pile here. Couldn't quite see how many energies were there. So, I mean, this is, I think, the piece that I'm not sure of, because 8 is a lot of energy. I mean, that's all but 2 Psychic Energy.
Yeah, it looks like there is 6 or so in the discard pile. We're going to see the Refinement. There is 1 in the hand, which can always be discarded. There's the Stadium bump. So let's see if Allan has all of the pieces. Are the energies in the discard pile to just win the game? Concealed cards. Finds 2 more, gets 1 more energy in the discard pile as well. Does he need to find another Psychic Energy still? That might be the case here, Ethan.
We also may need to find Gardevoir EX.
No, he's got the Gardevoir. He's got the Gardevoir. Just needs the Psychic Energy. I don't see it.
Is this going to come down to this?
It might come down to the Shining Arcana. 2 more cards. No Psychic Energy. Does he only have 7 Psychics in the discard pile?
I think he might be just short. Let's check it out. How many Psychic Energies are in here? I feel like you slam it down if you have it.
I think he missed. I think he doesn't quite have it.
Wow, this is a big-time miss here for Allan. So short, and it's just going to pass the turn over.
What an opening here for Mitchell. Has the Mirage Gate in the hand. Does he find a Boss's Orders on the top? Are you kidding me?
What a huge time find. Boss's Orders can allow this Giratina V-Star to get powered up, and Boss's Orders can target any Pokemon on the bench.
Wow.
Allan, so close, but just missing the one energy card. Had such great outs to find it and missed it. Heartbreaking to miss it, but he still had a chance, and Mitchell had the perfect response back in Boss's Orders and a way to repower up Giratina V-Star. Wow, Chip, what a game.
What a finish. So close, so down to the wire. And honestly, you can almost point back to what happened in the early turns. Allan had to start that Zacian V, gave Mitchell 2 prize cards pretty early on in the game. Normally not what you want to do with Gardevoir, and that made Mitchell's prize map so much easier.
Zacian put on aggression early, was responded to by this Cramorant, but it was just those final turns. The Roxanne was a lie, Chip. It found the professor's research, but it was really just...
And then it was the research ended up being a lie, right, in response, huh?
Yeah, I do think back there were a few times where I think Allan maybe had another Psychic Energy and decided to discard Battle VIP Pass because, of course, Battle Pass has no positive effect. It just kind of sits in your hand, and it was just one energy short. I'm sure if we maybe look back on that game, there was maybe one more opportunity to potentially discard a Psychic Energy.
I mean, remember there was the turn where he Shining Arcana'd and drew the Psychic Energy, right? I mean, if that energy goes into play, that means it eventually goes to the discard pile.
Yeah.
That could have possibly been the difference. And look at this, Sableye being prized once again for Mitchell. A path to the peak, nothing like too terrible for Mitchell's side. You want to have access to the Sableye, at least make it a threat. But on Allan's end, 3 energy cards, one of them being that special reversal energy and also Radiant Greninja in the prize cards.
Well, if that game 1 was any indication for how this series is going to be, I am excited for what will be provided. There is a Mew start, and now Mew is a great starter in a lot of matchups, but it can be a little bit of a liability here against Lost Zone decks.
Yeah, it's definitely true. It becomes a little bit of a clogged up space on your bench, but its Mysterious Tail is extremely powerful, and a lot of times what you need to get going, so not the worst starter. And also, it becomes a perfect thing to be KO'd by an early Cramorant, so I'm sure Allan is crossing his fingers that Mitchell is going to take that early knockout.
So just checking through the deck, we'll note that Radiant Greninja is in the prize cards. And we'll be going first again in this position. So we will just see the Battle Pass be used first. Is there something else like a way to search Pokemon out? And there isn't. It looks like maybe an Ultra Ball, but that's a very costly card to get something like Ralts down. We'll be relying off this Mew. I mean, if this Mew doesn't find anything, something like a turn 1 Spit Innocently will put a lot of pressure onto Allan to set up quick or get run over.
Allan does at least have a pretty solid hand outside of, you know, not having a way to find another Pokemon. He has a Mirage Step Kirlia and a Psychic Energy, so we can still see the turn 2 Mirage Step at minimum.
And yeah, really not finding anything. It's just a Super Rod off of that Mysterious Tail. Going to go all in onto this Ralts, looking for potentially a Mirage Step the following turn. Now, at worst, there is nothing Mitchell can really do to knock out this Ralts on turn 1.
Right.
But it is always risky when you have no other Ralts in play and top decking, because if you find one of those Kirlias, you can't Mirage Step it into play.
Yeah, you know that this Ralts is relatively safe for sure. I mean, there's a world, I guess, where Mitchell goes for Comfey and Boss's Orders, Cramorant KO, but that would be such an overextension of resources.
If that's what it takes at that point, I'm here for it.
I mean, I would be down for it if it literally won Mitchell the game on the spot,
Sure.
But, you know, then that gives Allan a turn to just bench a few more Ralts, and then Mitchell would be like, oh, man, I can't put a Giratina in play. That doesn't seem very good.
Sometimes you got to believe, Jim. I don't know if I'm believing in that.
Yeah, not that strategy.
Speaking of believing, there is nothing in this hand. Just gonna concealed cards and pass the turn. What is happening?
Oh my goodness. This is the opening Allan needs, honestly, to get back in this game. I mean, that first game took well over 25 minutes, more than half the time in the round. So Allan really, if he wants to come away the victor in this Swiss round 14, he is going to have to put on the pressure and get a quick win in this game.
Yeah, and this is excellent here. Has the energy to retreat the Mew, and the Mirage Step is already in the hand. Doesn't have to burn any Ultra Ball, so we'll have guaranteed Surge next turn for Gardevoir EX, Shining Arcana. And, I mean,
he's got the guaranteed win next turn if Mitchell does not bench another Pokemon
if
here.
If Mitchell does not draw into anything either off the top of the deck or from his concealed cards, the game is just right there for Allan. Just needs to have one more Psychic Energy.
Turn.
It is a Nest Ball, though, and that will keep Mitchell in the game. And you see, with no basic Pokemon in hand, we'll use the concealed cards before, but I'm not sure that really drew into anything. And now, a very tough choice for Mitchell. Do you just grab a Comfey and try and flower selecting and hope those 2 cards bail you out? Or do you maybe grab something like Giratina and maybe go for Abyss Seeking? What do you think, Chip?
It's definitely a tough call. With a couple of Jet Energy in hand, either of them are fine options. You can get the flower selecting off and then hope to chain that into finding another Comfey or another Giratina and then still pull one of those pieces off. I think the Giratina is not too bad. It's pretty unlikely Allan finds a knockout on it this turn. He hasn't played a supporter quite yet this game. But really, you can't underestimate Gardevoir, especially with a full board of Refinement Curlias. So if Mitchell goes for the Giratina, uses Abyss Seeking, and Allan just responds and KOs it, this game is going to steamroll pretty quickly.
You've got to be careful as the Gardevoir player to not get too aggressive, though.
True,
we saw how important Allan was even being behind in that game. But even if you just evolve into Gardevoir EX and hit this Giratina for 190 damage and the 4 cards aren't much, then you're not committing resources, you're not damaging your board, and you're leaving damage on a Pokemon that you can knock out later in the game with Cresselia or Screamtail. Or just Screamtail.
But with your opponent's start being what it is here, like, they've only got 2 cards in the Lost Zone, right? If you knock out this Giratina, you're going to have multiple turns of them really not doing too much for you to try to just mount an onslaught of an attack. And that, honestly, considering the time as well, that's a big part of this, Ethan.
True.
You know, Gardevoir normally is that methodical, come from behind deck. Allan's kind of got to put the pedal to the metal here. He's got to try to get these knockouts and put on the pressure so that he can become the victor in Game 2, and then there's enough time for Game 3 to have a conclusion.
You see, not even playing that Iono in hand, just straight full throttle, just drawing the 3 cards off Avery. This is like Tierno here, Chip, just gonna draw a few cards and say, you know what, that's good enough for me for the turn. There are a few Psychic Energy in the discard pile, and this is where Allan has to understand this balance between overextending and also doing it in a way where you're trying to limit how much your Pokemon are damaged, but it looks like it's just going to be Ultra Balling into this Gardevoir EX, playing a Fog Crystal, grabbing a Psychic Energy, and it is just going to be going in, using Miracle Force for 190. And I think besides the clock, Chip, I like this play.
Yeah.
Don't get overzealous.
But the clock is part of things here,
I mean,
right?
that's the thing to think about. But
that's the thing about these tournaments. You know, you're not, you got to think outside of just playing one singular game of Pokemon. You're playing a best of 3. There's a 50-minute time limit. You have to make adjustments on the fly sometimes.
It is tough.
Because this play, I mean, Allan is still multiple turns away from winning, and while he is in a great position, and he will probably win this game, it's going to just take, and he's made it now effectively take 1 extra turn, maybe 2 extra turns as well. So now we're going to get to a situation where Allan's going to win this game. There's going to be 2 or 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
And we're going to tie.
Now, we're in a position here where both players are actually okay with a tie in this situation. Now, of course, they both want to win, but being at 10-2-2, you do put yourself in a spot where a win in your final round would put you in a position to lock up a spot, most likely in Top Cut. So, action will continue. We are at 16 minutes left on the clock, as Mitchell will have the chance to play a first supporter card of this set and does find that Colress's Experiment.
Yep.
So, after a slow start, finally getting things re-kicked off.
We definitely should not be counting Mitchell out. No. You know, I mean, Allan is in a favorable spot. If there was any, odds on this game or anything like that, you would definitely heavily be favoring Allan from this position. But if there is a comeback deck, something that can find a way in this game, we know for certain it is the Giratina V-Star.
We'll see the Colress get played. Lots of great options. That Nest Ball, really important to get down another Giratina. You see, even considering valuing evolving this Giratina V into a V-Star. Now, that is an okay option. I don't necessarily know if you need it this turn. You kind of want potentially options to just draw more cards and see through the deck. You see Mitchell really in the tank about what to select here off of this Colress's Experiment.
Yeah, trying to figure out exactly what the correct line is. Losing a path and losing an energy, not the best, but valued the other cards a little bit more in this instance.
So now the question here for Mitchell is, what attack do you use this turn? Do you poke this? That feels so bad, hitting into this Gardevoir EX with something like Cramorant. Just really going to get knocked out by. This is a Pokemon that is almost always during the game. If it's going to get knocked out, it's going to be from something like the Star Requiem. You're going to save it for a position like that. And you see Mitchell just prioritizing getting more Giratina V into play to threaten more damage and more options of play on the following turn.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. Could hit with the Cramorant like we mentioned, but even just a pass this turn is, I think, going to be where we end up. It's not the end of the world, and, you know, force Allan to do something here.
Yeah, no reason to use Abyss Seeking. It's just not worth the value of putting up a 2-prize Pokemon.
Yeah, force Allan to find the boss's orders, or, you know, let that be something that later on Allan has to try to
It's just going to take a knockout, not even going to use any refinement abilities.
I like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Allan recognizing the clock, right?
Yeah.
And playing to what he needs to do, you know. Optimally would be to just discard cards with refinement, thin out the bad cards, play a supporter, do whatever. He knows his hand cannot get disrupted, right? You know, Mitchell only plays 2 Roxanne. That's very common in these Giratina lists, and he knows that the clock is absolutely his worst enemy at this spot. So just take a knockout and deal with the rest later. Comfey to the bench, bring the other one to the active, and then once again bring that other Comfey back to the bench so that Giratina can move in to the active spot and use that Star Requiem. Let's see if he has those pieces.
This is what makes Pokemon so exciting. Nobody's out of it yet. This is what dreams are made of for Mitchell. Can he put himself into this position here? Now, there is that Giratina V-Star, so you can evolve that Giratina V, give yourself a little bit more HP. But with how things are working here, I think the pieces are guaranteed. Mitchell has not played an energy card yet for turn, and with that switch card, can get this attack off. Or considering putting it, there are 2 switching cards in hand, even better, can start to power up the second Giratina V-Star.
Yep, has the switch, has the switch cart as well, just double counting the Lost Zone, 9 currently. This Comfey puts you up to 10. Not the best hit, a pair of energy cards.
Yeah.
Definitely a little annoying, but it is what it is, and it is going to be a fine recovery here because it is going to yield you 2 prize cards jumping ahead in this prize trade.
Yeah, and again, I understand the clock, but not drawing more cards when this whole matchup comes down to Roxanne, putting you into bad cards. It's such a small trade-off for just taking 20 seconds going, refine, draw 2, refine, draw 2, refine, draw 2.
I probably would have liked to have seen Allan refine and just do it quickly, right? That would have probably been good, but as it stands, here we are.
Star Requiem taking the knockout onto this Gardevoir EX. Mitchell back in the lead, but there's still a very heavily damaged Giratina V-Star on the bench. And honestly, from Allan here, I would like to see him play around Roxanne. How do you think he can do that, Chip, when it comes to not getting hand disrupted potentially this turn?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to utilize some other alternate attacker in the Screamtail or find a counter catcher, right? And counter catcher bringing up one of these single prize Pokemon, probably one of the Comfey, seems pretty strong. Bring up a Comfey, get rid of it, and then, you know, you don't get Roxanne, and then you have a pretty clear prize trade as well to just knock out one Giratina, knock out the other Giratina, to take your final 4 prizes.
Allan's playing this deck for a while, all throughout this season, all throughout this format. If anybody's going to find a route to win this game, it is him. Starting the Refine train off, Battle VIP Pass, hitting the discard pile.
Finds another Battle VIP Pass, which I expect to be discarded once again here.
And has already used that Mysterious Tail, and there is the second Gardevoir EX. So
not too bad.
One of these Refinement Gardevoirs are going to get evolved into this. You usually really don't want to lock your refinements out of play, but at this spot it's okay. And there is the Counter Stadium and the Jirachi. So there is a few options of play here. This really signals either Counter Catcher or Reversal Energy. One of those copies is in the prize cards, Chip, so we'll have to just find that single copy if Allan wants to go after this active Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, and let's also remember a couple of basic psychic energies in the prize cards as well, which always could throw a little bit of a wrench in things.
Really smart sequencing, not shuffling the deck, just using Shining Arcana, but not getting rewarded for it. They're 2 pretty mediocre cards, and yet again, big 2 cards here.
There it is.
Find the Counter Catcher, though. It's probably not as good as Reversal Energy knocking out this Giratina, but you'll take it.
Yeah, it's what you got to do here in this spot. And now the question as well is what to attack with. If you could use the Moonlit Hill or attach an energy from hand, maybe attacking with Gardevoir EX would be pretty nice. But the fact here in this position, Allan would have to put so many damage counters on it. It would be an easy response from a Lost Impact. He doesn't quite have that play.
Yeah.
So he probably just has to go with a Gardevoir normal attack.
Yeah, and usually you want to leave a Curlia open in this spot because your Gardevoir EX can always get knocked out. But with Star Requiem being used so early, it's okay to just draw some more cards. Those 2 cards, though, really not that helpful. Another counter stadium and that Professor Turo's scenario, or not that Turo, looks like just a boss's orders. And there it is, counter catcher, and we'll do this play I mentioned. Go after this Radiant Greninja, take a knockout, and then try and set up a 2-turn win condition, or rather 2 knockout win condition. Knock out this damaged Giratina V-Star, and knock out this Giratina V-Star on the bench. What does Mitchell have in this hand? And this looks like a really solid 4-card hand. 5 cards now, has Colress, Mirage Gate, pivoting options. Mitchell still in a position to respond.
I think there are quite a few energy cards in the discard pile, quite a few in the Lost Zone. Actually, just 1 or 2 in the discard pile, it looks like.
You did play that Super Raw the previous turn to put that Comfey and a few energies back in play. Starting off the Flower Selectings, a very easy choice. How will Mitchell sequence this through? There is that Cramorant in the hand. Is that the attacker you maybe want to use on this turn?
Yeah, Cramorant seems perfect here. We saw earlier, you know, Allan had his Gardevoir's attack. And it's nice that the Scream Tail is already in play for Allan, so even if Mitchell uses something like the Roxanne this turn, it's going to have to be Roxanne plus Path, and cross your fingers that Allan does not have the counter stadium. Now, it's a pretty decent shot, honestly, because Allan has no Curly on the bench, no Gardevoir with Shining Arcana on the bench. So if Mitchell can give Allan just 2 cards from Roxanne and put a Path to the Peak in play, we'll just have to see what Allan draws into.
Now there are 2 more stadium outs, and those are going to be the big cards for Allan coming up on this turn. Now this is a question here I had Mitchell for maybe to just hold that Path to Peak, don't play it the previous turn, and then play it in combination with the Roxanne when your opponent has a lot of options.
I don't really hate it here. I mean, one of the reasons you play 4 Path to the Peak is because you do want to be a little aggressive with them, and it forces your opponent to utilize their stadiums early. So now, you know, if Mitchell holds off Paths this turn and then Roxanne's, that's one more counter stadium that's still remaining in Allan's deck. Mitchell here still has a really solid chance to find another copy of Path to the Peak.
I mean, that's what it's going to come down to here,
It is. It definitely is.
It's the trade-off.
Seeing 6 cards here, he's got a Comfey in the active. He's got another one on the bench, you know, an energy already to retreat.
And finds that path, and that's exactly what he's looking for. Also has the counter catcher in hand. I feel like you obviously want to just deal with this Gardevoir, but it's just options to have potentially for later on.
Yeah, you definitely want to just deal with this Gardevoir for a few reasons. 1, it's got a bunch of energy on it. It can be a really good attacker for Allan. And 2, it's Allan's only way to draw cards at the moment. So take that Shining Arcana ability out of play. Take all those energy cards out of play. And let's see it. Does Allan have a stadium card? That's all he needs. If he does, he will win the game this turn.
And there's not just Ultra Ball and a few energy cards in this hand.
Yeah, that is not great. The Gardevoir can withstand a hit, and we will see Allan attach an energy for turn to it so that it can become a pivot and retreat next turn. But what does Mitchell have? No way to win the game on the spot.
Does have boss's orders, so this is a question here. Maybe you play the boss's orders and target this Screamtail down. What do you think about that, Chip?
Yeah, that's got to be the best play to go for here. Now you would then in turn force Allan to find 2 cards next turn. He would need boss's orders and a counter stadium in order to bring up and KO Mitchell's Giratina V-Star on the bench with his active Gardevoir.
And it's just going to be a spin innocently. Here we go. What is a top deck for turn? Is it a counter stadium? It's just a Ralts is going to have to attach this active and maybe retreat into this Mew on the bench. Use this Mysterious Tail. What can we possibly find off of this? There's a Super Rod, but I don't think there's anything else you can do. You can put more of these Curlias into play, but we saw Mitchell hold on to this boss's orders. This is going down to the wire, and it's just going to be a pass back. And the Super Rod top deck, if there's enough energy cards in the discard pile, a Psychic and a Grass Energy can be found, and I think Mitchell has found all of the pieces here to close this game out. The Super Rod, putting the energies back in, and the Mirage Gate as well. This is exactly how you draw it up.
There you
Boss
go.
and Mirage Gate, and Mitchell closes out 2-0, going to 34 match points and putting himself in an excellent spot to enter into this top 8 cut. Wow, Chip, wow.
What a game that was, Ethan. That game 1 really down to the wire. Allan had a solid chance to win, but his deck just did not cooperate, did not find enough Psychic energies. You know, maybe there was an opportunity to get one in the discard pile earlier on, but as it stands, Mitchell found the boss's orders off the top of the deck, and it was boss's orders in back-to-back games closing things out to put Mitchell in an excellent position to make top 8 of this tournament.
That was an incredible set, but that game 1 was crazy. That boss's orders top deck is the best moment we've seen on stream, hands down, this entire weekend.
Without a doubt. And it did. You have to think back to this game 1 where Allan was maybe a little unfortunate to have to start the Zacian V, one of the more annoying starters in the deck. It is nice because you can be aggressive, something Gardevoir normally is not, but Mitchell did have the turn 1 Cramorant attack and was able to find the Super Rod to bring that Cramorant back and immediately take 2 prizes.
And this is why people say this matchup is so close, because it feels like either player can win the game. The tempo swings back and forth between these players. And these 2 boss's orders in game 1, they were the make or break, right? Bringing that Gardevoir up, taking the 2 prize cards. This play, and also an excellent line for Allan, using double reversal energy, 240 damage back into this Giratina V. But it was that final turn where we saw the boss's orders be found after investing into this big, costly knockout into the Shining Arcana that was able to allow Mitchell to close out game number 1. What a top deck.
And let's remember as well, right, starts with Radiant Greninja, uses concealed cards, and passes. Has absolutely nothing going for him, top decks a Nest Ball on the next turn, is able to get a little something going. Allan had an excellent setup. Didn't play supporters early, but got the turn to Mirage Step to fill the board with Curly, as we saw Gardevoir pieces available all throughout the game. Excellent counter catcher plays, tons of different options. Allan wisely this turn playing around Roxanne as well, but it was all for naught, as Mitchell eventually was able to find the combination of Path to the Peak and Roxanne, and Mitchell just was able to lock Allan out of finding any of those stadium cards that led to his eventual victory.
Roxanne was a lie game 1, and then Roxanne wasn't a lie game 2. So, you know what, 50-50 evened out. I'd say that's pretty good.
Hey, let's remember, though, Roxanne, it did give Allan the research, but Allan still didn't find the win, right? So maybe Roxanne was a little bit of a lie, but it just gave Allan a little bit of false hope, almost. There was a chance to win that game. Didn't quite happen. And yeah, Mitchell with a 2-0 victory. Congratulations.
It's a shame this format's coming back to an end, because I think for anybody watching that is a great VOD to review on the pros and cons of playing this matchup out, maybe some small moments where things could have gone differently. Masterclass in the matchup there, but it is going to be Mitchell advancing to 11-2-1, inching his way closer and closer to top cut. It was kind of heartbreaking for me to watch that match. I had Giratina and Gardevoir EX on my 2 cards to succeed
for
this weekend.
Yep.
So you know what? At the end of the day, I'm going to take the optimistic approach. I was winning regardless. So.
Well, definitely the person winning regardless was Mitchell Silva here. Yeah, 34 match points, 11-2-1, like you said. Will hopefully be able to ID in the last round. 35 match points most likely will be safe at this event in order to lock up a spot into top 8. And while we're waiting to get our player ready for an interview, we can look at some of the results out in the field. It looks like Colin Matthews did take the loss to Lucas Zing. Now, I did notice that result was submitted pretty early, so I almost wonder if Colin conceded to Lucas, wanting Lucas Zing cuts.
This? Oh, this is next round. So yeah, it looks
pairing's
like
already up around number 15. It looks like
Lucas Zing is at 11-2-1. So if Charlie, and it looks like Charlie Lockyer actually played his matchup out, was in a position to potentially double ID, but won the round before.
Yeah, I mean, his opponent probably couldn't ID is what the situation was. Got down paired, his opponent had to play, so he has to play, and yeah, he gets to a 12-2 record. Colin Matthews at 12-1-1. They are both absolutely locked up, and this round it does look like Colin Matthews and Mitchell Silva got paired up. Of course, Mitchell just got the win. So I have to imagine that will probably be an ID there, most likely. I don't know that Colin wants to play it out and try to beat Mitchell out of cuts. That's a matchup that, as Mew VMAX, you kind of are okay having in top cut. Even though Mitchell has the Spiritomb, it's really not terrible, right? It's not too bad of a matchup by any means for the Mew VMAX. And then, yeah, Charlie Lockyer and Lucas Zing will most likely ID, and then a ton of win-and-ins happening as well.
Yeah, lots to talk about for the next round, but for now, we have an interview ready with Mitchell Silva. Let's throw it down to the lounge and hear from him.
Welcome back to the lounge, everyone. Adam Watson joined by Mitchell Silva, who is, based on what early math we can fathom, has just made top 8 here in Vancouver. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It's been a rough couple days. Every game's going to game 3, almost to time. But that's how the format is, and hopefully I get in top 8 and draws go my way.
Mm-hmm. And your match is kind of going very deep into the time. Is that a factor, as you said, just a meta game, but does Giratina V-Star kind of factor into that at all, or have you feel like you've picked up your pace playing this deck?
So you have to pick up your pace to get through the rounds, but yeah, Giratina, I mean, in nature it's a comeback deck. Roxanne Path is how you win the games with this deck, but I mean, that was probably, I think, my 5th Gardevoir, and
wow.
those games against Guardy or Mirror or certain other ones, they go long, so hopefully the draws just go your way at the end, Roxanne sticks, that kind of thing.
Right, so you feel the Gardevoir matchup is pretty even in the long run, but you know what you're doing, played against 5 of them. Was that your hardest Gardevoir match yet?
I mean, that
seems pretty close.
So I played against a lot of Gardevoir and a lot of really good players playing Gardevoir. So they've looked a lot like that, win or lose. It's, dude, who hits it at the end. But yeah, all my opponents have been really good all weekend. But yeah, Steven Tobacco, he plays Gardevoir. He's one of the friends. We probably played 25 games on Thursday night. So I've had my fix this weekend.
Wow, that's stellar that you were able to predict and prep for a deck that ended up being so popular. Were you expecting a lot more new VMAX as well when you brought out the Giratina V-Star, perhaps?
Not so much expecting it a lot, but hoping to hit it. You know, I'm a Path deck. I have Tomb. I'm happy to play Muse, but I haven't hit one all weekend.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I haven't hit a Mew all weekend, so we'll see from here.
And other than Steven Tobacco, who helped you test into the Gardevoir matchup, is there any other shout-outs you want to give to maybe some friends at home or any other testing partners you have?
Yeah, everyone that's here with me, all the homies from NorCal. We've been playing Pokemon a long time, so you guys are the best. Family, girlfriend, mom, everyone back home. Shout out to all you guys.
Yeah, big representation here for NorCal up in Vancouver. We know this has been a stiff weekend of competition, even though it's a smaller tournament compared to how big these other regionals have gotten. As you've already said, Mitchell, the players are fierce. And I guess before I let you go to prepare for your next match, maybe pad your record with 1 or 2 more points.
Sure.
What are you looking forward to for the next format for Temporal Forces? We've had a mixed bag of answers here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I don't know, except for kind of a couple YouTube videos I've seen. I'm not going to UIC, so it was between, choose between here or there, and I didn't test at all, so I figured I'd do a little bit better here before rotation, and paying off so far. But yeah, I think it's a good format, so I'm sad to see a couple decks go, but change is always good.
Yeah, and you've got your options open now, right?
Yeah.
Heading into the next tournament, you can really dig in and start to test. So I'm really excited to see what you come up with, Mitchell. But we can now kick things over to a break, but don't go anywhere because Swiss Round 15 will be next. See you soon.
Experience the extraordinary in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet. Paldean Fates. Available now. Products sold separately. Booster packs of 10 cards vary by product. Cards vary by pack.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. It's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not gonna go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as being able to take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that sometimes even talking to friends or even just being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really, I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
I started playing Pokemon probably when I was 3 or 4 years old. I loved collecting the trading cards as a kid, got into the Game Boy games a little bit later, and got hooked on the video game championships in 2010, so I've been playing pretty long. I remember reading an official Pokemon magazine that was recounting some of the results of the 2009 Video Game World Championships, seeing some of these Pokemon on top like Empoleon and Abomasnow. It really got me curious about, what went into the doubles format and why it was different from maybe the singles that I'd been playing before. My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon from Sinnoh. I think Drifloon's just the cutest Pokemon. When I first saw it, I loved its simplistic but really cute design. I love its evolution. I just loved it since I first saw it. look up to in the community. Aaron Traylor is somebody that I have an awful lot of respect for. You know, a number of different regional titles, somebody who's like really helped me try and understand maybe some of the things to approach in the game, some of the stuff like kind of outside of just playing the game that you need to do to become a better player, like mental, for instance. I'd love to fight the current world champion, Zine, again. We had a chance to play at the 2022 World Championships, and I think we've both improved so much since then. Now that he's the reigning world champion, that's somebody that I'd love to fight. I think I might have to go with Umbreon. I really love the ring design as a kid. I grew up when Gold and Silver and the Pokemon in them were still kind of hot and new, and Umbreon and Espeon just have such timeless designs. It's the people I get to hang out with. I have friends all over the country and people that I might not get to see otherwise. You know, being able to see my friends and travel to somewhere new is just such a really unique experience. I don't think anything else except Pokemon would be able to do that for me. No, I just don't think sweet and savory mix. Those are two different things. I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I'm more of a vegetable pie kind of guy. I'd have to go with my father. He's just been there for me the whole way through my video game championship journey. Just been incredibly supportive. He started out by taking me on the bus to go to events. Now that I'm an adult, he hasn't come to an event for a bit, but I'm sure he would be delighted to learn that I won the World Championships. I like Mew. It's just like cute and mysterious. It's hard to get in the main series of games, and that's something that I've always loved in Pokemon. I love the ones that are a little bit hard to get, like Hydreigon, Garchomp, Pokemon nestled away in some rare kind of cave. Not that Mewtwo's not one of those, but Mew's nestled in a cave, and you have to go to an event for it. It's just unique.
Vancouver has been a treat so far, and it's only going to get more exciting and entertaining as we enter into our last Swiss round in beautiful Vancouver, Canada. For those just joining or who have been tuned in, my name is Ethan Hegster-Heggie. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie. What else can we say? It's been an incredible tournament. We keep saying things are going to heat up, but it truly will. This is what it comes down to, the win-in round at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Yeah, our Swiss round 15 players fighting for one more opportunity to try to make it into top 8. You win here, you get to continue on. You get to continue that dream of becoming a regional champion. If you lose, you're probably going to lock up some championship points, some booster packs, a little bit of prize money, but you're going to walk away wondering what could have been.
Well, players have battled through 14 Swiss rounds thus far. Let's take a look at the Swiss standings, see where our competitors are placed in right now. 2 players already locking their spot up as of this round. As we talked about, Colin playing that new VMAX deck, and Charlie Lockyer making his 3rd top 8 appearance. Did it last season with that cool Articuno deck, the Wild Freeze, playing a very different deck in Miraidon. And Lucas Singh and Mitchell Silva looking to get that last match point to secure themselves a spot in top 8 cut.
Yeah, and actually looking at some of the results that have already even been submitted. So Charlie and Lucas did go for that intentional draw, so they will both be at 35 or more match points. But Hale Obernolte and Edwin Arroyo, interestingly enough, got paired up at 33 match points apiece and actually chose to ID, intentionally draw. So they'll both be at 34 match points. I have to wonder if they were looking at the data and thought that they had pretty good resistance and felt like they have a good shot to make it in as one of those 34 pointers, because 35 match points will definitely be safe. 34 points, so probably a couple makes it in, right?
Yeah, with that intentional draw, that would put how many players here? That would put potentially at max 6 players with 35 or more match points into top cut. So that means we could be seeing something like 30 to 50% of players at 34 match points get in, and then that other bubble, the other percentage get out. And it's going to only be more if players do, like we just mentioned, intentionally draw, or a winner is not decided in this final match.
Yeah, there's always some funky things that can happen in these final rounds. Players unintentionally drawing means that more 34 match point players make it in than we would have thought initially. So these are all just our best guesses, our best estimations based on, you know, the many, many Pokemon tournaments that we have been to over the last few years and the many times we have seen this play out. But anything is still possible. It's not all over until someone takes that final prize card.
And we can take a look at our caster predictions very quickly, see what we thought were going to do well throughout this weekend. Now, of course, I had the Gardevoir EX and the Giratina doing well. You had Charizard, so speaking of which, we're actually going to be having a matchup between our two top picks here. So maybe a little bit of biasness, but we're going to keep it very fun. We've got an excellent match between our two competitors. It's going to be Caleb Gedimer up against Rowan Stevenal. What a match this is going to be.
Yeah, really just two of the best players in North America. Caleb coming from the US. Of course, Rowan being a Canadian trying to get the win in his home country. He did win the Hartford Regional Championships last season, and Caleb had an absolutely incredible run at the end of last year with multiple top cuts at regional championships. He's a multi-time regional champion as well in his own right. Hasn't had a crown in a little bit of time, though, so I know it'd mean a lot for him to try to make this deep run and try to walk away with yet another regionals title.
Elegance versus Destruction. It's going to be an excellent matchup. We're ready to throw things down to the table and get Swiss round 15 underway. What a match between both of these competitors. I actually watched this matchup a little bit. I think you were watching this too. Caleb taking a very interesting approach to this matchup. What was that approach, Chip, and do you think he'll do it again in this match?
So the first thing about this, right, you know, you look at this matchup on paper, Charizard's a dark type, Gardevoir's weak to dark. A lot of people would look at that and think, oh, Charizard has a good matchup. And that's really not the case, and has not been the case for the majority of this format. Gardevoir is definitely favored into most Charizard decks. But when it comes to the deck selection here for Caleb, there are a lot of pretty interesting techs. He's playing an Avery here. He's playing Lost City, something that has fallen out of favor kind of recently. And he's also got a Panic Mask as a tech. All cards that aim to be just a little annoying in this matchup specifically.
Speaking of annoying, look at these prize cards here for Caleb. Double Charmander, Mew, and the Forest Seal Stone in the prize cards. That Forest Seal Stone, very big at allowing Caleb to get set up early and consistently.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, that Forest Seal Stone being just the one of. That Mew normally pretty important as well. But yeah, Caleb and crew, you know, he of course works with the dynamic and strong testing group of Azul Garcia Griego, Grant Manley, Grant Shin. Those four players have been dominating a good portion of this season. Of course, Azul getting a regional title earlier on. But yeah, they've come up with a really interesting strategy for this matchup, and it involves attacking with Charmander quite a lot. I think we'll be seeing Caleb just poke quite a bit with just some heat tackles. And Rowan did go first, but did not have much to speak of on this first turn.
Yeah, that's okay when you're trying to Mirage Step. We didn't see that or any Curlias in the prize card, so that is a little bit risky, of course, as we mentioned last round. If you do have
just depends what the contents of the hand are, right?
Curlias in hand, things can get a little bit awkward. What's not awkward, though, is Caleb's excellent first turn, starting things off with Arven. So can search the deck out for that Battle VIP pass. Now, finding Forest Seal Stone here would be great, but not having that means Caleb may not be able to get enough pieces this and the following turn to maybe do what lots of Charizard players want, that Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard.
Yeah, and there is an energy card in the hand as well, so Caleb has a few options. Could use this Arven to get a Battle VIP pass, find a Rotom, and use Instant Charge to end the turn. But he also could attach an energy for turn to the Pidgey in the active spot and use that pretty solid Call for Family attack. It allows you to just search your deck for two basic Pokemon and put them directly onto your bench. Is going to, of course, grab the Battle VIP pass, but the interesting thing to watch is going to be, does Rotom hit the field or will it be Call for Family?
I think Rotom here is maybe, well, the thing is, right, you've got to think about what can Rowan put together this turn. I mean, what are the odds that he really attacks, right? Like, what damage is he going to put into play? Versus what other Pokemon do you need to get down? I mean, even if you only have one Charizard in play the following turn, what are the odds that Rowan is getting 9 total energies and a Shining Arcana and Gardevoir EX in play the following turn? Listen, I've played this deck a while. I've done it before. It's not a dreamer flex or anything, but it's not likely. It's not very probable.
And not super probable. You got to play to the odds at some time, but also at the same time, you want to play safe. You right? You want to play around as many reasonable possibilities that your opponent could have as possible.
So will be the Rotom and the Charmander put onto the bench with Battle VIP Pass. For some players, this last round may be the last time they play Battle VIP Pass in a regional event. So hoping for them as much as you can. And it is just going to be where this energy attachment goes. It will be onto that Heat Tackle Charmander.
Yeah, that is one nice thing for Caleb. He did prize 2 Charmanders, but does have 2 still in the deck, and the ones that he has available still are both of his Heat Tackle Charmander, which is kind of his strategy in this matchup. Just poke, be annoying, put a little bit of damage in play so that Rowan can't play around things like the Panic Mask later on in the game, and that is something that will almost be guaranteed to lock you up a turn or 2 if your opponent can't get through a Charizard.
And Rowan doing the bare minimum. Radiant Greninja coming down, evolving into Kirlia, and Mirage Step will put all of these Refinement Kirlias into play. This is a simple and great strategy for Rowan, and this makes it so the matchup just every time these simple check marks get hit, right? Attach for turn, get Ralts down, Mirage Step. It gets even harder for Caleb unless he goes for, like we mentioned, maybe a little bit more of an unconventional strategy.
Yeah, let's see what Caleb does here. He has played quite a few Gardevoir throughout the course of this tournament up to this point and has a pretty solid record against them overall. So we'll see exactly if it's going to work out. Does play the Arven here. He has the pieces to go for Rare Candy, Charizard, just start swinging, start attacking. But normally that's where you find yourself in a tough spot as the Charizard player. The Gardevoir player pieces together, you know, Reversal Energy, Gardevoir EX, Shining Arcana, and just knocks out your only attacker. Let's see what Caleb does here. What's his approach?
Does reveal and show that TM Devolution.
It's definitely something that can be a factor.
So here comes the decision making. Now, there is that Vitality Band, but it looks like with the Ultra Ball, considering maybe not needing that necessarily. So we will see Vitality Band hit the discard pile as Ultra Ball gets played, and it is going to be Pidgeot EX in combination with one of the rare candies in Caleb's hand. A Quick Search is now online. The backbone of this deck is in assembly. It is all constructed. What will Caleb choose to grab off this Quick Search? That's really the next decision for him here.
Yeah, probably just another Charmander. I think that's the thing he's missing right now in this hand currently. You want to at least have the threat of Charizard be something that is available that you could go for. So even if you're going to just poke with the Heat Tackle, if you only have one Charmander in play, it goes down. You know, you're not threatening really too much. So grabbing another Charmander seems pretty solid. And let's see, is this strategy going to play out for Caleb? He shuffled the deck, so we're not going to see Rare Candy Charizard. I think we're just going to see Heat Tackle poke.
Showing that TM Devolution. Way too early to use it, but it's something you've got to keep in mind if you're Rowan.
Yeah, it definitely can be solid. Now, interestingly enough, looking at Rowan's list, he actually only plays one copy of Rare Candy in his deck. I don't think we've seen that from Gardevoir up to this point.
No, really just fully relying off Mirage Step. Some games, if you really can't use Step, you're kind of out of luck. It's working out well here so far for Rowan at 10-2-2 and working out in this crucial match where he has a chance to make it into the top 8. Start things off with Refinement. Finally finds a Psychic Energy to use that Concealed Cards ability. So this is where, as Gardevoir in this matchup, if things play out normally, you usually are down a few prizes and can get full value off of Reversal Energy.
And I think that's one of the things with this strategy from Caleb that he's aiming to play around. He doesn't want to let Rowan have access to those comeback cards. I mean, this strategy is really trying to take advantage of the way lists are currently being built from these Gardevoir players. There's only one Boss's Orders in many of them. A lot of people cutting Pal Pad as well. Now, Rowan doesn't play Battle VIP Pass in his deck. He has been a very strong advocate for the no VIP Pass Gardevoir, which is maybe a little bit of a hot take for many of our players, but it's what Rowan's been doing. It's what he has found success with as well. And that allows you to have a lot of extra deck space. We see he's got the Cresselia in here, a card that many Gardevoir players have cut more recently, and he also does have Pal Pad in his list.
And wow, look at this for Rowan. Usually we don't see this Gardevoir EX come into play until there's a big turn for a knockout onto Charizard, but instead understands Caleb may just sit here. Rowan will be the one in this matchup putting on the early aggression. We see Gardevoir EX coming out turn 3. All 3 refinements used, and there are enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile to allow Cresselia to use that Moonglow reverse attack and take out one of these Pokemon on play for Caleb. Either one of these Charmanders are the only Pokemon that can be knocked out.
Yeah, easy choice here for Rowan. Definitely want to target down one of these Charmanders, take this KO. But then for Caleb, this is kind of a situation he is okay with because now his counter catcher is active, so he has different lines available. We could see something like the counter catcher to bring up that Gardevoir, and then even a Lost City coming into play to send that Pokemon to the Lost Zone.
It's not actually going to be a prize taken.
Okay.
We're just going to see 80 damage onto this Pidgeot EX. Rowan may be having a little bit of a counter strategy for this.
Yeah, super interesting what we're seeing here, Ethan.
So now Caleb is the one asking the questions of, well, if my opponent's just not going to take prize cards on anything, am I going to be put into a position? Literally, if you even just sit in heat tackle every turn, the Cresselia can just heal
Move
all
that
but 10
damage,
off,
yeah.
and that's not really going to be a strategy that gets you anywhere. And the more time you give Gardevoir, the more time they can construct their deck and hand to only have cards they either want to discard or want to find off of hand disruption.
Yeah, I actually watched a really interesting game from Caleb in day one yesterday. You were standing there watching it as well. It was his game against Jake Gearhart, I believe, back in round 5 or 6, something along those lines. And we were talking about this strategy afterwards, figuring out if it would work out. And Jake Gearhart, you know, did end up losing a very long game 1, which led to Caleb eventually being the one to win the set. I mean, it was just Caleb kind of poking, doing a little annoying things here and there, playing around all these comeback cards that Gardevoir normally plays, and eventually Jake just kind of ran out of gas at the very end of the game. Now, one thing that I think is definitely going to throw a little bit of a wrench in the plan here for Caleb is the Pokemon we just saw attack the last turn, the Cresselia. This is a card that many Gardevoir players have cut from their list, so Caleb has probably been able to capitalize on that. Does his strategy now change knowing that Cresselia is a viable option for Rowan?
So it looks like quick search being used to find a supporter for the following turn will be that Iono. And there is also a Jirachi in the hand. This could maybe shut down what Rowan has committed to in this Cresselia play. We are just going to see the Nest Ball evolve into Charmeleon. Now, this is another one-prize Pokemon that can do a little bit more damage than Charmander. I hope it does if it's going to take all that strength to evolve.
Yes, yes. Dealing 50 damage with its combustion also becomes a decent option. It's got the Flare Veil ability as well, so it cannot be affected by the effects of attacks, so it's double protected from Cresselia right now, thanks to the Jirachi and, of course, its own ability.
And we're just going to see an instant charge used by Caleb, so not putting any more damage into this Cresselia. I mean, if Rowan's plan is to just use Moonglow Reverse and knock the active out, you're almost assisting him at this point. He just doesn't have to commit any more energies to this active Cresselia. We're going to see the concealed cards, and this is just standard run-of-the-mill stuff here for Rowan. Does have some things in the back of the mind, I'm sure, thinking about, okay, well, after I take a knockout, once we finally start taking prize cards, what is this exchange going to look like back and forth? But for now, it's just thinning the deck out, discarding cards, going on his way.
Yeah, and this is the risky thing about this strategy for Caleb. You give Gardevoir tons of time, and if you give Gardevoir time, it is going to probably pick you apart. But ultimately, that's what Caleb is kind of hoping for, is that Gardevoir is going to just get through the deck, have a lot of resources utilized, and then you'll find yourself in a position where, you know, you can keep track of all the resources that have been utilized and try to capitalize on that in some way. You know, boss's orders, counter catcher, bring up some Pokemon. You know, with all these different energies being locked up into play currently for Rowan, is that something that Caleb can try to capitalize on, ensuring that a Zacian or a Gardevoir can't get a one-hit knockout that it normally would be able to if it had access to more energies in the discard pile?
It's ways that you can play around this. Got to think outside the box, especially when you're up against a dedicated sort of Gardevoir main, as I would call Rowan, has pretty much been playing this deck, a very similar build, not playing anything like the Battle VIP Pass. We're just seeing these Nest Balls as the inclusions to find Pokemon out.
Real quick update from the floor at table 1. Colin Murley Matthews and Mitchell Silva, who we saw in the last round, did intentionally draw, so they are both locked up. We know at least 4 of our top 8 players for sure. And then, you know, 5 and 6 have a pretty good shot in Hale Bernolti and Edwin Arroyo.
We are going to see the energy attachment to the Gardevoir EX. This could be an opportunity where Rowan maybe starts to attack with this Gardevoir and sort of push these prizes in Caleb's face, maybe tempting him a little bit, saying, hey, look, I've got a juicy 2-prize Pokemon here for you. Would it be a shame if it got knocked out or something?
Yeah, it definitely would be an interesting strategy. You don't normally want to attack with your Gardevoir EX into the Charizard matchup, but might be an opportunity for Rowan to try to capitalize on Caleb's little shenanigans that he's going for. And, you know, I don't think Caleb's going to fall for any sort of bait plays like that. You know, he's going to be pretty wise to any of Rowan's possible tricks.
So not retreating, not doing anything else, but moving 1 damage counter from this Gardevoir EX to the active Charmander. Will be now at 2 damage counters on it. So the way the math actually works, this 20 damage is slightly relevant because now it will only... not quite, since 10 more damage would be relevant since it does 300 damage for 8 energy cards attached.
Sure.
I was thinking for a second it was doing 310.
I don't think this Charmander is probably ever going to become a Charizard, though. That is the thing as well. I think Caleb would rather Heat Tackle KO his own Charmander than utilize a Charizard.
in play. Yeah, that's fair. So Caleb will just continue to turn out.
And hey, this is a pretty good turn for it. That Tech Avery. Rowan kind of grimacing at that supporter being played. What does he discard here? Losing a Curlia that you put into play with Mirage Step feels pretty painful, but I think it's really his only choice, right?
Yeah, this is maybe a situation where Rowan could have played this game without having the Radiant Greninja, or it's kind of weird, right? He would still get discarded, right? It's
one of the
situation.
things is that, I mean, it's Caleb playing an uncommon card, right? Rowan is never going to play around Avery and Charizard. Nobody plays Avery and Charizard, and it's one of the benefits here for Caleb and, you know, just Pokemon players in general to play unconventional tech cards that your opponent won't be expecting.
And this is actually very smart from Caleb with this card, because what it does is it forces Rowan to use something like the Super Rod early on, which you really want to be using to get your Gardevoir lines back when they're knocked out.
Caleb is absolutely keeping track of every single one of those cards that hits the discard pile mentally. You know, he is well aware that Rowan only has 2 Super Rod. No Gardevoir list. Rowan plays 3 Super Rod?
He does.
Are you kidding me?
I was talking with some of the Canadian crew, and they were telling me on
when you play
Friday.
no Battle VIP pass.
This
You
is
can
true.
fit the 3rd Super Rod in your deck.
If I was playing Gardevoir, every turn I open, go first, attach, and then just have Mirage Step in my deck, then the deck would be broken. You don't need Battle Pass.
So both of these players trying to capitalize and play things that their opponent may not be expecting. Rowan was caught off guard by the Avery from Caleb. Now we'll see as this game progresses, does a 3rd Super Rod play from Rowan catch Caleb off guard?
It is late into the tournament, so I would be curious if maybe Caleb and his teammates have discussed what these lists look like.
Yeah, both of these players are definitely well networked, right? They've got lots of friends. They know what other people play, and they're all, you know, surrounded by other top-level players. So they definitely talk. They definitely, you know, if Rowan had any friends that played Caleb, they definitely told him, hey, yo, Caleb's going for this crazy, weird strategy. And if any of Caleb's crew played against Rowan, they definitely told him, hey, this guy's got 3 Super Rod, right? So all things worth considering.
And still, Rowan not taking any knockouts, just hitting this Pidgeot again with the Roaring Scream. It will deal 120 damage, so Pidgeot is now up to 200 damage on it. And this puts it in range of a few different attacks. Now there is the Cresselia, or rather there is the Jirachi in play, so Cresselia can't quite finish it off, but I mean 80 HP, not a lot remaining, and it is that 2 prize Pokemon. So see how Rowan can use these sort of what seems right now is pretty, I mean, they're significant, but they're very unconventional plays. They're not really progressing towards knockouts as fast as these decks usually try to, but it's for good reason.
I think we're about to see a 2nd Pidgeot come into play, by the way. Quick Search found a Pidgeot. Now Arvin going to get another rare candy. You can only use 1 Quick Search per turn, so not going to have that as an option, but Caleb wants to make sure that he has a Pidgeot to respond to 1 Pidgeot eventually being KO'd.
So we'll see how this dynamic plays out. Right now, Rotom is building this hand up to be monstrous, having almost any option that Caleb really wants to work with the following turn. Trying to see if there's any key cards in Caleb's deck that could be relevant. We already talked about the Panic Mask. We've talked about the Technical Machine. There is a Lost City in this deck. Could that be relevant as well, potentially?
Yeah, Lost City is definitely going to be something that Caleb wants to try to utilize at some point. This deck, you know, this strategy, he's almost trying to play it as a control deck, right? You know, totally pivoting the normal Charizard game plan, capitalizing on what his opponent has utilized, what they've already discarded, and, you know, if that means that he can Lost City something to limit your opponent's options, you know, he'll go for plays like that.
This Screamtail may get another Energy Psychic embraced onto it. See Rowan just really thinking about how to sort of respond to Caleb's control-ish strategy in this matchup, not taking knockouts, being patient, and what Rowan has sort of come to at this point is, without having any easy choices off of these refinements anymore, is getting rid of key pieces that usually matter in this matchup. We saw Counter Catcher be refined and discarded the previous turn.
Yeah, Rowan, you know, no slouch at all. He's a very good player, able to adjust on the fly, and that's exactly what we're seeing him do with a play like that.
So how does Rowan want to go about this? We do see Level Ball now hit the discard pile off refinement. Total energy in play, including the discard pile, is 7 right now. So that does leave only 3 psychic energy remaining, assuming we're not dealing with prized cards or cards unavailable. Are we about to see reversal energy go on Gardevoir EX? This game is just completely out of ordinary.
Yeah, things are getting a little unhinged out here. Really interested to see how this is going to develop. Which player is this going to work out for? Is Rowan going to find a way around Caleb's funky strategy? Is this strategy from Caleb even that good? Like, that's another question these players probably are wondering. But, I mean, it's really cool to see because you think about how this matchup just conventionally goes. If you're just attacking with Charizard every single turn, even with stuff like the Panic Mask, the Lost City, the Avery, more often than not, Charizard is going to lose to Gardevoir. I mean, Gardevoir is just that powerful of a deck when it can utilize things like the reversal energy, like the counter catchers. So Caleb, this strategy is trying to just find some other way.
And here we go, Rowan taking the first knockout. Finally, prize cards taken, and I think things are going to get a little bit quicker from here on out. So Caleb is sitting on a pretty solid hand at that. Has Rare Candy Charizard in hand, Iono, and even one of those counter catchers that are online since Rowan does have a prize lead at the moment. And Caleb is going to think long and hard about how he wants to navigate from this point on.
So with the Screamtail being able to take 2 prize cards on a benched Pokemon, Rowan does have the pieces to just kind of close out this game naturally. He's got 1 Boss's Orders, and he's got 1 copy of Pal Pad. So if Rowan can use Boss's Orders to bring up, say, the Rotom, and then later on in the game use Boss's Orders on a Charizard or a Pidgeot, whatever he needs to KO, that is an easy map for him if Caleb continues with the Heat Tackle strategy. But it looks like it is time. Caleb is moving on the offensive. He's got Counter Catcher in hand, and we are finally seeing a Charizard hit the field.
So let's see what this counter catcher goes after. It will be that Gardevoir EX. So that reversal energy really getting no value on the Gardevoir. If this Gardevoir goes down, the reversal energy will be gone as well.
But I think Rowan recognizes, you know, this reversal energy is not going to be useful regardless, right?
Followed up by an Iono. So Gardevoir EX will be going down. Rowan's hand size decreased to 4 cards in hand. As Caleb gets 6 more cards. I don't think has used Quick Search yet, so that is still an option on the table. You always want to plan ahead. That is the benefit of sort of having a free card search for something you don't necessarily need on this turn.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for here. It looks like Panic Mask being eyed up. A tech tool card we don't see too often. It's come in and out of the metagame in certain decks, and it is mainly utilized as a response, a tech for the Gardevoir matchup. Prevent all damage done to the Pokemon this card is attached to by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon that have 40 HP or less remaining. So if Rowan loads a bunch of energy onto a Shining Arcana Gardevoir, it's not going to be able to get the KO onto a Charizard EX.
And it will be a little bit harder because Rowan has chose to not play something like Moonlit Hill, which can sort of heal you out of the range where Panic Mask would prevent you from attacking. But what it is preventing right now is that Screamtail on the bench.
Yeah, Screamtail not able to attack into this active, even to do a little bit of damage. You know, Screamtail's already got a bunch of damage counters on it. It already has a bunch of energy cards on it as well, which is another thing that's kind of annoying for Rowan. Even if he could load a bunch of energy into play somehow, some way, there's just too many into play. It makes it way more unlikely for that to happen. He does have Collapse Stadium. He's got Professor Turo in his list as well. Those are both ways that he can try to get some of those energies that are in play into the discard pile. Yeah, we'll see how he approaches things and what ends up developing from this point forward in the game. Is Caleb has tied things back up with a knockout on Gardevoir EX.
And what seems like sometimes even a not really that important decision of promoting your Pokemon is super important in this spot for Rowan because of the ability to retreat energies off and allow you to have more flexibility. He was really contemplating whether to bring that Screamtail up. You can maybe retreat an energy off and give yourself that option later on, but chose to just promote this Kirlia straight away. You already see Rowan looking through the discard pile to see what Pokemon are available to be brought back with Super Rod. This is where things can get very interesting. We're going to see the attachment to the Kirlia is thinking about whether or not to retreat at this point, and we are going to see the retreat going into this Screamtail, so essentially a net minus onto this Kirlia. Now has no energy cards. The Screamtail is in a position, with the way that the panic mask actually works, is it able to
it can attack.
just attack?
It can attack something on the bench,
Yes,
though.
it can.
Can't attack this active, and that's what we're going to see. It's going to deal 120 damage to this benched Pidgeot EX. Now, something interesting that Caleb could go for now would be his Lost City. Get rid of this Screamtail, and then with the Jirachi being in play, the Pidgeot is now going to be safe from a future Screamtail. Now, the one problem with that is that it lets Caleb take a prize card. And if Caleb takes a prize card, he's ahead on prizes. Rowan can now utilize Reversal Energy, Counter Catcher, all of those different things. Yeah, how is Caleb going to approach this? I have no clue.
May come down to late game Iono, late game disruption. This is where things get scary. And Rowan has played very excellently to not fall into too many traps, not really get rid of anything that's too crucial resource-wise. That is the benefit of having lots of experience with this, and also being able to think really out of your script that you do in this matchup, because this matchup does typically follow a very simple script compared to others. This is, we're going full improv here, Chip, in this match.
We definitely are. Now, Caleb did grab off the quick search a Manaphy. He could put that into play. It does make things pretty awkward if Rowan was to play something like Avery, but I actually believe his Avery is already discarded. Now, like we mentioned earlier, Rowan does play Palpad, so there is a possibility for the Avery to come back into play. But yeah, I'm looking at Caleb's board and seeing an Avery could be pretty devastating, to be honest. And look at what we're seeing here. Charmeleon come to the active. And I gotta say, Ethan, I don't think Charmeleon is knocking out the Screamtail. I think we're gonna see a boss's orders this turn and put some damage onto one of these Curlias.
See if you're right, Chip. Does have, there's no Stadium card in the hand. Now does have that Super Rod. That is another resource that Caleb has to manage very carefully, especially when retreating these Charizards potentially multiple times.
Yeah, only 6 basic energy in the list. It's kind of the norm in the Charizard EX deck at this point. With a pair of Super Rod, you have to really utilize that resource at the perfect time and try to capitalize on the fact that you're only playing. I mean, it's really nice to play such few energy cards. It allows you to have way more space in your deck for tons of other techs. And yeah, here we go. Boss's Orders is going to bring up that Curlia, and Combustion deals 50 damage to it.
And with the way this math works out, you can't Psychic Embrace onto it twice to retreat it. So this is a position where Rowan's really got to think about, is it worth getting this Curlia out of the active spot? Do I maybe need to look to find a card, like you mentioned, that Avery, to force my opponent to make some tough decisions? But it's kind of weird because, I mean, honestly, if Rowan plays Avery here, maybe Caleb is just okay to get rid of that Rotom and that Jirachi and then just keep the bench as is, because Moon Glow Reverse can only really take knockouts onto one prize Pokemon at this point. It would take a lot of resources, a lot of energy spreading, which is really not great in this matchup.
And we're actually going to see Refinement discarding the second Gardevoir EX. So 2 Gardevoir EX in the discard pile. Rowan does still have 2 Super Rod remaining. And look at this. You know, this game has progressed pretty slowly at this point, but Rowan only 6 or so cards remaining in the deck.
Are we going to finally see Shining Arcana come into play?
Looks like
it. Looks like we are. Maybe looking for a card that's been yet to be found. Maybe something like a key supporter card. Does have Boss's Orders in the hand.
I see that Palpad in the hand as well. Super Rod available. Looking at some Pokemon in the discard pile.
How many Gardevoir EX are in that discard pile?
I think
that's my question.
Both of them are at the moment.
So we're definitely going to see one of those come back. And the choice now here for Rowan is, do you put back in a Ralts? Do you put back in another one of these Gardevoir EXs if you assume it's going to get knocked out? I like this play here. You know, at some point, most likely, if you decide to put Gardevoir EX into play again, there's a high chance it could get knocked out. But at the same time, I'm actually not sure how the prize mapping would work for Caleb at that spot. Most likely Rowan, if he's going to put Gardevoir EX, would have a plan to win the game prize mapping-wise before Caleb does.
Yeah, really interesting to see how things will develop and close out here. Rowan may be able to try to thin the deck down to a situation where he can just win in 2 turns, you know, use a Boss's Orders, and then Palpad back the boss and leave himself with such a low deck size that he can find the boss to close out the game, right? You know, there's a Pidgeot EX with a bunch of damage on it on the bench. There's the Rotom that has 190 HP on the bench. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here, as Palpad will put back that Boss's Orders.
This is a great play here for Rowan to shut off this quick search.
Now, Caleb does have a response to this, and that is benching another Pokemon and using his collapsed Stadium to get this Rotom out of play so that it is not an option for Rowan to be able to close out the game on with a boss's orders on the next turn. It's going to be kind of hard for Caleb to accomplish, though, with no quick search Pidgeot in play to find whatever key piece he needs.
Yeah, now putting the Gardevoir EX back in the deck makes sense, because if your opponent's response is to Iono you and then use Collapse Stadium, you're going to need to find another Gardevoir EX to make a big power-up play or target down the bench Rotom with your Miracle Force attacks. I think this play is smart here from Rowan. We are just going to see actually a retreat, and this does a way to preserve your Gardevoir EX. And we are just going to see one more Psychic Embrace ability, and this is perfect math. Rowan has really put everything together so far in this game as we come towards a head. I mean, this has been a 35 or over 35 minutes, or almost over 25 minutes in this match. We're going to see the Scream Tail built up to be able to use Roaring Scream for 160 damage. Rowan 2 prize cards away from clinching out this long, grueling, grindy game 1.
Yeah, this is quite the game that we have seen thus far, Ethan. Let's see what Caleb Gettimer has. Can he find the collapsed stadium? That, I think, is ultimately going to be the play for him here. Get rid of this Rotom. He does not have it in the hand currently, but I actually see his 1-tech copy of Professor's Research. So he's got a pretty good opportunity to dig for it.
And not having Quick Search anymore means that it's going to be a lot harder. So Rowan taking his 4 prize cards on 2 smart Pokemon, both of those Pidgeot EX. I think that's exactly what he wanted to do and has done that flawlessly.
Caleb taking stock of his own discard pile. He's got the Super Rod in hand. I think he's figuring out here how likely is it for him to draw an energy card off the Research. He's got Super Rod, can put a couple back. You know, can he safely promote this Charizard EX and find that card?
Let's see how things play out. This is where you've really got to decide. Well,
you got to promote something, Caleb. Rowan saying, you got to promote something. Caleb saying, yes, you are correct. Getting a little ahead of himself. He's got to draw a card to start his turn as well. Laughing at, yeah, you can tell these players kind of in the tank here, thinking through all their plays. And I got to admit, that is probably not one of Caleb's better top decks. Boss's Orders, pretty annoying to draw into when you're planning to play Professor's Research.
A piece Caleb would have really loved to have at this spot is that Force Seal Stone, but it's still in the prize cards. With that, maybe a Research allows you to find one of your 2 pieces, or would already just have that piece, right? Yeah. The Pokemon in the hand already.
Yep, pretty annoying, pretty unfortunate. He does have the Pokemon, the Charmander, in order to put into play. He's also got a Charizard EX in the hand, so he could guarantee the energy by evolving the benched Charmeleon, but I think he wants to keep the Charmeleon around as a way to just attack, to do the 50 damage, to do the strategy that we've seen him continue to do thus far in the game. But he's actually grabbing his other Charizard EX out of the deck currently.
Maybe just a way to thin it out. Maybe just doesn't need the Charizard.
I mean, I think that is the case. It's like, if this active Charizard gets KO'd, I lose the game anyway.
Yeah, can't grab Luminion because you need to have no Pokemon that get easily knocked out to something like Miracle Force on your board. And here we go. I mean, I think you probably still just play this last Ultra Ball, find the Luminion. You maybe would want it at the end of the game to close it out, but you've got to maximize your outs. You can't leave... I mean, you're leaving it up to chance, right? You're leaving it up to the probabilities off the straw, but you've got to make the odds ever in your favor.
Oh, he actually discarded the Charmander. Yeah, he thought about benching the Charmander and didn't do it.
Wow.
Yeah, so now he doesn't have the bench space to find the Collapse to get rid of the Rotom.
That is a very interesting play.
So we are going to see the Charizard be utilized, just guaranteeing the energy card is able to be found. Yeah, I'm kind of curious about the discard of the Charmander here.
Maybe that was a miss. I feel like that had
there's
to
no
have
other
been your
basic
line.
Pokemon in the deck.
No, there's not. Is there another Super Rod, though?
I think he has only played one, I want to say. It's a little hard to keep track of all these resources.
Might have actually been the second one that just hit the discard pile.
Yeah, it may have been. There is a counter catcher. There's the Lost City. Is that something that Caleb could utilize here? Can he take advantage of the amount of energy cards that are in play from Rowan?
Not with how much damage is being pumped out. There's nothing that can be done on that end. And we know the other Gardevoir was put back into the deck. This could just be a, unless it wasn't, but I'm almost certain it was.
Yeah, Gardevoir is in the deck for Rowan. And even if it wasn't, he's got Super Rod to get it back, right? Yep. This one is going to go to the Lost Zone, right? But there is the, even if the other Gardevoir wasn't put back, he would be able to get it back. And yeah, Caleb just going to go for the KO. Let's see if Rowan has it. All he needs is Gardevoir and Boss's Orders, and he wins the game.
So here's Level Ball. And yeah, wow, only having 5 cards in deck, and
Yeah.
Luminion is also an out to finding boss's orders.
Pretty sure it's guaranteed here. Refinement plus the Shining Arcana. Unless, I guess, literally the bottom card of the deck is Gardevoir. If he has no Ultra Ball left, I guess that would mean he doesn't find it. And there's the Gardevoir. So he's at least got that. Boss's orders brings up that Rotom. Evolve into Gardevoir, retreat, and here we go. That is the knockout, and that is 2 prizes for Rowan, winning game number 1.
What a long game. Almost a 35-minute game there, but Rowan pulling it out, going up 1-0. He's sort of shrugging a little bit, saying, do you think that sort of a strategy would work against me? And it didn't. He won that game out, and I don't really feel like in that spot I was ever really convinced Caleb was in the driver's seat throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Caleb can get rid of the Rotom that turn, you know, it gets a little interesting, right? How things get closed out from that position forward. You know, Rowan can't really do much without putting a Gardevoir in play. I mean, I guess he could just Scream Tail at least once, maybe. Yeah, super interesting strategy there from Caleb. Maybe a little bit of a misstep at the end. I don't know. It's really tough to say. Maybe the collapsed wasn't available. Maybe it got discarded earlier and we weren't quite on track with that. Yeah, who knows?
Yeah. Well, that's how Pokemon plays out sometimes. That would have been a really close game if that collapsed stadium play was available. But even something like the Panic Mask, because it only prevents damage done to that Pokemon itself, you're able to just play around it. And then that Manaphy was forced to come down to play. At the end of the day, Rowan found the pieces needed. Boss's orders, plus the Gardevoir EX, closing things out, taking 3 knockouts on non-Charizard line Pokemon. It's an unconventional strategy, but when your opponent sort of plays how you never expect, you've got to think up some new tricks in your book. And this will make me wonder, does Caleb take a completely different approach in this game number 2 with only 16 minutes left on the clock?
Yeah, he may have to, honestly, and the clock has to be a factor here for Caleb. You know, hope that Rowan starts poorly and then just try to capitalize, rush him down with a Charizard EX super quickly.
So we'll see. Pretty sure Caleb will choose to go second, which is pretty much how this usually always works with the deck. And Rowan going, maybe it changes up, do you think?
In this matchup, normally Charizard actually does want to go first.
Yeah, because if they hit it's that sort of dynamic where if Charizard hits everything, they hit the Battle Pass, then they're a little bit more favored going first, but it doesn't always happen.
The way to think about it really is that there's only, you know, one correct choice in a given matchup, right? Yeah. You know, both players should want to do the same thing, to not let their opponent get what they want to do, right? And, yeah, so I think Caleb will most likely choose to go first, but we'll see. Unless he's got his own strategy cooked up, we know. So there's a chance that, of course, changes things.
Update from some of our other matches. Derek Hugh moving to 35 match points with Charizard EX, and that Rotom we saw be so powerful, as well as tons of Pokemon for Rowan in the prize cards.
There's a lot going on here.
The boss's prize, the Avery's prize.
There's a lot going on here.
This is why the prize cards always throw me for a loop sometimes, and it will be Caleb kicking things off, and does have that Battle VIP Pass, one of those 4 copies in the hand going first. It's a big advantage for Caleb, but it's going to get the bad news that Rotom is nowhere to be found.
Yeah, this would be a pretty decent hand for Rotom as well. He's got, you know, a Charizard already, so Rotom would let him dig for the potential of finding a rare candy if he wanted to get aggressive. You know, with only 15 minutes left on the clock, that is probably going to be Caleb's best strategy. But for now, you know, opening up with the Battle VIP Pass is still solid. Pidgey and Charmander hit the bench.
And it will just be passing the turn back over to Rowan. What does Rowan have to work with? Fog Crystal, not a bad start. Can check the deck. We'll see that one of those Refinement Curlias are in the prize cards. Is a very big deal in this matchup. If Charizard plays sort of their normal strategy of just going aggressive, setting up quick search, and then finding boss's orders early to target down the refinements, similar to what we saw against that Zoroark box deck yesterday when they just target down Curly and you try and just slow your opponent down with their aggressive draw that they can have.
And one of the things we've talked about with Rowan's list already, does not play Battle VIP Pass, so as Gardevoir, it does make your early turns maybe a little bit weaker. It does force you to rely maybe a little bit more on the Mirage step, but more often than not, you're kind of okay with how things play out. And with the Fog Crystal and Level Ball being played already, Rowan can get plenty of basic Pokemon into play on turn 1.
So we will see the third Ralts come down into play, and this is just Rowan showing respect to Caleb being able to pull off turn 2 Rare Candy Charizard. That would be a devastating play if you draw into one of your Refinement Curlias and one of your Mirage Step because you have one prized. Getting only one Curly off Mirage Step is such bad value.
Yep, yeah, not ideal, but you know that's why we see the extra Ralts come into play, right? So if you do draw into a Curlia, you can at least evolve it. Mirage Step for one doesn't feel great, but you know it gets that one into play. Rowan does only play the one Rare Candy, so it's a little less likely that you're going to be able to utilize just a Ralts being in play, but with 3 Super Odd, you can bring back Curlias. There's a lot of options.
So Rowan will get the bad news that some of those key cards are in the prize cards, but the hand is looking plenty solid for the following turn. Has Iono, has some Psychic Energy in the hand, so we will see how things play out. Time winding down, but we're going to be still seeing some exciting action between both of these competitors.
Yeah, the most likely result at this point is probably that just Rowan gets the 1-0 victory, and then behind that is that Caleb wins game number 2 super fast and they tie. And the more Pokemon that Rowan puts in play, the more cards that he plays as well by utilizing a supporter, the less likely option 2 becomes.
He does draw into one of those Refinement Curlias off of that Iono, and we'll actually use the Teleportation Burst to deal a little bit of damage to Charmander. If it starts to maybe heat tackle a little bit more, it can be tough. But look at that, Rare Candy, Pidgeot in the hand, but I don't actually think there's much else of a follow-up because I mean...
No Rare Candy, no Charizard, no Ultra Ball, not even an Arven.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, you can't get all the pieces. I was like, maybe you grab Fish, and then Fish grabs you Arven, and then the Forest Seal Stone lets you search for a card. But I actually don't think there's another Rare Candy in the hand either.
No, yeah, actually,
is there?
If he wanted to, that play would work, right? You Luminion for the Arven. Arven gets you the Rare Candy plus the Forest Seal Stone. Forest Seal Stone gets you the Charizard, right? So it gets you everything if you wanted it, but...
You have to have a piece in hand, though. You have to have one of the pieces.
Why? Because Luminion gets you Arven.
Because you use the quick search for Luminion.
Yes.
So then Luminion's Arven.
Arven gets you Rare Candy and 4 Seal Stones.
Oh, that's true. Never mind.
So you Rare Candy and you 4 Seal Stone for the Charizard, right? But
that's a lot, though. Yeah.
You could just Iono into it, which is what Caleb Gettimer does.
Built different, finds Rare Candy Charizard. Who needs to overthink and guarantee things when you can play a little bit risky? These are the chances that you have to take in your final Swiss round when so much is on the line. So there it is, Rare Candy Charizard, and Caleb is now the one putting his foot on the pedal. And we're just going to see one of them get evolved. It is going to be the Heat Tackle, taking the knockout. Let's see what Rowan has off of this Iono.
Mirage Step or no.
There is a Mirage Step in the hand.
And that Refinement Curlia got put to the bottom on Caleb's end.
That's right. We'll probably see an attachment to this active spot. This is a smart play from Gardevoir players, just to make sure that if your refinements do get targeted down, you still can keep some energy in play and maybe put on some attack. But it's actually just going to play the Iono, so taking a little bit of a risk. You do still know that one's at the bottom, though.
Yeah, he knows one is at the bottom, so not super high odds to draw into the other one. And if he does, we could just see him evolve it. So it wouldn't be too bad.
We'll actually play the Ultra Ball this turn.
Maybe get Greninja here just to draw a little bit more, get through the deck.
Yeah, more actions, too, means more time off the clock, so it's also another good thing for Rowan.
Something to consider. Rowan definitely would love for this game to end as a 1-0.
Yeah, but it can be tough in turns of time. Lots of times this game ends up not actually being a lot of turns, though it is a lot of time taken on the clock. Let's see what the Refinement drew into. There is a Level Ball, a Reversal Energy, but I actually think that Rowan's pretty much done everything he wants to this turn. Can use this Mirage Step, put Curlia into play, skipping, having to evolve from Ralts. And now Caleb has a very solid setup. He's got Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard in play, and can now use Quick Search. We'll see if this maybe grabs something like the boss's orders to put some aggression on these bench Curlias. We're sort of seeing the normal pipeline go through, but it is actually just going to be Rare Candy. It does have an Ultra Ball to follow up as well.
Yeah, Ultra Ball can maybe find the other Charizard, just get it into play before potentially Pidgeot gets targeted down this turn. That way you have more access to it right now. You have less access to it in the future. And we will indeed see the Rare Candy into the Charizard. So now all of those Pokemon are kind of set up and ready to go. All he needs is a Charizard EX, doesn't even need to find any energy. And Boss's Orders will target down the Refinement. You see that pretty often from these Charizard players. Even though the active Curlia's got a couple energy cards on it, the draw power of the Refinement Curlia is what's important, and it's especially strong to target that down when your opponent only Mirage Stepped for 2 Curlia. You know for sure one is prized.
You know it's unavailable. You know it's not there. This action is back over onto Rowan. We're going to see Fog Crystal find the Psychic Energy and does still have a Ralts in play. So if there's something like a Super Rod, it's a little costly to use it this early, but you can at least continue the refinement train.
And you're a little more, you know, willing to use a Super Rod early when you play 3 copies of the card, right? You don't really mind it as much, and probably one of the reasons Rowan has found 3 to be so helpful up to this point.
Absolutely. Got the space for it without playing cards like Battle Pass. It's a great card to have. You've got to make cuts somewhere, so some cards go, some cards come in. So we will see the second refinement get rid of some more Psychic Energy, so 6 total in play at this point. And we are actually going to see Shining Arcana, so this is a route that Gardevoir can take sometimes to not put any EX Pokemon into play. We are finally now going to see Super Rod shuffle these Pokemon back in. And the question for me now, Rowan has yet to attach so far this turn. We are going to see if that is still a potential option. There's no supporter that's been played yet. We could still maybe see something like the Refinement be used one more time, and that will be what Rowan is going for. After playing the Super Rod Level Ball, we'll grab that Pokemon that was just put back into the deck.
Yeah, pretty nice sequence here from Rowan. He definitely wants to just get through the deck, you know, also, you know, do actions. Doesn't mind how long this game takes. Use that Refinement, discard whatever he deems to be least useful at this point. Oh, that's a pretty useful one. I don't know about that.
This hand looks tough. It's like Counter Catcher, Counter Energy, or not Counter Energy. Oh, wow. This is... I don't actually know if Rowan found a Psychic Energy. Discarded a lot of them on this turn, but it may come back to backfire. I think the only energy card in the hand is a Reversal Energy. That could be costly a little bit early when you're just looking to maybe get 2 knockouts back-to-back.
Yeah,
or 2 hits back-to-back.
And these are the situations where Lost City can be pretty strong for the Charizard player. Now, Rowan is playing down the Luminion V. This is a card we have not seen very commonly in Gardevoir decks for quite some time, but it is in this position going to find an Iono for Rowan.
Very interesting to put another 2 prize Pokemon into play. This can potentially change the entire dynamic of this matchup up.
Yeah, I mean, with that 2 prizes in play, does change things up. Caleb can chase that down potentially. Rowan does, of course, have the collapsed stadium available at some point.
And there it is, just playing the Iono. We'll see 6 cards. Do we see something like the collapsed stadium to discard these pieces? There is an Ultra Ball in the hand.
Yeah, could get the Gardevoir EX if he wants to go for it this turn. Reach for the KO. KO this Charizard while it does not have a Panic Mask.
We will see the Ultra Ball. I feel like that's got to be your best play here, especially after putting that Luminion into play. There it is, Gardevoir EX coming down. And with this, Rowan will tie the game up. An excellent turn following up. I believe this is actually Rowan's 3rd turn, is that correct?
Yeah, and it's pieced together pretty nicely, especially considering that one Curlia was prized, one got KO'd on his second turn, on his opponent's second turn. So, yeah, turn 3. 330 damage, enough to deal with this Charizard EX, taking a 2 prize KO.
It does find one of those Refinement Curlias off of the prize cards.
There's a Ralts on the bench ready to evolve next turn. That'll be pretty nice. Now, how does Caleb Gedimer respond? Lost City could be an option. Panic Mask, something else to think about. Boss's Order is being thought of right away. And honestly, with this Luminion being in play, you know, Caleb is in a situation where Boss wins him the game. Rowan, of course, has options to get around that. He's got Collapse Stadium. He also plays Professor Turo's Scenario to just pick up one of his 2 prized Pokemon. So that is something else to think about. And then also as Caleb, if you go for Boss's Orders, which he went for off Quick Search, so I think we're going to see it, that does mean that your opponent's Gardevoir does not get dealt with.
I actually don't think Rowan showed the Professor Turo the previous game because it was originally prized and then didn't discard it. So I think maybe Caleb would be a little bit more hesitant to go for this play if it was a little bit harder of an out. It's
Caleb
now
is
2
probably
outs.
just recognizing the situation.
Well, sure.
Right?
I think that
3 minutes left.
hard.
You know, he's got to go for this. This is his best shot to come out as the victor in this game, is to take these 2 prizes, hope his opponent can't remove this Luminion in play. I mean, Caleb, you know, pays attention to things. He knows Rowan's list. He knows Rowan doesn't play Battle VIP Pass. He knows that means he has room for extra tech cards.
Yeah.
Every Gardevoir plays Collapse Stadium, right? So we know that's available, and there's a good shot that if your opponent's not playing VIP Pass, they're fitting other techs in there, like Professor Turo.
So
he knows that Rowan's got the plays.
Yeah.
He's just got to play to this opportunity that Rowan doesn't quite have it.
So here we go. Do see Shining Arcana. Now, do we see this energy go to the hand? If there's not an energy there, it may just be better to concealed cards and discard it, but there is an energy, so we could potentially just see this put into play. You could just put it on the bench, Curlia, maybe. That's not a bad idea. I think I like that best out of all the choices.
Yeah, and it looks like that's where the energy is going to go. Get it into play. Can be retreated off later on if need be, and it also just is one more energy in play without a damage counter being placed on that Pokemon.
We do also see the concealed cards. I believe there is a counter catcher in the hand, and that could be a big piece to make it a little bit harder for Caleb to maybe find the boss's orders on the following turn.
Did he just find the Turo? No, I think that might be the Avery that he found. Yeah, it was the Avery drawn.
Still plenty of ways to draw more cards. We could see,
but still a decent amount of cards in the deck, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's going to come down to what the odds for this look at this point. This is what it's going to come down to, it seems. So here we go. We've got Refinement. We've got two Refinements, and then potentially, if you want to evolve this, you can evolve into Shining Arcana. Do we see the Turo?
Or the Collapsed? I don't think I saw it.
Maybe the last Super Rod in hand. Is there any cards you want to put back in? No, we're just going to see the Manaphy discarded. Here we go, big 2 cards. Do we see the Turo?
Or the Collapsed? Either one would do it. I don't think they're in the hand here, Ethan.
There is a Shining Arcana, so this would be the last chance to evolve this Curly on the bench into Shining Arcana, thin the deck out as much as possible, and then any of those 2 outs, if you can find them, and then you could always dig a little bit more with a supporter card, so it's not quite over yet for Rowan if he still has that option.
You have to look for the Collapsed. It cuts off the opportunity to play Turo if you use something like Iono or Research or Avery or Worker, whatever it is.
So here we go. It could come down to this. We're going to see the Shining Arcana evolved into play.
Rowan has seen so many cards this turn. Look at that. Not many left in the deck. About 8 or so, it looks like.
So here we go. 2 cards. Do we see it? And there
Turo,
it is. The
first
Turo
card
is
found.
And also has the counter catcher. I think this is exactly what Rowan's going to probably want to do this turn. Pick up this Luminion. We're going to see a better Pokemon put into its spot. One that doesn't give up 2 prize cards. And then last questions is, how do you want to play the rest of this out? Super Rod is a good choice. You know, you're going to probably need Gardevoir EX to close this game out at some point. So we're going to see that put back in. And the question now is, do you ever put in something like an energy card to give yourself a little bit more consistency off of this almost inevitable Iono as a response from Caleb?
Yeah, Iono has to be Caleb's real only play from this position. And Caleb actually can get the knockout with the Charmeleon that's in play if he wants to. It may be better to just go ahead and throw out the Charizard, get the Panic Mask on it, something along those lines. But yeah, we'll see exactly how things develop.
And that's a big find too. Has reversal energy. That means that if a Charizard comes out or even something with a Panic Mask, this Arcana Gardevoir may not need to damage itself enough to get out of that range.
Yeah, Panic Mask may not be enough. It may come down to Caleb having to attack with the Charmeleon here. Get this 1 prize KO. Hopefully bench another Charmander off an Iono, something like that. Try to make 1 more Charizard. Try to win in 2 turns. And yeah, off Iono, cross his fingers that Rowan cannot find the game-winning combo of cards.
So let's see. I think only Rowan's choice is, does he want to play Counter Catcher? Now, it does give you an out later on, but I feel like shutting Quick Search off could make things a little bit more... It's kind of weird,
Caleb's deck is much worse when it does not have Pidgeot in play. But Rowan will just choose to knock out this active, leaves the Quick Search hanging around. We'll see if that opens up any lines for Caleb to potentially capitalize on.
I think I just like this from Rowan. Give yourself more outs in the deck to win the game at this point. Especially with the Pidgeot there, you need less energies to knock it out. You only need 8, so it could be relevant.
Something Caleb could do would be to bench a bunch of Pokemon and then use his own Collapsed Stadium to discard his Pidgeot. It's quite a bit to find. Yeah. There's a lot of Pokemon in his discard pile already. He has already, I think, played 1 of his Super Rod, and his hand is not the strongest. So I got to think the odds there are not the highest. But if there is a line available, Caleb's going to try to find it, and he's going to go for it.
So our in-game clock says time has been called, so we'll see who is turn 0, but with how this has worked out, we will either have a tie or Rowan will be advancing to 11, 2, and 2. So it's going to come down to these next couple of turns. So see the Ultra Ball. Let's check how many basic Pokemon are in there, but Caleb just understands that out is so unfeasible. We'll just see the Charizard
used Quick Search
evolved.
already. He found the Panic Mask. This is the line we're going for. You know, once Charizard comes into play, we're not going for the the collapse getting all of our 2 prizers out of play option.
So Caleb here is turn 1, so this will finish away whether we want it to or not. We're going to be seeing the end of this second game. Iono being played, Rowan getting just 2 cards off of this draw, and Caleb's all in on this play. Bring Charizard up, put the Panic Mask on, and say, look, if you've got what it takes to win this game, you will be a top-cut competitor at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Let's see what Rowan has access to. Has 2 abilities on the board. We could also see potentially a refinement. And
he's
look
already
at
got
this
it in his
hand.
Yep.
Even has the Pal Pad. This can put back a beneficial draw supporter into the hand for, or rather into the deck for Rowan. We did see that Avery hit the discard pile, and I think that's probably the best one you want to put back. You could also put Iono, but I feel like Iono's return is really just not worth drawing, potentially the 2 cards at the end of the game.
Yeah, not even going for it up to this point. Rowan actually starting with the Shining Arcana does hit an energy card. That's pretty nice as well, to be honest.
So it looks like not even shuffling the deck as it seems. We are just going to see Rare Candy get discarded. What do we see off of these 2 cards?
There's that collapsed, and I think, yeah, Gardevoir.
That's just it. The Gardevoir can evolve, and since Reversal Energy is still on board, it's still active because Rowan's behind. He can Psychic Embrace, power this Shining Arcana Gardevoir up, and Rowan Stavinaw will be advancing to the top cut in his home country of Canada.
Yeah, well done. Well played by Rowan. Able to try to find a route against Caleb's unique strategy in game number 1 and then set himself up very, very nicely in game number 2 to just come away with a 2-0 victory.
What a set. Very interesting that first game, and the second game played out sort of how we would typically expect this matchup to be, and you can kind of see why Caleb went for a more unconventional strategy in that first game.
If you're just attacking with Charizard, you're just asking to lose this matchup most of the time, especially when you're playing against a player of Rowan's caliber.
So we'll see Rowan in the top cut. That's another Gardevoir locking up a spot. We saw Lucas Zing ID this round, so he'll be another Gardevoir player in this top cut. This first game is one that I might go back and maybe view a little bit to see how this strategy played out. It felt like Rowan had the, okay, you know what? Sometimes it's interesting to do matches. You never review old matches like this?
Not this one.
Okay, well, at least you're being straightforward with it. So we will just see the Gardevoir get evolved in this game, and this is sort of how things played out. Pidgeotto EX was established twice. We didn't really see that typical in this matchup, but that's sort of how things play out. As our round has concluded, we will be getting into our top cut soon.
Yeah, very, very soon. Top 8 players will be finalized. Standings have to be finalized, and once we get that sorted out, we will be moving on to the top 8 here.
So what a game between both these competitors. You want to see them both make it in. I think a name like this at the top cut would make this an even more a special tournament to really look back on with all these top names. This is just how Pokemon works sometimes. Not everybody can make it in. Rowan will be the one advancing this time here in Vancouver.
Yeah, really exciting game. Yeah, curious to see if Caleb's opinion has changed about the strategy. I wonder if the Cresselia being in Rowan's list does change things about that strat. You know, Caleb has beaten plenty of Gardevoirs throughout the weekend doing, you know, what he did in game number 1, but perhaps some of the Gardevoir players he played against were lesser Gardevoir players than Rowan Stavinow.
What a match. Great to look back on as we are now concluded with all 15 rounds of Swiss. It's been a journey to get to this point through 2 days of competition. We've seen meta decks that I wasn't even thinking about on my plane flight here to be seeing. Yeah, Zorobox.
Entei,
yeah, maybe
Valiant.
even Entei Valiant, some Snorlax stuff. You know, Snorlax maybe not as much, but the other decks a little bit. But it's been a blast so far, Chip, and this is where the party really starts here as we get into our top 8 cut. It's single elimination from here on out, and $10,000 and a trip to Hawaii on the line for these competitors.
Yeah, and don't forget as well, once our top 8 standings are finalized, we will be having our community choice vote in the Twitch chat. So make your voices heard. Let us know who you want to be seeing in our top 8, which match you want to see play out. Pick an interesting one for us, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. All of these players have definitely worked really hard to get to this point, so excited to see how that pays dividends for someone to come away as a champion.
This could play out so many different ways. There's sort of more polarizing matchups in cut. We could be seeing Miraidon play up against Gardevoir. That's a matchup that Gardevoir really doesn't want to play against. UVMAX has a lot of really close matchups, but Roaring Moon is a matchup it doesn't want to hit. So who comes away with this tournament win could totally come down to what this bracket looks like matchup-wise, not player-wise.
Yeah, definitely. The matchups are a big deal, but, you know, the players are the most important piece of the puzzle, right? Finding the correct lines, you know, trying to capitalize on whatever opportunities present themselves based on what your draws are, what your opponent's plays look like. Really exciting things. It's not as cut and dry as, you know, this matchup is favored into this matchup. Anything really can happen. We've seen plenty of, you know, 70-30 matchups where someone rolls 30% 2 times, right? You can totally make it happen.
I mean, lots of Gardevoir players were beating Miraidons out in the field in day 2. So
well, I don't know about that.
I saw a match out there, yeah. Even sometimes I saw a story out in the field. Lucas Zing was playing against Miraidon, went into game 3 and offered the ID as the Gardevoir player, and as Miraidon said, no, I'm playing this. This is a great matchup for me, and then proceeded to lose game 3 with Gardevoir coming out on top.
You never know what can happen.
I have a personal theory. If someone offers you an ID, I feel like you have like a 30% chance to lose the match more than you did before because
it's like you know, jinxing it or something like that. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, throwing some bad juju on it. But yeah, I mean, usually when your opponent offers the ID, that's kind of a tell that they don't feel great about the position they're in. So I don't fault that Miraidon player for saying no. I would probably do the same thing, right? But you know, everyone's allowed to offer the ID once. Can't fault Lucas Zing for doing that, of course, and especially in a matchup like you mentioned, you know, on paper. It's definitely not favorable for Gardevoir, that's for sure.
Crazy to think that from this Paradox Rift expansion, we pretty much went from Gardevoir versus Miraidon being so favored for Gardevoir. It was just such a good matchup to then one future Pokemon making his way into the scene and flipping the whole world upside down.
It's really all it took. I mean, yeah, think back to Worlds when Andrew Mahone and Sajin Park were really popularizing and piloting the Miraidon deck. And even early this season when we saw players like Jesse Parker and JW Creewall doing well, you know, playing Path to the Peak in the deck just to give themselves a chance against Gardevoir. And even with Path to the Peak, it was not a good matchup, right? But yeah, like you mentioned, that one Paradox Pokemon comes out, throws some hands, and Gardevoir was not to be thought of again for quite some time. You know, after Yuho especially won that LAIC, that first Latin America International Championships with the Miraidon, I mean, that deck was just everywhere for such a long time. But as the format has continued to develop, more decks have had good matchups into Miraidon. Miraidon we've seen fall out of favor a little bit, and that's left room for Gardevoir to have a bit of a resurgence, which we are seeing now.
Yeah, and Miraidon also found a way to adapt when it was sort of going back. The original version of this deck really played things like Arven originally to search out those electric generators and to search out the charms as well to give you a little bit more HP.
Charm.
And it went full circle. Now, I'd say majority of Miraidon decks are playing this Peony engine where they're discarding their entire hand, they're refilling it back up with Mew EX. So even a deck like that came full circle at the end of this format after players experimented with it. They said, okay, this works. Maybe we don't need this card. Maybe it's better to be aggressive here, or maybe rely more off of this Pokemon. We've seen Raichu take the forefront as a lot more popular of an inclusion. Sometimes players even playing 2 or Super Rod to recover these Pokemon. Looking back on this deck, it's gone through a lot of changes. It hasn't really felt like it, but it truly has.
Yeah, absolutely. Things always changing, always evolving, and that's one of my favorite things about playing the Pokemon TCG. Things are always moving forward, and players have to adjust to what becomes popular in any given metagame. And speaking of adjusting to the metagame, and speaking of adjusting to your opponent's play, I'm excited to hear from our winner from the last round, Rowan Stavino. Adam is standing by. Looking forward to hearing what Rowan's thoughts are on that interesting line of play from Caleb in game number 1.
Hello, everyone. Welcome out to the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championships, where I'm joined by a player who just made top 8, Rowan Stavino. How are you feeling, my friend?
I feel great. I started the tournament out 2-2, and I was able to rally back to 11-2-2 here, so I feel amazing.
Yeah, Gardevoir is a deck that is known for coming from behind, and you're able to fit into that theme of the deck. Now, Gardevoir takes a lot of time to get going, is a deck that's known for kind of going to time and getting a lot of ties, which you're able to convert to a lot of wins this weekend in order to get the match points to make top 8. You want to talk about how you maybe were able to speed up your pace of play for that?
Yeah, I mean, I talk about this on my YouTube channel. I have a whole video on it. But essentially, there's 2 things I do to avoid ties. One, I concede games when I'm losing. Even if I have a chance to win, sometimes you just got to scoop, have a better chance at the 3rd game. That's a big one. And then the second one, I practice prize checking. I practice shuffling a deck. I can move the cards very quickly. And when you're sequencing out those big Gardevoir turns, Level Ball, Fog Crystal, Refinement, all this stuff going on, being able to move quickly really allows you to close out those games.
That makes a lot of sense. Definitely an often forgotten point is just knowing when to scoop, having that time management. And digging into your game that we just saw on stream versus Caleb Gedimer, it seemed like a game of chicken, right? Charizard with a lot of interesting tech cards versus Gardevoir, both decks being reluctant to take those first prizes. What was going on there?
Yeah, so of course Gardevoir loves to play from behind. I have counter, catcher, and reversal energy, which I really need to kill Charizards. Without reversal energy, it's really hard to kill a Charizard. So it seems like Caleb's strategy was to try and force me to go ahead. And I just refused to do it. I've seen people try to do this before without the tech cards, and it never worked. And I don't think the tech cards make it work unless I mess up. So I just decided I was going to keep staying behind until I could take a clean knockout, have my board set up, have my deck thinned out, and all my energies in my discard.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You made sure you adapted to what your opponent was trying to force you to do. One final question I did have for you, Rowan. I know that you also play a lot of Mew VMAX, and it was kind of a big fork in the road for a lot of players, I think, for this event specifically, whether to play Gardevoir versus Mew. What went into that decision for you?
Yeah, I mean, I love Mew VMAX. I've played it to a bunch of tournaments, and it's like, it was his last ride. He's rotating. I'm heartbroken. But it's just not that good right now. It's not bad, but Gardevoir I think is just the best deck in the game right now, and the only thing I feel not confident into is Miraidon, so that feels pretty good to me.
Playing the BDIF, making top 8 in Vancouver. Thank you for sharing your thoughts about that momentous match with our audience at home. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and keep it underway.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great to hear from Rowan, a Gardevoir master, I would so to say call him. He's done great with this deck here at regionals in the U.S. I know went over to Europe to compete in some regionals.
Yeah, got top 8 over there. Yep, he's had a lot of success with this deck in this format. No surprise that he chose to pilot it. You know, he did win a regionals last season with Mew VMAX, so I'm sure that thought went through his mind. You know, this last opportunity to play one of the most powerful decks of all time, to be honest. But honestly, like he mentioned, Gardevoir just seems so strong right now, and also Gardevoir, possibly one of the most powerful decks of all time, and definitely so in this format.
Lots of questions to still be answered, and it's all going to come down to this top 8 cut. So while we're getting ready for top 8, we're going to take a look at Adam Watson, who interviewed the junior and senior division champions earlier on. You stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here in Vancouver with our juniors regional champion, Eric Brown. How are you feeling?
Very excited because I've gotten 2 top 4s and I've finally broken through and gotten that regional win.
So after competing at a lot of tournaments, almost getting that big win, now you've got a nice championship. Why don't you show the folks at home your medal? Beautiful. That is a beauty indeed. So what deck did you bring to the tournament here in Vancouver?
I brought a Giratina Lost Box because I really felt that it was a good meta call because there's like a lot of Gardevoir and like Roaring Wind, which some people think that it's not like as a good matchup, but I know how to play the matchup, so it worked well.
So you put in a lot of practice with Giratina in preparation for the tournament. You had a good meta call, and it paid off. I also heard that Giratina is pretty difficult to play. What did you do in order to practice this complicated deck?
So I went to like a bunch of cups and challenges, and I just like practiced and tested the deck.
Yep, just practice makes perfect. Were you already committed to Giratina for the tournament, or was it a last-minute choice that you switched over to?
So I started with Mew and Giratina, but then Mew was just bricking too much, and I just like Giratina was just like a good choice for me. Yeah.
And so now you've played Giratina, you've finally gotten your big win, and we're heading into the next rotation. Have you thought about any of the new decks that are coming out that you're excited to play and build?
So I really like Ancient Box and Qian Pao.
Okay. And what about Chen Pao is really exciting for you?
So it's the new card Cipher Maniacs code breaking. It's basically like Starbirth, because you have like so many ways to get cards. Like you can use Pokestop, Radiant Greninja, and the Barrel. So it's basically like really, really good. And I just like blowing stuff up.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, having that attack power and consistency. I'm so happy to hear that you're prepared to continue your winning streak in the next format. Is there anybody that you want to give a special thanks or a shout out to here while we've got you in front of this big audience?
So definitely shout out my mom. She brought me here, and yeah, she does a lot for me. Shout out all my friends. And shout out my sponsor, Card Art.
Okay. Yeah, very well said. And I guess one more question. I know our audience at home is going to be very curious. What is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, I guess I got to say Giratina, right?
I definitely respect that. Giratina did you proud, and hopefully you'll continue to see success on your Pokemon journey. Show the people that fancy medal one more time, and we'll catch you at the next one. Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here on the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championship, and I am joined by our seniors champion, Benny Billinger. How you feeling, my friend?
The feeling is incredible. I just recently won the Knoxville Regional Championships as well, so winning back-to-back regionals just feels amazing, honestly, especially on home turf.
Oh, so you are a local, and you're representing.
Canada, yeah. I'm from Canada, yeah. I live in Toronto, so... Obviously, I wanted to win Toronto, but winning a regional in Vancouver on Canada soil, it still feels really good.
Now, you have 2 back-to-back wins. That's absolutely huge. Was there any special preparation that you did for this tournament specifically to maximize your chances?
So I won Knoxville with Block Lax. And then I had a feeling that people were going to tech for Block Lax. I had a feeling there was going to be a lot of Guardy because that's what we saw a lot of in Knoxville. So adding those two together, I figured that Miraidon would probably be the best play to better my chances of winning, and it ended up working out,
Yeah, Miraidon is certainly a fan favorite deck at this point, touted as being pretty easy to pick up but hard to master. You maybe want to go into maybe some special techs or how you managed to learn the deck to this capacity.
So I think the most important point of the deck is sequencing. The basics of it are pretty easy, but in order to show real success, you're gonna have to want to master the sequencing of it, what to get off of Miraidon, how to sequence your generators properly to maximize your odds, just stuff like that.
And I was told that the finals was actually just a quick 2-0 in your favor, very dominating performance. What was the opponent playing, and what made that match go so quick?
So my opponent was playing Lost Box. Game 1, he started Cramoran attached pass. And then to close it out, the next game, I just got a turn 2 Iron Hands. He didn't have a very good response to it, And then I just went double boss on 2 Comfies and just closed the game out like that.
Beautifully done. Iron Hands EX, one of the best pieces for Miraidon EX, and is in a position to be one of the strongest cards in the next format. What are you looking forward to in the future, especially in the Temporal Forces format?
So obviously I think Block Lax is a viable play, but I will also take a look at other decks, like Turbo Iron Hands and stuff like that. Iron Crown obviously being a big card in that deck. There's also Charizard, classic, just big HP hitter. And there's some other road decks I've heard of. There's a Espathra deck that I've heard of a lot. So I'll just be testing a lot in the next 2 weeks in preparation for EUIC.
You've got a lot of ground to cover, certainly. And now that you've won 2 regionals in a row, are you feeling confident for a three-peat? Are you going to take some rest, some time to chill and celebrate and test? What's in the future for you, Benny?
I mean, the grind doesn't stop, EUIC's in 2 weeks. I'm aiming to win that one as well. So as soon as I get back home tomorrow, I'll start testing.
You sound really confident, and I hope that your success continues to compound heading into the rest of this format. Congratulations once again.
Thank you so much.
And hopefully we will be able to see even more of you in the future.
For sure. Thank you.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road.
I got into Pokemon in 2011 when I was just starting in seniors. Honestly, I would just remember playing in a flower shop with my friends. My best friend at the time actually introduced me to Pokemon. And I remember we would go just grind games after school, play, and then actually the store owner ran the league and she told me about this guy that was coaching and stuff like that. So I was able to contact him and he basically taught me how to play.
Former world champion Andrew Estrada. Anyone can put a stop to the Lugia mayhem. It could be him.
Finals World Championships 2014.
I'll never forget when I actually won the World Championships in 2014. I was 15 at the time and his first year of Master. I was up against the #1 player in the world, Igor Costa. He was a legend in the game when he was still around.
What? If you told me 5 turns ago that Igor was losing this game, I would have never believed you.
Winning that was just nuts.
That means a red signal onto the Genesect. Yep, that's it. That's it. That's the game. Andrew Estrada is your new world champion.
That was probably one of the best days of my life. I've learned that you can never be really the best unless you want to keep getting better. There's always more, and I find that your practicing reflects on your tournament. If you're just grinding it out last minute, I find that your decks are not ready to go or you're mentally not ready to go, and you really have to have the second nature when you play, especially against good players.
You've seen how Estrada's been playing right now. He is on fire. He had a turn 1 attack with a Raikou V.
I really like the game. I really like the competitive atmosphere. It's a very social game. It forces people to sort of step out of their character in a way. So it kind of reflects a lot of light on so many different personalities being able to be merged in the room.
Asking if we can play face up.
Sableye.
What we have.
Mirage Gate.
That
Sableye.
is
Super
it.
Oh, wow. Punching his ticket to Honolulu.
To be honest, I'm actually retired because I just started my career. So I can't really dedicate as much time to Pokemon anymore. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I'm actually enjoying more to teach and coach. I really like to give back kind of what I've learned over the years, especially to kids in my area. I find that when people come to me, it's sort of a responsibility that I feel okay with undertaking. And it makes me feel great because honestly, watching my students succeed makes me feel better than actually winning myself. Like, even though I feel great, just because I already have worlds, I've been playing for a long time, right? And I just want to see the people I teach that look up to me succeed.
Hello, everyone. You are joining us right now in Vancouver for our Pokémon Regional Championship for the trading card game. This is a huge moment in history for the Pokémon TCG because we are about to crown another winner today for our regional championships here in Vancouver. It's going to be absolutely bananas, Wancho. I'm very excited to get into it. I'm Shelby Boo here with Wancho Saldana. We're going to be kicking off our top 8 here very soon.
Yes, bananas it's going to be because this is it. Hundreds upon hundreds of matches, but there can only be one Vancouver Regional Champion.
That is true.
Ooh, I'm curious. Again, we have our top 8, and it's gonna be. I've seen the players, I've seen the lists, and I honestly cannot make a call. These are all amazing players.
Amazing players, amazing decks. Let's take a look back real quick on our Day 2 meta share, the decks that everyone in the field chose to bring to the event and what these conversion rates looked like as well. We had Gardevoir translating to the top of our graph here as one of the best decks out in our Day 2, or the most of the share, I should say. Roaring Moon as well, just dropping one single spot there. Charizard in that 3rd place, Miraidon, Lost Zone, Giratina V-Star, and then Lost Zone Box on the end of that graph.
Yeah, again, no surprise here. We've seen the power that is that Gardevoir deck. You've seen it in stream a couple of times now in this event. And again, just because this deck has so many tools at its disposal and the consistency of, yes, it is a stage 2 deck, but the in-between, the Curlia, we have to give love to that. The way it refines your deck just makes it so consistent so that when you Iono spam or draw any cards, you know it's going to be good. And of course, the sheer power that is Roaring Moon EX, just being able to see this deck perform well is it's so exciting to watch, especially when you see those double dark patch turns or just turn 1 attack, turn 1 gouging, or turn 1 calamity storm. It's interesting, but it's also nice to see that more Peko do its work as well. And of course, honestly, all these decks should be very exciting. This is the result of 5 months in this metagame.
Yeah.
These are the top decks of the format.
Well, this was our deck analysis for Day 2, but which decks made it into our top 8? Let's take a look. This is what all the marbles have spilled out to here, Wancho. And we have a nice variety here that we're seeing in our top 8.
Yes, yes. I'm eyeing Colin Murley Matthews there with the Mew VMAX deck. Yeah. I was able to catch up with him on the floor, to be honest, because he was always on top table. He's always yes. on table 1. I believe he only had 1 loss the entire tournament. And then, of course, the 2 Miraidons in the top 8 as well, piloted by Charlie Lockyer and Nathan Beck. These are going to be interesting deck. We haven't featured a Miraidon yet on stream, but I feel very confident that we should see one sometime in the future. And, of course, the double Gardevoir EX with Lucas Singh and Rowan Stavenau. We've seen Rowan Stavenau on stream just previously, and again, no surprise. Again, those are the 2 top decks.
Yes.
Then, of course, followed by Lost Zone Tina, Charizard EX, Snorlax Control, 1 a pop, Michael Silva, Derek Hu, and Dennis Perroff.
Yeah, I think this is a great variety of decks here. There's a lot of different things to root for, and this, again, is the last tournament that we're having in our E-Block format. We're going to be losing a lot of cards, so these decks right here are going to finish things off for us in this format before we hop into a brand new Pokemon format in a new rotation of cards. So yes. This is awesome. I love all these variety of decks here. We even snuck in a block Snorlax deck. Gotta love to see that. And it's going to be an explosive rest of this tournament. That is for sure, Wancho.
Yes, with that, let's go ahead and take a look at our top 8 bracket. Who's playing who?
Yeah.
And yeah, again, it's got Colin Matthews against Nathan Beck, Rowan against Mitchell Silva, Lucas Zing versus Derek Hu, then Dennis Perhoff against Charlie Lockyer. That's going to be our top 8 matches. It's going to be a very, very interesting one. Yep. And I believe for our top 8 match, it was a community choice.
Once again, Wancho. We're the lucky charm here, always getting the community choice match. That means you are able to vote on who you want to see show up on this stream. And I gotta say, you did not disappoint me once again, the community chat.
No, definitely the community choice was top-notch for sure. I went in, tried to vote myself, but it was already done. I wasn't disappointed. And of course, you know, throughout the stream, they've just been picking the absolute best matches, the most exciting matches to feature on the stream. Even if it is Snorlax, somehow we can...
I was still
excited. Snorlax was so exciting to watch. Which is surprising for a control deck, for sure.
We had another community choice pick, and now we get to go down to the table and see who you chose to be our featured match here on the stream in our top 8 in Vancouver. And I think we can kind of notice here what we're going to be seeing, at least from our player on the left here. This is going to be Colin Matthews, and rocking that super cute Mew hat here on the stream. Let's take a look at these achievements here. We have a Peoria Regional Top 16, Top 4 in Pittsburgh, Fort Wayne Top 32, and Toronto Top 16. But this could be a chance here for Colin to take everything down. But first, it's gonna have to get through this top 8 match with Mew VMAX.
Yes, by the way, in all those tournaments, all those achievements were with Mew VMAX. Yeah. Very, very impressive. So this has to be the Master Mew VMAX, but he's gonna be up against Nathan Beck, piloting Miraidon EX. So he's had top 4 in 2016 Salt Lake Regional, and he was the Washington State champion back in 2014. So more of an old player here, the old guard, looking like he's coming back for some new achievements to add to this belt. And again, with Miraidon EX, anything seems possible. Very powerful and explosive decks. Both these decks are known for their for their speed and explosive power, but only one person can make it to top 4.
Only one indeed, and we're about to see who can make it. Definitely tell us in the chat who you're rooting for, which deck, which player, how you think this match is gonna shake out. But for us right now, Wancho, let's take a look at these prize cards, and I gotta say, ooh, this is already looking very rough here on Colin's side.
Rough indeed here for Colin. A lot of energy in the prizes. Most importantly, that Fusion Strike energy, just because that is one way to play around this Spiritomb. There's double Mews in the prizes as well, but I believe there is a Hisuian Heavy Ball in his list, so technically there's only one in that case.
Yeah,
for Nathan's prizes, Luminion could be something. An early Luminion could always bail you out of some tough spots, but that's okay. There's another support Pokemon in the deck as well. The EXP share could be important once you get knocked out a little bit early. You want to conserve those energies to be able to knock out something big like the Mew VMAX. The Forest Sealstone is prized as well, which is big. You only play one of those. So a little bit of an awkward prizes for these players, but I'm sure with their talent and experience with the deck, they're going to be playing around that. As
we had the fist bump, but we're getting into our Masters top 8. Get hyped, get hyped. I am for this match. Let's kick things off, Wancho. And as you said, these are two decks that are known for their absolutely explosive starts. They're quick to get into their strategies. They hit hard, they hit fast, and I think it's going to be, hopefully, one of those games for us, Wancho.
Unfortunately, having to start with a Cramomatic on one of your precious power tablets is a little bit rough. But it feels a little bit better.
It did hit heads. If it was tails, that would be a lot more rough, that is for sure. But yes, Cramomatic is going to start us off in a very exciting way, hitting heads here, at least allowing Colin to search out a card from the deck. Of course, going to be that Battle VIP pass that's going to allow Colin to get these Pokemon out onto the field. These Pokemon are essential for Colin to be able to draw into more cards and carry out these attacks in the future.
Yeah, let's take a good look ladies and gentlemen, this is probably one of the last times you'll be able to see something like the Battle VIP Pass and this Fusion Strike package, because again, these are cards we are losing to
This is the last time you're going to see Mew VMAX, really. This
no,
deck
exactly.
in general.
But, you know, if Colin can make it to the finals, that's one more stream.
Yes, that's true. That is true. Could happen again.
So far, it's looking good, opening up with the Battle VIP Pass. And the Ultra Ball goal is to thin out the hand, get set up, get those Fusion Strike energies possibly attached. Because, again, you're going to lose your draw. If Colin should just be expecting the Spiritomb, a lot of the Miraidon lists do play that card now just to anti-Mew, anti-Roaring Moon. So it's something Colin should be expecting. That's why he's aggressively discarding his hand here. Yes, you're losing power tablets, but the opponent has 200 HP, 220, 230. Not
reachable
unreachable
numbers. Yes, exactly. The Ultra Ball is going to lose another power tablet here, as well as a lost vacuum. But yeah, as you said, Wancho, workable for Colin Murley Matthews. And if I'm going to trust anyone to be playing Mew and playing the strategy well, it's going to be Colin, because as we said, all of those achievements that you saw were with Mew VMAX. Taking it for one last ride here in Vancouver, and we'll see how that shakes up for him. MewV going to join us in the active position here as we start to get into some card draw with these Fusion Strike systems on these Genesect V. We're seeing an energy come down as well. One of those Fusion Energy, of course, two are still in the prize cards there for Colin. Forest Seal Stone has been attached onto the field, onto one of those Genesect V as well.
Yes, and this is what Mew does well. It looked like a little bit of an awkward start, having to try and flip for those Battle VIP passes, but all it takes is one coin flip, one head, one Battle VIP pass to really get set up. And as you can see here, it was a Fusion Strike system into something usable, a Battle VIP Fusion Strike system into the energy that we sorely needed attached, and then Fusion Strike system into a Battle VIP pass.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, it's just shows how important that ability is and how powerful it really is, as we are also getting the block slider ice cube to potentially target down something like the Spiritomb. And the early path to the peak is great.
Yeah,
shutting off something like the Squawkabilly and Miraidon for the next turn.
Exactly, and those are huge cards in a Miraidon EX deck. So we're going to have to see what Nathan chooses to do going from here. But starting off this first turn over on the right side of our field here for Nathan Beck, we have the Town Store coming into play, as well as a Nest Ball coming out. So we're going into the deck here. Nathan's going to take a quick look at everything that's in there, what could potentially be in the prize cards as well, just keeping track of these resources.
Yes, the Town Store is a great card just because Town Store leads into Forest Seal Stone, which leads into pretty much anything to deck.
And it bumps the path.
Exactly. However, the Forest Seal Stone is prize.
Oh, true.
And
that's true.
A little bit less powerful there. The best thing the Town Store can grab, I believe, is an EXP share, which isn't bad to have, but not the best. Because again, we just don't know what we're working with in this turn. Ideally, maybe Nathan would like to get a turn one attack, maybe even with that Iron Hands EX on the Ice Cube to try and get two prizes. And with 230 HP and a couple of power tablets down, could be a little bit tough to knock out.
A little bit tough indeed. We're seeing our first electric generator after a couple things happened here. That Miraidon EX came down with the Nest Ball, of course, using its tandem unit ability to search out those other two electric Pokemon onto the field here in the Mareep and the Iron Hands EX. That's going to get one of those lightning energy attached to it as well from that electric generator. So Nathan is rocking and rolling here with the Miraidon EX. Let's talk this matchup though, Wancho. As we've discussed, these are two very fast, heavy-hitting decks. What is Nathan's strategy, and how do you get that edge on Mew VMAX in this matchup?
You put on the pressure early. Nathan was able to go second, so that means he has the first attack in the game, potentially. And by just going for an early 2-2-2, potentially, that definitely wins you the game. But it is a little bit tough to take a knockout on something like the Mew VMAX. So, yeah, so definitely trying to get early knockouts is the name of the game here. And with that research, refreshing the hand, it definitely is possible. But because of the Town Store, the Forest Seal Stone prize, it's a little bit tough to find something like the one of Double Turbo Energy. And it's a little bit tougher to attack with that Iron Hand. So just accepting that attach for turn and possibly trying to get another electric generator might be the goal here.
Yeah, and this says a lot when you're playing into the Town Store, looking for a tool card here. And then coming up a little short. That's not great as for Nathan not being able to get that Forest Seal Stone, at least for this turn, but still gets that XP share there to be able to put on the Rhydon EX, but that is a little bit lackluster compared to how it could have been here for Nathan.
Real quick, though, interestingly enough, there was the electric generator in hand, but I believe he opted not to play it. I think what was lacking was the switch card to get the Raichu out of the active even. And even then, there is no clear attack into the Mew EX, right?
There's nothing there.
Iron Hands cannot take a knockout on the Mew V, excuse me.
Yes.
No clear attack here, and ooh, Colin making full use of the Town Store themselves. Getting the Choice Belt is a great play, just because it is a damage modifier that doesn't technically go away. And they definitely need it for that Raichu V.
All right, well, here we go. We're going to see this Alessa's Sparkle here. You have to target down your Pokemon that you're going to be attaching these Fusion Strike energy to. Only able to target down that Genesect V because the Fusion Strike energies are just not there.
Wait, boo. Do I see double Fusion Strike energy on that Genesect? Are we going to see an all-natural Technoblast?
What?
Sometimes you don't need to copy the attack.
I mean,
Genesect can attack themselves.
Yeah, that's true. I have seen it before. This wouldn't be the first time. It is quite rare because usually you are trying to copy those moves with the Mew VMAX. But I guess, yeah, Genesect can start swinging if they want to themselves.
I mean, if it makes good use of the Fusion Strike energy, not only does it protect you from the Spiritomb, at least one of them, getting an attack off, 210 Technoblast, not too bad either. And that is one way to mitigate the damage as well. You're not depending on those double turbo energies, so you're getting the full 210. But right now, Mew VMAX in the active with the Choice Belt is just enough to take the knockout on something like the Raichu. I believe the only thing missing is a double turbo I didn't quite see in the hand.
Oh, it's on the hand? What?
I didn't quite see it. I could have missed it. And there's still draws.
I was about to say, we could still draw into it. So we'll see what Colin is able to do for this turn. But the Mew VMAX is here. We have the Choice Belt down. Alessa's Sparkle has been played for the turn as well for a supporter. We're going to have a switch into this Mew V, into the active, as we get into some of this draw here. What do we see in Wancho?
Fusion Strike System, Forest Seal Stone, Escape Ropes, nothing good. I believe it's Fusion Strike System for one.
Oh, just a nest ball here for Colin.
Oh, a little bit of a whiff there. And unfortunately, sometimes depending on those draws, not too strong, for sure.
Yeah, that is definitely not what you want to see. Had to use that switch cart and then also the retreat there back into the ice queue. We're back over to Nathan's side now. So even though it was a little bit of a lack of momentum on the first turn, we're now here into this turn for Nathan. And we're kicking it off with another electric generator. Going to find us one lightning energy here to attack or attach onto this Iron Hands EX on the bench.
Yes. And that Iron Hands EX should be ready to attack with at least Arm Press, 160 damage. Should be enough to knock out at least the Ice Cube. But again, we want to take those multiple extra prizes.
Yes.
Something Nathan could do as well. I don't know if the second EXP share was prized, but that would be great to get with that Town Store, essentially for free. And a great way to conserve those energies as Pokemon Catcher is played.
Woo, it's going to be a Tails this time around. So Nathan not able to gust there, but that's going to the discard pile. We're going to have the energy attachment onto that Raichu V in the active. So it does have a pivot option out.
Restart for one is a little bit lackluster as well. Is there anything that can be played? No. It's going to be an arm press here for 160 damage.
So it is going to take out that Ice Cube, of course, wiping it off the field here. So at least that's one Pokemon down. Is going to just be one prize card, so does make the prize trade a little bit awkward here for Nathan. But now we're over to Colin's side. Maybe Colin has a chance this time around to hopefully streamline some cards here and get rolling, because this is not the usual Mew VMAX I have known and come to love here, Wancho.
Yes, we were talking about big, explosive turns, and so far we've seen Arm Press onto an Ice Cube. Not quite the best.
A little bit slower.
A little bit slower, indeed.
Hey, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. Sometimes things just don't go the way that you expect them to.
100%. But this could be a big turn here for Colin, as, again, benches another Genesect. It's going to be a lot of draws. No Spiritomb in sight just yet. We're looking for, well, hey. Yeah, energy. That's one of them.
That's one thing.
And 2 damage modifiers. I know we're down a couple.
We are, yes.
So they need exactly 2 power tablets here to take a knockout on something like the Iron Hands and essentially get rid of the only attacking threat. Or just take a boss's orders.
We go
Easy
around.
2 prizes.
We go around here. Yeah, I think it may have just been too big of an ask with the hand being so full. I mean, now we're seeing a Chromatic on a Battle VIP pass. Is it a heads? It is. We are going to have that heads be able to search out a card here for Colin, but still could just establish the board here, see what's happening. It's going to be a lost vacuum here.
I like the lost vacuum here just to remove something like the EXP share to prevent more energies getting saved, but then I know there's no Path to the Peak in the Miraidon list, just to be safe. I was just checking. But yeah, that seems like a pretty good target. Good way to thin down the hand as well.
Yep.
So not too bad there.
Yeah, fantastic thinning card. Of course, if you're going to use it, you have to lost zone one of your own cards, then lost zone one of your opponents, either stadiums or tool cards. So it's a great way to use some cards in your hand to be able to draw a little bit more. But it's going to be a Path to the Peak coming into play here from Colin's side of the field. We do have the choice spell on this active Mew VMAX. We're copying this move here to be able to take a knockout on that Raichu V for 2 prize cards.
Yes, and what a great play here by Colin, identifying that Nathan's hand was a little bit weaker, so maybe preventing a restart draw.
Yes.
Right? So at this point, I'm playing Path of the Peak to stop your draw, but luckily there is a stadium bump there. So that's why they did grab the lost vacuum just for the follow-up turn.
Yeah.
But seems good still either way to be able to now remove the tool. Ultra Ball is played. The grab might be Marie because we do see a couple of lightning energies in the discard pile, and sure enough.
You mean the Flaffy, right?
Sorry, the Flaffy, the bigger sheep.
Flaffy, yes, the bigger sheep indeed. Going to be a very missed card here. Flaffy coming into play to help sustain this deck and accelerate energies.
This is actually the perfect time to take a screenshot, ladies and gentlemen, of things that we could be losing. I mean, we are losing in rotation. All the Mew VMAXs, the Genesect, that Flaffy there. Just capture it 2024, right before rotation.
We will miss you dearly. Zapdos is going to come down into play here for Nathan, as well as this Peony.
Getting the escape rope there just because we cannot deal with the Mew VMAX is a great play, in my opinion. I'm curious what Colin is going to opt to promote. Well, it depends on if this electric generator does hit, because then powering up a Miraidon EX to take a knockout on pretty much anything on the back seems like, hey, you know what? I'm going to copy your play. I can't knock out the active. Let's get something in the bench.
Ooh, this is what you like to see. Electric Generator is going to hit 2 energy here for Nathan. Going to decide where to put it on these bench Pokemon here.
It's going to be on that other Miraidon EX. The one without the EXP share, because I feel like the other one with the EXP share is just going to sit there and eventually get powered up by its fallen brethren.
At some point, an energy will accumulate there, unless a lost vacuum happens. That could be a potential there. But yes, Nathan just aligning this board state with more energies, more potential attackers to close out this game in the future. We're going to see an escape rope here, promoting the Genesect V from Colin's side, as well as this Miraidon EX from Nathan.
Big knockout here from Nathan. So now they are essentially a Mew VMAX attack away from winning the knockout away from winning this match. But again, Colin playing this absolutely perfectly, leaving the double power tablets in hand. They saved it in their hand, did not target down the Iron Hands EX, so they should be able to take a knockout on something like this Miraidon, followed by either a boss knockout on a Mew EX or even a knockout on the Miraidon. Second Miraidon.
Yeah.
Box of Disaster, not sure how useful that is going to be in this matchup right now, in this specific moment, just because if you put it on the Mew VMAX, well, if the Mew VMAX goes down, you already lost the game.
Yeah.
But you could put it on a Genesect, for example. So if an escape rope does happen, you could promote it and essentially get free damage on the board, or at least we're thinning it out.
You know what else you could do, Wancho? You could Lost Vacuum it. Hey, Lost Vacuum gonna take that card into the Lost Zone, as well as that EXP share as well. So it was there, now it's not. Miraidon EX has lost the cute hat. Iono going to be played. We're going to have some hand disruption here for both of our players, but Colin, on the other hand, is able to draw into a lot of cards.
I
here,
wouldn't call it
course.
disruption for Colin.
I know, right? It really is not. Yeah, it's just a nice, fresh new hands there. But at least a little bit of disruption here for Nathan. Only going to be able to draw into 3 cards, as many as prize cards are remaining off that Iono. And we're going to see a lot more draw here from Colin into a pal pad now. Going to be able to shuffle a couple of supporters here back into the deck. It's just going to be that single boss's orders going back in. You want the cards that are essential to close this game out. So you don't want to overflow your deck with things that you don't need. You want to make sure you can secure your final resources in these moments toward the end of the game. We also have an active power tablet here for this turn.
Yeah, so this is going to be a knockout on the Miraidon EX. And yes, like you said, all we need is that boss's orders to essentially close things out. I believe it's going to be just a Technoblast knockout on that Miraidon EX. Colin Morley Matthews goes down to 2 Fusion Strike energy of all things. Raichu hits the board with that Flaffy.
Oh my gosh, Raichu hitting the board, all of these energy being charged up here, and that's gonna be it, Swancho.
That's a knockout there with the Raichu, and Nathan Beck takes this first game in top 8 of the Vancouver Regional Championships. Absolutely huge. That was a natural draw of the Raichu.
No way. Are you serious?
Colin did play that path to the peak to try and prevent the Miraidon EX ability and essentially gets the Raichu. But again, that's why conserving those energies was so big. The EXP share definitely did some work. The Flaffy did some work. The entire deck definitely worked together.
Yeah, this was quick indeed. We're taking a quick look at these replays. So we saw this Raichu, this first Raichu V go down earlier in this match, and that's how Colin took a couple of prize cards here. It was going back and forth between our players. We saw the Path to the Peak come into play here. We're going to see the Technoblast taking out this Miraidon, but Nathan Beck only needs a little bit more here to close things out. And look at that!
It was the top deck of the Raichu!
It was the top deck, Wancho. Raichu for the top deck, accelerating all of these energy here to be able to take this win. Wow.
Absolutely huge. Again, huge congratulations to Nathan. But there's still potentially two more matches, or just one more match in this top 8. Again, technically, Mew VMAX should be favored in this matchup.
Yeah, but I think Raichu fans out there are hyped right now. Get hyped if you like Raichu, because came out of the woodwork there. That's what it's known for in this deck. Taking those huge knockouts with all of those energy on board at the end of the game. Sometimes it's earlier, but yeah, all of those energy being accelerated, I mean, it's unstoppable sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes it's as simple as 1, 2, 3, and that's exactly what Nathan was able to do.
Yes.
1 prize from the IceQ, 2 prizes from, I believe it was a Genesect V, and then 3 with the Mew VMAX.
Incredible. I love how that could have gone either way though, Wancho. I mean, I really was thinking that Mew was going to take this down here, but yeah, that came out of nowhere here for Nathan. Both of these players seem to be very skilled in their decks, but you also have to think they have played an entire day 1, all 9 rounds of day 1, into day 2, up to this point. I'm sure they are exhausted right now, and they're still staying laser focused here in this top 8 match, because this is what they need to win to get to top 4 and potentially be the winner of Vancouver Regionals. It's all coming down to this, and we're going to a game 2 between these players. Wancho, where are you thinking this is gonna go from here?
I still believe in the game 3. I believe in the Mew VMAX. I want to see it at least one more time on stream, I believe.
I thought that was 2 Fusion Strike energies again.
Oh, it was 2 Fusion Strike, and you spoke it into existence.
Colin, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Colin was able to make just the 2 Fusion Strike energy work the last game. Heavy Ball prize, Ultra Ball, nothing too big there. As, again, important card. We didn't even see.
Oh my gosh.
No.
You hear the crowd here. You see the defeat on Colin's face. It's just going to be a Mew V, a Path to the Peak, pass over to Nathan, who's now has a turn, a second turn, but first turn here to just run away with potentially.
Boo.
Yes.
All it's going to take here is this Ultra Ball finds... Right now, Nathan doesn't really have too much to work with. That path to the peak actually helped out so much. We see the Luminion, but this Ultra Ball could find something like the Miraidon.
But...
And then there's only one electric generator. If he finds 2 energy, he does have the double turbo to be able to attack and end this match. Can that happen?
Oh my gosh. My heart is pumping right now, Wancho. I'm on the edge of my seat here. This is the type of Pokemon TCG I love to watch. This is why I love to cast games as well, because it comes down to these moments where everything can just be lost in a second here for Colin, but mean everything to Nathan, potentially taking a 2-0 here in our Masters top 8. We're going to have to see if Nathan is able to pull it off here, potentially. Miraidon EX, of course, on the board now. Here's the electric generator.
1, 2, no! What a big play! Getting the double generator, and one of the fastest matches we've seen!
Nathan Beck is going to take it down in one single turn, winning our Masters Top 8 featured match here on stream with Miraidon EX. I cannot believe my eyes, Wancho.
Talk about explosive. Nothing gets more explosive than that. Turn 1 knockout is securing a top 4 spot.
I'm feeling the electricity here, Wancho. Woo! That is incredible. I mean, first we see the Raichu take things home in game 1. We're expecting to see, hopefully, a nice, good back and forth, and Colin just had nothing. Absolutely heartbreaking here, and you can see it on Colin's face, too.
He did his
did
best.
So well throughout this entire tournament, but I'll tell you what, Colin Merlin-Matthews, you have done fantastic for all the Mew VMAX lovers out there. And I just appreciate your gameplay, and you definitely carried Mew VMAX's name through this entire format.
Definitely, you are the final Mew VMAX king. Wear that beanie as a crown, my friend. And yeah, definitely proud making it to top 8, sending it off.
But it's going to be Nathan Beck here who's going to take the future into our top 4 matches. Next up with Miraidon EX. I gotta say, I'm really surprised by this whole entire thing here, Wancho. I can't believe that's how it ended.
Sometimes, again, all it takes. This is what the deck is known for, getting all those energies in play.
Yes.
Be it early in the game, be it late in the game with those flaffies. And again, here, the deciding factor. Mew, path, pass. And now we pray. But again, electric generator, that's exactly what the deck is known for, getting that double attachment and the double turbo energy just enough to take this knockout.
Yeah, when you're a Miraidon EX player, this is exactly what you want to see. That electric generator was everything there. Sometimes they whiff and they get you nothing, and sometimes they hit 2 electric energy and they get you into top 4. So definitely huge to see for all of our Miraidon players out there. Of course, we have 2 in our top 8 here, and Nathan Beck is going to be taking 1 into our top 4. That is so exciting, and I gotta say, Wancho, it was one of my picks for the weekend. So.
It was double my pick. I was all in on Mew VMAX,
yeah,
I believed. True. And Colin Merley Matthews, he was my captain. I was following his story the entire tournament. Team always at that table 1, playing absolutely perfectly. And you know what, Merley, I'm just gonna talk to you one-on-one right now. You did not disappoint. You know, you are still, you definitely the Mew VMAX king today.
Yeah, exactly, Wancho. It's like you said, Colin Merley-Matthews sending Mew VMAX off into the sunset. Fantastic match there. I mean, that's what I live to see here, Wancho, in our Pokemon TCG matches. It's stuff that comes down to that. Sometimes we have those super grindy matches that take a very long time and they're super intricate, and sometimes you just have a little bit of luck on your side and you have an explosive game like that. And yeah, I'm like shocked, but I'm not surprised that happened. I mean, we kind of predicted that something like that did have the potential to happen with either of these decks.
100. It could have gone either way.
Yes, it could have.
It could have been Colin getting a turn 1 Meloetta knockout, potentially, right? So definitely the possibilities were high for both these players. And can you believe it, Boo? That was the last time we're ever going to see Mew VMAX in the standard format, in the stream. You never know what you've had until you've lost it. That was the last time we were going to say Techno Blast on the stream with VMAX. Last time we were going to say draw with the Fusion Strike system. Battle VIP. We have a couple more games. We have a couple more matches on more decks. Use Battle VIP passes. But new VMAX.
Yes, the legacy is real indeed. But of course, like I said, the future is here. Miraidon EX taking things down. Does have a Mew EX in the deck, though. So we get to hear from our winner of that match, though, in Nathan Beck. I am so excited to hear from him. Skarzik, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here in the lounge with our winner, Nathan Beck. You just made top 4. How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I just dodged a bullet. That was a tough matchup in top 8, and I'm glad I could pull through and got pretty fortunate in my draws on.
Okay, yeah, the Miraidon versus Mew can be pretty tough because you're only hitting for very specific amounts of damage. It can be difficult to overcome that VMAX. What was your general strategy going in, or were you just hoping to get lucky?
I was hoping to get pretty lucky. If I went first, I was going to go for turn 1 Spirit Tomb and hope that would just help me cheese my way to the win, you know. But when I was going to lead with Iron Hands and this way set up make it harder for him to take 2 prizes on me, but then he got really unfortunate and I got really lucky when I top decked the Raichu and had game on board, so we pull through though.
And have you been hitting a lot of Mew this weekend? It was kind of speculated that there would be a higher percentage of Mew, seeing as this is its last tournament. Has that been the case for you?
I played one in my win-in and also got really lucky in that matchup. Ooh. Seems to be the Miraidon deck as a whole, though. I'd rather be lucky than good, you know?
And let me ask you this. Are you a long-time Miraidon player, or was this kind of a tech that you pulled out for this specific tournament meta?
I've just been playing it for like a month now.
Okay.
Just on live, just playing on live nonstop just for a month straight. So
so got some online grinding there, just getting your sequencing down.
Yeah.
I've been told over and over again by a lot of other players that just proper sequencing is the secret to Miraidon. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and it helps you build confidence in your deck too. Like just winning games on ladder can help you feel more confident while you're playing.
Showing up with a deck you're comfortable with, being confident in that pick, and getting a little bit lucky. So you've managed to overcome Mew twice now.
Yeah.
And now you're cruising to top 4. When you first showed up here in Vancouver, you know, we'll talk a little bit about yesterday, right? We've got so much time. The tournament, you come through the door, it's a bit of a smaller tournament, but still very tense, very hype. What was going through your mind then?
I was actually pretty relaxed because whatever happens, happens. You know, I was just going to go home, and if I didn't perform well here, I was going to relax for the rest of the season. But now that I'm performing pretty well, I guess I have to go to LA now.
Okay.
So
you came in relaxed, just wanted to have fun, play some Pokemon, and certainly with your deck choice, you were just playing something very comfortable. And when did you sort of feel like, oh, I might actually have a shot, I'm playing really well? About what round would you say?
My round 9 opponent yesterday, I played 9 generators over the whole set, and I hit 2 energy on all of them but 1.
Ooh.
And so I was like, ooh, it might be a good tournament. I was feeling good.
You felt the tides kind of changing in your favor. Very nice. Is there, outside of Mew being a really bad matchup, were there any other decks that you really didn't want to hit with Miraidon?
Charizard. I'm glad I didn't play a single Charizard throughout this whole tournament. So,
oh, really?
Yeah, I got really fortunate with my matchups.
So Charizard ends up being pretty clunky, right? Because you need to be the one to be aggressive.
Yeah.
Charizard fights from behind very well. And did you have any general strategies into Charizard to maybe fix that, or were you kind of just hoping to dodge?
I try to go 1-2 and then try to clean up 3 prizes somewhere, but Charizard being like 330 HP, it's really hard to take those prizes on him. So you try to flip heads on catcher, you know, a boss that's perfect timing, something like that, you know. You try not to let him set up Pidgeot either.
I see, yeah. And it sounds like you have had this sort of scrappy underdog vibe going for you with the Miraidon EX, and other players will say that Miraidon was actually underrated. Do you feel that it is a more meta-dependent deck, or should you just pick it up as a beginner, something that is consistent and good into pretty much everything?
I think it's a pretty good matchup spread outside of like Charizard and then Charizard and Mew, and then you have a 50-50 Moon matchup if you win the coin flip or not.
Okay.
So I think and you can like pull it out in the end with the Spirit Tomb. You can make them need more resources, but I think all around it's a good play. If you don't hit your generators, the deck just doesn't work.
Man, and you had also mentioned before we came to the lounge for this interview, you really hadn't had a chance to experiment much with the Temporal Forces set. But just off the top of your head, was there anything that had caught your attention that you were going to look into first at all?
Anything with Iron Hands.
Okay. Maybe some Chen Pao.
I saw some Turbo Iron Hands list, and I'm like, I think I'm gonna try that out for a little bit.
Yeah, Iron Hands, a very strong tool for your tournament run this weekend, and also a Pokemon that's going to be very strong in the upcoming format. Very wise choice to stick with this strong Pokemon. And I suppose another question that the audience would be very curious to hear is, are there any training partners or testing people that have helped you out to get to this point? To make top 4 at a tournament like this is certainly a goal for a lot of players.
Yeah, there's Trevor Reed, Drew Allan, Bodie Tracy. They've always been my playtesting partners, so they've always helped me out and directed me in the right direction, you know?
Mm-hmm. And were they comfortable with your Miraidon pick? I know that some testing groups, they try to talk their teammates out of playing certain things. Did they give you any sort of pushback, or were they like, yeah, man, play the Miraidon, we like it too?
Oh, no, they told me not to play it. Yeah, they're like, this deck, if you don't hit generators, you're just losing. And I was like, I'm just going to hit my generator.
I'll just hit. Yeah, you're definitely built different, and now you can prove them wrong. Well, I made top 4 with it. And what were they trying to convince you to play instead of Miraidon?
They actually didn't try to convince me to play anything. This format's been a really long one, so we've just been playing what we were comfortable with. My other option is I almost played Chen Pao.
Okay.
So I think that deck's also pretty good. I just think you have to get a little bit luckier with that deck to win deep runs with it, you know? And I figured with I need a lot of points to get my Worlds invite, so I had to get lucky to get close to an invite, you know?
Wow. I can certainly respect that. Just showing up with something you're comfortable with, knowing that is going to be a slog no matter what you're playing, and you really get to alleviate a lot of mental fatigue. It seems like you're still pretty fresh.
Oh, I could play 12 more rounds. Yeah, with Miraidon, I'm not really thinking a whole lot, you know? So I'm just generator, 2 energy, 1 energy. I'm having a blast.
I'm glad to hear it, that you still have a lot of fuel in the tank, and you're still feeling pretty sharp, feeling confident now, and Miraidon's picking up for you. There's another Miraidon player, I think, in top 8, so that's going to be pretty exciting. Is there any matchup that you would love to see in the finals?
I haven't looked at the seeding yet, so I don't know what I would be playing against, but I would love to play against Gardevoir in top 4, and then, in the finals too. But the Miraidon mirror match is really weird. It's like whoever wins the coin flip and goes second has a huge advantage. So I think I would like to see Gardevoir.
And your particular build of Miraidon, you have like the Raichu V in there, 2 of them, the Peony, yeah, it's Peony. For the Turbo build, was there any last minute changes to Miraidon, or is this the same tried and true Miraidon deck that you've been playing for a while?
It's been the same list for a while. The only card I've been switching back and forth is Spiritomb and Drapion. I was originally playing Drapion, and then I was like, you know what, I won't play against that many Mew. I'll play against 1 or 2. Maybe like throughout the whole tournament. In the end, I almost wish I kept the Drapion, but Spiritomb helped me against a lot of the Moon decks I played in day 1. So I'm glad I stuck with Spiritomb.
Okay, Spiritomb showing up big as well. And certainly I want to congratulate you once more and thank you for going on this deep dive, because we have so much time as we're waiting for our top 4 match. Any final thoughts, any parting thoughts you have for the audience at home?
Hit your generators.
Amen. Just get good, hit those electric generators, make the big attacks happen, and you too can find yourself here in top 4 at the Vancouver Regionals. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and keep this championship Sunday underway.
Fantastic interview there from Nathan Beck. What's the takeaway, Wancho? Just hit your generators.
Yeah.
All good.
Get your generators, hit your generators.
Yeah.
Top deck to Raichu.
Top deck to Raichu. That was wild. It happened so fast I didn't even see it. I'm like, where'd this Raichu come from? Yeah, absolutely amazing there. Fantastic to hear from Nathan Beck, and seemed super chill. Kept the composure there. Is ready to go into the next match. And luckily, since that game ended so quickly, does have a little bit of a break here before heading into the top 4 match that he's going to be facing off in. Did say that he would love to go against Gardevoir in our future matches potentially, and I'm not gonna lie, Juancho, that's not surprising to hear. One of the reasons I predicted Miraidon EX for this weekend is because I did expect a lot of Gardevoir plays from our top players here. So if you were going to make it into top 2, into top 8, which a couple of our Gardevoir players did, that's a matchup you kind of want to be going against if you're Miraidon.
Okay, I see you. I see you, Boost.
I'm like 5D chess right now.
At one point we were Mew VMAX team, and now just Miraidon when suddenly we're shifting gears. But
hey, listen, they were both on my roster, okay? It could have gone either way.
I see that. I see that. With that, how about let's take a look at the top 8 meta share once again. What are the top 8 decks that have made it in this regional championship?
Absolutely, yeah. Let's
take.
Yeah,
we'll take it there. Yeah, we'd love to see it. But again, it was, I believe, 2 Gardevoir EXs. There was 2 Miraidon.
Yes, 2 Miraidon, 2 Gardevoir. We had a Lost Zone Giratina, a Block Snorlax. What am I missing?
A Block Snorlax and the Charizard EX.
Charizard,
yeah.
Yes.
I think it was a perfect snapshot of what this current meta is. Again, those were the top decks of the format. I honestly would have picked the exact 8.
Of course, we also had the Mew VMAX.
Yes,
if we didn't already mention that. I was like, we're missing one right now. Yes, this is our meta share for our day 2. So we just took a quick look at this before we hopped into our top 8. But let's just break this down a little bit more here, Juancho. Let me kick this off with asking you, what would you have played going into Vancouver here? I would have been playing Miraidon.
Okay, so the only deck I have sleeved up right now is Golden Go EX.
Oh my gosh.
So
stop.
If you're asking me literally, I'd be bringing up Golden Go EX to this tournament. And I actually did not too bad with it in locals, so I felt very confident. But if I was taking things absolutely seriously, I've been putting a lot of time into that Miraidon EX as well.
Really? Wow.
Yes, just the power of the Peony build, being able to find any 2 items you need, and that 2 items could be even, or sorry, 2 trainer cards could be even the Forward Steel Stone, and suddenly it's anything you want, and then you just refresh your hand with a Squawk, and getting that turn 1 Iron Hands, and I play it with 3 Pokemon catchers, so I like to high roll.
Yeah.
It's very...
I know that about you, Ancho. I know that.
And when it happens, when you get that explosive start of just generator, double hit, DTE, catcher heads, take 2 prizes on a targeted attack, that's what I live for.
I'm a little surprised. I expected you to be a Charizard gamer. I did.
You expected me to be a Charizard player?
Gamer, yeah.
Gamer?
Gamer, player.
It could. It just doesn't draw cards, you know? I like decks that draw cards. That's why I have Golden Go.
Quick search. It searches cards.
That's searching cards. That's not, you're not drawing it. You're looking for it.
Yeah.
I like to hope. With that, how about now let's take a look at the top 8 decks that actually made it into the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Yeah.
And again, we saw Colin Matthews play against Nathan Beck. So right now, fortunately, we're going to have to cross out that Mew VMAX.
So sad to see the Mew VMAX fall off of this graphic, but it has been taken down here by Nathan Beck, who's going to be advancing into our top 4. So no more Mew VMAX.
Yeah, good night, sweet prince, again.
Love it.
I'm just feeling very, very sentimental right now. That was the last time you're going to see Mew VMAX in the official stream. And but of course, the rest of our top 8, absolutely amazing. We have double Miraidon action. Again, we could potentially see that Miraidon into Gardevoir, so we could see the full power of why the Miraidon deck works, really. And something I noticed, actually, in that top 8 is there is something missing.
What's that?
The moon. There is no Roaring Moon, and that had a lot of representation, I believe.
That's actually very surprising.
Yeah, actually, when I was thinking about it, I was talking about how if I could handpick the top 8, this is what it would be. Now, I felt like I was forgetting something, and it was a Roaring Moon, which is surprising at the same time. Is it really? We did see the fact that Gardevoir was the most played deck. Second was the Roaring Moon, I believe. But that's a really tough matchup.
I will say, I was asking a lot of people today, you know, what do you think is going to take down Vancouver? And almost everyone said Roaring Moon. So not even having a top 8 slot is definitely kind of disappointing for all those people who are rooting for the Roaring Moon out there. But I do have an update real quick for you, Wancho. Let's see if you're surprised by this one. We are actually going to have our Snorlax player, Dennis Peroff, taking it down 2-0 here.
Oh, and he went up against, I'm guessing, Charizard?
Yeah, no, Miraidon.
Miraidon.
Charlie Lockyer. So that means our Snorlax, it is advancing into our top 4 as well. We'll have to see who they're going to be up against going in next. But yeah, that's another quick update. And after that, you know, we still have to wait for these couple of matches to finish up before we can, of course, hop into our top 4 match coming up for you all on the stream. And while we are waiting for that, Wancho, why don't we get down and guess some Pokemon here?
Wait, no, before we do any game, I just have to ask you,
okay,
how did Snorlax outpace our other brackets? How did Snorlax get 2-0 faster than the rest of the other matches?
I actually have no idea.
That is the Pokemon mystery for me today.
I wish I could have watched that.
No, but yes, I am, of course, very down to play some Pokemon. Guess that Pokemon Pokedex.
Guess that Pokédex. I think that's what the working name is. Go ahead,
Who's
Wancho,
that Pokedex?
take it away.
All right. With its shining light, it lures its prey close. However, the light also happens to attract ferocious fish Pokemon, its natural predators.
This has to be Lantern, right? Too
Could
easy.
Be, no, yeah, actually.
It's a fish with a light on its head.
What's the pre-evolution?
Oh.
Chinchou?
Wait, what? Oh.
Yeah, it could be one of those two. They both have the light.
Chinchou. Oh, yeah, you're right. Hang on a second.
There has to be that line.
Wait, okay, here we go. However, the light also happens to attract ferocious fish Pokemon. Does that mean that it's not a fish Pokemon?
No, how would it attract fish if it's not a fish underwater?
No, but that's
as well?
what I'm saying. Like, what is Chinchou? It's just like a ball. Like, what is that?
That's a fair question, actually.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Should we choose Chinchou over Lantern?
I think it has to be Lantern because it eats something, right? It lures its prey. It's more aggressive than Ball.
All right, let's.
Locking
so we're going
it in.
Lantern.
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 What is that?
It's called Luminion.
Oh,
it's luminous.
Yes, it does glow. It glows.
All right, you got us. That was a good one.
Wow, we were so off base on that one.
It should have said, oh, it attracts supporters into your hand. And I was always, obviously.
Yeah, we're TCG players here, all right?
Yeah, we're TCG players. Of course we don't know the Pokedex.
True.
No.
All right, here we go. Who's that Pokédex? You should get involved in this one, you guys.
All right.
The movement of air against the long tongue it keeps wrapped around its neck. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's
Greninja.
It's Greninja. We're not even
Allows it to sense enemies it can't see. Is Greninja blind?
No. It's Greninja, but I don't think he's blind. He's just a ninja. He fights in the darkness. You know, he's a ninja. So sometimes he doesn't see his enemies.
I was about to be so happy, like, I'm also blind. That's so cool. But no, I guess it's almost like using it as a, like, you know how cats use their whiskers to identify things? It's kind of like that, probably. So, I don't know.
I'm going to do
I also have a bearded dragon who senses things with their tongue as well. So, it fits.
I'm going to do a wild guess. The next one, Squawkabilly.
What?
They're doing Luminion, support Pokemon that draws, and then Greninja. The next one's Squawk.
Okay, let's go. Let's see.
Quick update before anything. It looks like Rowan wins 2-1. So we have another of our top 4.
Our Gardevoir.
Yeah, not too bad. Congratulations, Rowan.
So that means, yeah, we're going to have a Miraidon, a Snorlax, and now a Gardevoir is advancing. Rowan, of course, took down Mitchell Silva, that Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. So,
back to the more important thing.
Yes.
This, who's that Pokedex? These Pokemon instinctively swallow everything whole. They're at their most formidable when they're struggling to swallow overly large prey.
Okay, that's definitely not Squawkabilly.
That's another bird, though.
That sounds like a Cramorant if I've ever heard of one.
They're struggling to swallow, and then they're going to spit it a little bit innocently, if I had to guess.
Spitting innocently. Woo! We're crushing it, Wancho.
We're pretty good, pretty good.
Except for the lantern thing.
That they cheated.
That was
they cheated us.
misplay on our part. Cramorant chokes on other Pokemon.
No, my favorite thing is when it's a Pikachu in the Cramorant.
Oh yeah, no, I have that shirt. It's an official Pokemon shirt. I got it on PokemonCenter.com. It spits out the Pikachu. It's great.
Yeah, what's Cramorant doing eating a Pikachu? It's super effective.
I don't know. I have no idea.
All right. Who's that Pokedex? It dwells in the darkness of caves. It uses its sharp claws to dig up gems to nourish itself.
What? It digs up gems?
Yeah, this one's easy too. Who's Cramorant's partner?
Sableye?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't have claws?
It does have claws. Isn't it? His first attack is Scratch.
Oh.
Isn't it?
It is, actually. I was thinking like Excadrill. I was like, why would that be looking for? I guess
he's looking for
the gems gave it away. Yeah.
All right, I see. They're picking meta decks.
Okay. They're like, all right, we have to give something the TCG players will recognize.
We appreciate this.
Do those look like sharp claws to you? Those look like little fluffy paws, in my opinion.
They look like sharp claws to me.
It looks
They're
fuzzy.
pointy.
Look, its elbow is fuzzy.
Or it could be pointy.
Fluffy.
And those could be pointy elbows.
That's true. Isn't it like made of?
Look at his ears. Does that look like a fluffy Pokemon
Is it
to you?
a gem?
Yeah, he's like a rock, right?
He's a rock.
He's like a gremlin.
Why is he hunting his own kind? Look, he digs up gems. Oh, to nourish itself. Oh, so it eats the gems because it is a gem. I don't know.
Maybe. It's not a rock type.
Sableye, you're a gem.
I'm losing my mind.
Hey, got him.
All right.
All right, here we go. The green head has turned vicious due to the spicy chemicals stimulating its brain. Once it goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it.
Honestly, you lost me at the green head. What Pokemon has a green head?
The green head has turned vicious.
Oh, is it? Oh, it's that.
Scovillain?
Yeah, Scovillain.
No, but it has multiple heads, though.
But yeah, that's why it said the green head specifically.
Because it has multiple
Because it has
heads?
multiple
Because it has a red
heads.
head?
Yes.
The green head has
The
turned.
green head is the one that goes crazy. The red head is like fine.
I thought the red head looked. That one's like. I thought that one was the spicy one.
Yeah, but that's why the green one is going crazy.
It says this one, the spicy chemicals stimulating its brain. It's
Either way, it can't be
Scovillain.
anything
There's
else.
no way it's anything else.
Yeah, it's Scovillain.
Scovillain, we're locking it. Let's go. Woo!
Hey,
See,
whoa.
look. I mean, I guess they look the same.
Mm.
Why is the green one the rampage one?
I know. You think the red one would be the mean guy.
I know. Like, what?
Okay.
Well, that was a lot of fun, Wancho. I think we did pretty well. We only missed one, right?
They only cheated us off one.
Yeah,
really.
we weren't thinking TCG, I think, with that one. Well, that was a blast, but we actually have an interview lined up here, Wancho, and it's with Chris Shemansky. So, Adam, I'm super excited to hear from this interview.
Hello, everyone. Adam Skarzig-Watson here again on the floor of the Vancouver Regional Championships, and I'm joined by our TCG lead, Christopher Shemansky. How are you feeling this weekend?
You know, it's been a great weekend. Good to be here with you. We're getting close to the end of it, and it's been a great one.
I know that running these events has been pretty dire. You know, they've been getting bigger and bigger, more stressful, more moving parts. How has the team adapted to all the love and outpouring of attendance that we've had for these Pokemon events?
No, that's a great question. You know, the last couple of months have really been an evolution in events reaching thousands and thousands of people. I think a lot of folks don't see the hundreds of staff that go behind the scenes to everything from getting, you know, paper match slips out to the judge rulings that happen at tables across all 3 games. So many people, so many things go in. A successful weekend really is characterized by all of those people coming together, everything getting done at the right time, in the right order. And so this weekend was an example of a great one in that respect.
Everything has certainly been running smoothly here in Vancouver. It's a great environment, a great venue. Yeah, I certainly don't want to jinx it, but even the crowd's getting really excited, folks. And has there been any special obstacles or any stories that have arisen from this weekend, or has everything been really smooth sailing?
You know, every time we come to Canada, there's always a French element. So players and cards in French. Our players have adapted really well, though, and we find it's not really too much of an issue anymore. I know, you know, we've had this regional for the last decade or so off and on, and that's been something that's evolved over time. But players, as the game grows, the international sort of sense of everyone has grown too, and that's really been a great part of that.
I'm glad that players are so welcoming to these other language cards, not just in English, and working that into the tournament and to the staffing. I know that maybe having some bilingual judges and things like that really helps out. Has there been any translation needed, or has everything been really fun and mostly in English for this weekend?
No, it's an international event. All of our events at one point or other these days, we're like, oh, we randomly need this language we didn't think we would need. We were looking for Taiwanese yesterday. We were looking for French just a few hours ago. It's, always an international event, and that's a fantastic thing.
And I'm glad that we're able to focus so much on the team and all the moving parts that go into running an event of this size. But what specifically do you do? What do you specialize in when it comes to running these tournaments?
I sort of work with the TCG judges to make sure that throughout the day we're all consistent on how different things work, the rulings happen, make sure that match slips are all making their way to the stage for computer processing promptly, sort of just the overall vision of organize things, keep them moving, and make sure our judges are happy, taken care of, and that everything's moving smoothly.
And as you're kind of approaching these events from a high-level perspective, keeping an eye out for these rulings and consistency, is there anything for Temporal Forces that specifically we're doing to prep, or a specific ruling that our players should maybe be aware of ahead of time? That's maybe a bit of a curveball for you.
It's a little bit of a curveball. Every new expansion in some sense has a new twist of, there will be a new highlight. There's a new ruling. I think, this set, there's a lot of, at least a couple of abilities that involve switching the active Pokemon spot. There's always funny things that come up with that, and cards that have been out for, years in the past. Nothing immediately jumps out at me as a highlight of Temporal Forces, unfortunately, but there are, with every expansion, there will be twists and turns.
And if you're a competitor, make sure that you are keeping up to date. It's not just the judge's responsibility. Remember to make sure the games are running smoothly. The players are also going to have their own responsibility for maintaining the board state. And with the new and old cards being mixed together, there's still going to be plenty to experience. And as we move forward with these events and they get bigger and bigger, how have you been able to adapt to getting the extra staff, getting the extra resources that you need to keep up with the pace of these events?
I think it's been great to see as the player scene has grown, the professor program has grown as well. Under some great leadership, there have been lots of initiatives to seminars across the world, different initiatives to have judges be aware of what's going on, what they need to know, and to make these events successful. We've seen, great growth along with the player base in the professor program as well, and that's, helped keep up with the stemming tide.
And so if somebody wanted to become a professor, is there like a website that they go to, or how does that process work?
Yeah, the professor program on Pokemon.com, you just look for the word professor. There's a great rundown there with involvement in how that can lead to being involved in local leagues, local events, all the way up to regionals. The internationals will be at soon, and up to the World Championships even.
Yeah, so if you're curious about maybe trying to find a way to assist your local tournaments, or maybe in a big like this, definitely reach out. Hopefully you can become a Pokemon professor and, keep these events running smoothly. And as you said, Christopher, the international aspect is going to be huge, and we're moving into EUIC, and certainly going to be some Canada, some people from France there. And I wanted to know, do you know the French word for rare candy?
No clue. No, not an idea.
Bonbon.
Ah, yes, okay.
Yeah, we've got a lot of really silly names for Pokemon cards all over the world. And so it's always fun to see those cards, a Super Bonbon for rare candy. And if you were, again, I think another great question that our audience at home is really curious about. You've been running this program for a while, and you've also been really a deep participant in Pokemon in other aspects. You want to maybe share a little bit about that, audience?
Yeah, dating back to the last time I was in this building was Worlds 2013 as a senior division competitor. Made top 32 was my first real showing at Worlds. So there's a lot of great memories here. And over the years, that sort of evolved into helping to staff these events after the 2018 World Championships. It's been a great time making some of the memories that were so awesome for me possible for so many other people.
And I'm so happy that your long-term participation in the Pokemon community has really allowed you forward. And this is something I think with Pokemon being such a long run and fandom and community for everyone, we see this kind of multi-generational people ascending into being able to pay it forward. And is there any other special shout outs you actually want to give? Maybe some family supporting you on your Pokemon journey?
As I think many of you watching know, my family's been involved in the game pretty heavily. My mom, my brother, pretty awesome to have gotten to do all of that with them. Our staff this weekend has knocked it out of the park in so many ways, and we're so grateful for that.
Very well said, and I want to thank you personally for all the time, effort, and just joy that you bring to the community. These events have been running smoothly despite these amazing player numbers that we're seeing at the events. But now we can go ahead and kick things over to a break, and when we get back, our top 4 will be next, so don't go anywhere.
Experience the extraordinary in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet. Paldean Fates. Available now. Products sold separately. Booster packs of 10 cards vary by product. Cards vary by pack.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win. They came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
No matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, be courteous of their state of mind and, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Norwegian Pokemon trainer Tord Reklev has amassed over $120,000 from tournaments, earning a reputation as potentially the best. But his journey started humbly in Oslo. Playing Pokemon on Game Boy and learning the trading card game from his mother. Tord's skill began to blossom, winning 3 Norwegian national championships and a top 32 finish at the 2012 World Championship. Global recognition was limited until the 2017 season with the introduction of the International Championships. EUIC 2017 was the first chance for him to show the whole Pokemon world how great of a TCG player he was, finishing top 4. While he didn't win the tournament, Tord's performance earned him recognition around the globe. Riding this wave, Tord triumphed at the inaugural North American International Championships, the largest Pokemon TCG event at that time, clinching the title and drawing global attention. He continued his streak with another win at the European International Championships in 2018, setting the meta for one of the strongest decks for months. Then, at the Oceania International Championships, he became a 3-time international champion, sparking debates about his status as the greatest player of all time. At the 2019 World Championships, Tord reached the top cut, but lost to former world champion Shintaro Ito, fueling his drive to do better. In the 2023 Latin America International Championships, Tord piloted the newly released Lugia V-Star. After a back-and-forth 3-game set, Tord finally did what no one had ever done before. He won all 4 international championships. Yet the World Championship title has eluded him. In 2023, Tord's Gardevoir EX deck took him all the way to the finals, but Vance Kelly's Mew VMAX deck outplayed him in the closing game, denying him the title despite his remarkable consistency and a record that outshines any active player. The debate of who is the greatest TCG player ever to play continues alongside Tord's quest for a world champion title.
Welcome back in, everyone, to our Vancouver Pokemon TCG Regional Championship. We are so happy to have you on our broadcast here. This has been an incredible event so far this weekend. I'm Shelby Boo, joined here on the casting desk by Juancho Saldana. We've been carrying you throughout our Swiss rounds, throughout day 1, throughout day 2 as well, but it has come down to this, at least for me and you, Juancho. Top 4 here in our day 2 in Vancouver is coming up.
Yes, we only have top 4 and then the finals, and then it's finally time to say goodbye to a lot of the different cards in this current format, as again, this is the last tournament in before rotation.
Yep.
And what a showing, definitely, from all our players, from all the different decks that we've got to feature on this tournament, and of course, just all the amazing plays.
Yep, well, Juancho, it's coming down to this. I'm so excited to get into our top 4 because this is what our players have been waiting for. This is one last match that they have to get through in order to advance into our finals here in Vancouver and then potentially take it down and finish off this format entirely before we have our rotation and going into EUIC.
Of course, but before we take a look at our competitors, something I do want to see even that is equally as important is the community. So let's go ahead and check a couple of everyone's tweets here.
Yes.
And starting with Jennifer Smith, watching Vancouver Regional on stream and testing for the Orlando Regional Pokemon on Pokemon. I cannot think of anything better.
Yeah, this is incredible. We got a nice testing group going. They're watching Pokemon. They're playing Pokemon. What is better than that, Juancho?
Honestly, Boo, there's nothing better than that giant table to play in.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
They're side by side playing together. You're watching everyone's games. Oh, now I want to play.
What are they testing there? What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Maybe we can snipe the competition for
I can't
Orlando
see anything.
Regional.
My eyes are so bad.
Is that a gimme ghoul in the front card right there? No.
Could be.
No, but yes.
Well, definitely good luck in Orlando.
Yes, and then we have JJ. When you get to do what you love with the people that understand and shares your passion, it becomes a success. Thanks, Gallery Games, for connecting us into a big Pokemon family.
Wow, what a crowd here. There are so many faces to look at, so many smiles as well. What a fantastic picture.
That Dunsparce, I need that. I need to steal that.
I was about to say, so many plushies. I'm eyeing down these plushies here. Fantastic picture. Thank you so much for tagging us in this post.
And of course, we have Justin West. The Pokemon K plus Vancouver Day 2 equals perfection. I agree. That Gengar Neon sign is definitely perfection, and every single plushie in here.
Yes, incredible. Pokedubs, thank you so much for tagging us in this post. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Would you like to read this one, Boo?
No. Listen,
read it, say it. You have to, it's your job.
It's so fluffy. Listen. I have no defense, all right? Okay. I wish it was fluffy. All right. Listen,
No.
I have a plush that is quite fluffy, so.
Of Sableye?
Yeah.
We're not going to get
plushie.
into no. No, okay. I think we can all agree.
Yeah, let's get off this screen real quick and go down to our table. Let's get into our top 4 match launch.
All right, and here we have our top 4 match. They're just setting up right now again, and it's gonna be a great one. It is Lucas Singh right now we have, and against Dennis Perov. And right now, of course, we have Lucas Singh. He is playing the Gardevoir deck against Snorlax. This should be an interesting match. Again, Lucas Singh has a top 16 in Toronto Regionals, top 8 at Pittsburgh, top 32 at NAIC, and is the LAIC Senior Champion for 2018. So
incredible. Been playing for a while then.
yeah, definitely a pro player right here. And again, playing the Gardevoir EX deck. One of the best decks in the format, Psychic Embrace, Shining Arcana. Shining Arcana, one of the things we are losing to the rotation. But again, powerful deck, good player, equals good show, for sure.
Good show. And fun fact, Trico is his favorite Pokemon as well. But gonna be facing off against Dennis Perov here. And Dennis is gonna be piloting that block Snorlax. Get hyped for it, Wancho. Let's take a look at these accomplishments here from Dennis. We have a world's top 32 in 2019, as well as a Toronto Regional top 16 in 2017. Both of these players are Canadian, as well as one of our judges on the stream table here. And of course, like I said, Dennis is going to be piloting this Snorlax deck coming up here. It's going to be intricate, it's going to be long, it's going to be super fun to get through this match, Wancho. I'm very excited choosing to bring this deck into Vancouver, a very alternative play style, and Dennis has only been playing it for 1 month, folks.
Excuse me?
1 month, been playing Block Snorlax, and has now made it into our Masters top 4 here in Vancouver. Gotta have some skill behind the pilot of this deck.
That is talent, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible.
Snorlax is one of the more complex decks to play in this format. I mean, I think Gardevoir EX is equally as complex for sure. And of course, Dennis is actually one of the people who to teach Cyrus how to play.
Cyrus Davis?
Yes.
Incredible.
So, ooh, if this is Cyrus's teacher, you just know
Yes.
he knows how to play this game.
Yeah, we were talking about skill. I definitely expect to see a lot of it here from both of these players. We have a champion over here in Lucas Zing, and Dennis, a Worlds competitor as well, placed at Worlds and has taught some of the best players in this game, and Cyrus Davis as well. Both Canadians representing Canada here today, and both playing very interesting decks as well. Of course, Gardevoir, that we are very familiar with, and Block Snorlax, I will also say, is not a popular pick, but it's definitely a meta pick, that is for sure.
Definitely a meta pick indeed. But yes, we have an IC champion versus an IC champion teacher.
Indeed, and of course these players are fighting for everything here. There's a lot on the line. First place at our regional championship in the Masters division gets $10,000 in our prize money. So that's just one thing on the line, though. You also get the chance to finish out our format here with your deck, and that's pretty huge as well. Let's take a look at these prize cards as we're about to hop into this match and kick things off, Juancho.
All right, so some notable prizes here is that Mana Freeze prize that can stay there. A couple of ball searches and the Iono doesn't matter too much. I mean, eventually you will find your card. You have the time, so the ball search cards don't matter as much for Dennis' side. However, these are some cards that could be stuck a little bit longer since, of course, he is playing the Snorlax deck.
Yes.
Double Pokegear could lead to a less consistent start potentially, and one less boss's orders to work with. You definitely don't want that. But the water energy, I don't think is going to matter too much in this matchup.
The single water energy.
Yeah, so just getting that one card prize, probably not going to matter. But we'll have to see here. Of course, they are playing cards to get some of, they are playing some cards to get some of these prize cards out of the prizes. But right now, I believe we are just starting this match. Here we go. Top 4 of the Vancouver Regional Championships. Dennis Peroff is going to start us off.
Yeah, let's kick things off with a nest ball here on Dennis's side. Of course, starting in the active position as well, that Pidgeot V. What do you think about that, Juancho?
Not something you want to start with. Luckily, it's not in any danger at the moment. Pidgeot V, of course, with the Vanishing Wings ability is a way to not deck out, right? And also, it's a Pokemon V, so it is a way to get a Forest Seal Stone attached, but luckily Rotom could do that as well. But yeah, right now, just double nest ball played. Let's get some Pokemon in play.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to just vanish away and end the game. We're going to get 3 nest ball here. Oh my goodness.
That's 1.5 VIP passes.
Yes, that's true. That's a lot.
No, 3 nest balls, 3 basic Pokemon, no Donk in sight. But yeah, again, we need to get the Pidgeot V out of the active. Without I believe the only way to get that, of course, are with the switch cards that we have access to. But, you know what, right now, not in any danger. I don't think Gardevoir has the capability to really start swinging. And, of course, instant charge. Let's get some cards in the hand.
Let's get some cards in the hand, indeed. We're over on Lucas Zing's side of the field now. Starting with the Ralts in the active position and also going into the deck here for some Pokemon, but it's going to be with a level ball instead here, allowing you to search a Pokemon that's 90 HP or less for Lucas. So let's get into this matchup specifically, Juancho. How does this look on paper for you? What are we going to be seeing? Because this isn't your traditional Pokemon match that you're usually used to watching.
We're going to be seeing some attacks with the Gardevoir. We're specifically only going to see purple on one side of the board, or else it's danger. We're in danger because none of the non-purple cards, something like the Luminion, Jirachi, or the Radiant Greninja Manaphy, if those hit the board, you know they're going to the active, and there's no way to attack with those Pokemon. So we're only playing Psychic Energy. And no switch cards as well, because typically Gardevoir does use just the energy acceleration from the discard pile to pay for any retreat cost necessarily. And there's one very important supporter card. We did see it flash there for a brief second. Of course, the Professor Turo's Scenario. That is the only way to get something out of the active. Level ball for the Jirachi straight away is an interesting play.
Why is that, Juancho?
You're finding a Pokemon, putting it into your
hand.
hand.
Because it's not purple?
Yes, it's not purple. And Erica's Scenario is one way you can gust up something from the hand, interestingly enough. This may signify something like an Iono to ensure that Pokemon goes to the bottom of the deck.
Well, we're going to see some Ralts.
Oh, there's also Luminion, too. We want both of those things down to the bottom.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to see here right now, Juancho. The Iono, after searching out those cards from the deck into the hand, now they're going to the bottom here for Lucas. So that's not what you want to be drawing into here. And we're going to get some new cards for both of our players. 6 cards, because they each have 6 prize cards here off that Iono. Let's see what Lucas is working with now. We're going to have that energy attachment onto the Ralts here for the turn.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Is that 2 more Iono in the hands?
Yes, at
oh,
this
that's
point-
a lot of supporters.
At this point, maybe if you're Lucas, you'd never want to shuffle the deck, right? You know that there is the Jirachi and the Luminion. At the very bottom, the Manaphy is prized. The only dangerous card to have in hand at this point is going to be that Radiant Greninja, right? So maybe by never.
There you go.
There's the Erica.
Yes, that's exactly what you called it there, Juancho. And Lucas has prepared for it. Expertise here that we're seeing on the stream here. So if you're just tuning in, if you've never even seen a Pokemon card before in your life, Dennis is working with a very different type of deck. It's a control deck. They play 51 trainers in this deck, and it's all the trainers that are trying to help you control as much of the board state as possible.
Real quick, Lucas Singh here, looking at their hand, they have the capability here to go with the aggression. Rare Candy into Shining Arcana Gardevoir. If they can hit the energy here, they're going to start swinging. There's the energy, but more importantly, they also drew the Radiant Greninja. That's a dangerous card in hand, but they do have an Iono here, or just send it to the discard pile.
Ultra Ball it away. Radiant Greninja going to the discard pile here as Lucas is able to search out another Pokemon off of the Ultra Ball into that Kirlia here now. We are going fast here, Juancho.
I'm looking at the list. Again, it's a long list because it's a lot of different trainer cards, but I believe there is no Echoing Horn. Oh, no, there is. It was the very last one. There is an
that's a
Echoing
lot
Horn.
of cards to look at.
There's an Echoing Horn in Dennis Perroff's deck. That means that is one way to get that Radiant Greninja into play.
It was just shuffled back in with the Super Rod.
Okay.
Yes, so
Perfect.
you're good. As you were reading the list, Juancho, I was watching the game to make sure that we know that Radiant Greninja is back in the deck. So we're all good here, but these players are flying. This is fast pace for a Snorlax deck, but the Snorlax is joining us in the active here, along with that Bravery Charm, of course, that is beefing up the Snorlax to 200 HP. But that ability is what we're going to be looking at here on this Snorlax, the block. As long as this Pokemon is in your active spot, your opponent's active Pokemon cannot retreat.
Yes, and right now, Dennis can only go ahead and boss his orders. The Kirlia on the bench, and, well, that great play.
Restart.
Kirlia can't attack at the moment.
Yep, that's just going to be a restart from that Rotom V, which of course ends your turn, draws you another 3 cards here, and Lucas Zing is now taken off with this turn, attaching that energy onto the Kirlia.
Interesting. They have both Gardevoirs in hand at the moment. They could evolve one of them to either Gardevoir EX, trying to accelerate energy from the discard pile, but there's nothing there.
Yes.
Or you could go into another Shining Arcana Gardevoir, trying to accelerate from the deck, and maybe potentially attack this turn, or just send them both back to the bottom of the deck as well. Just keep yourself, have the refinement, have the options for later, and you might just have to, might just be a pass this turn, or even potentially, is that a slap attack potentially on the Kirlia? I'm not sure what Kirlia's attack is necessarily, but it does do damage.
Let me pull it up for you.
Yeah,
it is slap
for
it's 30. That's some damage. So, okay, yeah, they corrected it there. That's gonna be 30 damage, a slap from the Kirlia. Not something you see every day, but that's still damage on the field now onto that Snorlax there from Lucas. Of course, that Iono as well gave a new hand to our players, and we saw the Sydney there taking that collapsed stadium away into the discard pile from Lucas.
That is a big discard there, because Collapse Stadium is a way to try and bump out some threats that are on your bench. Again, threats are those non-purple Pokemon, but in my opinion, the only way that a non-purple Pokemon gets played is by Erica's invitation, and then it just goes straight into active. So maybe not as detrimental, but also hand knowledge at that point. Oh, and there we go. Refinement, getting rid of the Jirachi.
Yeah, but getting rid of the Jirachi, but Lucas is flying through these turns. I think Lucas has this down pat, what the strategy is here. So I believe we're going to see the Super Rod, which I already see in hand here for Lucas, to rescue that Jirachi out of there. But first, we're seeing some refinements here. Discard a card, draw 2 here for Lucas. If you like drawing cards, this is definitely a deck you want to be playing. That is for sure.
And yes, we do see the Luminion as well in the hand.
Nice.
So that means I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like an Ultra Ball to get that discarded as well, just so that we could go fishing and super rod it back into the deck as well.
Very true. Fog Crystal going to get us that Psychic Energy out of the deck there for Lucas as well. And that Ultra Ball discarding a Counter Catcher as well as Little Minion.
And boo, because of the slap from the earlier turn, this Gardevoir EX that does 190 damage is going to be enough to take a knockout on the Snorlax, surprisingly enough. So slap.
Incredible.
Big play set up there.
Lucas is playing like he's played against a couple of Snorlaxes in his day, I tell you what. You love to see it. You never see that slap from the Kirlia, but it makes all the difference here. And that's going to lead Lucas to a knockout on this Snorlax, even with that Bravery Charm, which is the chunkiness that's keeping that Snorlax alive usually. That's going to be the first prize card for Lucas to take. And we still, once again, only have purple Pokemon out on the field, Wancho. Over to Dennis now. Dennis, maybe like, wow, things are going pretty quick here. Going to start us off, of course, with an Arven, though, which is going to allow Dennis to search out a tool card and an item card from this deck. Putting the puzzle pieces together, as I like to say, for our control players.
Yes, the grab there is going to be that Counter Catcher plus the Forest Seal Stone. Forest Seal Stone, because of course, translates to pretty much anything in the deck. But that Counter Catcher, again, the best thing they could get at this point is that Kirlia, but it is still a psychic Pokemon that can eventually attack, turn into a Shiny Arcana, translate into a knockout. It's just a matter of can Lucas attack this turn? Is there the Shiny Arcana in hand? Are there enough energies in the discard pile?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just a matter of are the pieces there? And at that point, if you have 3 Pokemon all powered up and that's all that's in play, things could be looking good. As Palpad was just played there, putting back in, again, that Erica's Invitation. At some point, Lucas has to draw one of those water Pokemon, right? At some point.
At some point, yes, you would think. Dennis is going to put another Bravery Charm down onto this Snorlax here. We also saw the Palpad here from Dennis as well.
Yes, again, Bravery Charm in the active Snorlax means 200 HP. The Gardevoir EX no longer can take this knockout. Maybe we start off again with another slap from a Kirlia.
That's true. We could see it. We definitely could see it. Well, Lucas is starting off this turn here with that Kirlia in the active. What do we see in the hand here, Wancho?
I see a blue card in the hand. I see a Radiant Greninja. That is a dangerous card to have in the hand. Yeah. And I don't think I see an Iono or anything at the moment.
To get it out of the hands? Uh-oh, yeah. Things could be getting pretty risky here for Lucas, and that's what Dennis is counting on here, that we can just wait a little bit of time, and eventually, like you said, Wancho, we're going to hit something that's going to help us capitalize on this game and take control back here from this Gardevoir player.
Yes, this is almost as if it's some sort of a dangerous juggle, right?
Yes.
It's something you don't see every day, but it's like, oh, I need the Pokemon in my hand, put it in the discard pile, put it back in the deck. Oh, let's Iono it back into the deck.
Lucas, don't drop the Fog Crystal, please.
Yes, just hot potato with all these different Pokemon.
Yeah.
As Gardevoir EX is going to be the grab there off the Ultra Ball. You think that's going to be the next attacker as well? Is there enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile?
That is a good question, Wancho.
Psychic Embrace. We do have the attachment. We're going to see another slap here.
There we go. That's the slap from the Kirlia, what we just saw earlier. Of course, that Psychic Embrace is going to cause those damage counters onto the Kirlia there for Lucas. But Dennis now working with this turn after that Snorlax just got slapped. Slapped in your sleep, Wancho.
It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up, Snorlax.
Wake up, Snorlax.
Big Pokegear here. If they can find Erica's Invitation, we know for a fact it's in the hand. Iono. That's something Lucas loves to see. If that gets played, that means the Greninja goes back into the deck. But again, the deck should be fairly thin at this point. You wouldn't think that the downside of refinement in this matchup is getting the deck thin enough that it's going to be easier to draw into some of these cards.
That is very true. Well, we are going to see this Iono here from Dennis. So both of our players shuffling up here. These hands are going to go to the bottom of the deck. Lucas going to draw into 5, Dennis into 6.
Looking at Lucas's hand, don't see anything other than purple at the moment.
Okay, Okay, that's good to see. Well, it's just going to be an end of the turn here on Dennis's side. That restart here from the Rotom V3 cards ends the turn. Lucas now has the reins in this match. Going to start off with that first refinement from that Kirlia.
Some dangerous draws here, just forced to be using the Shiny Arcanas, the refinements to try and find an attacker. Because at the moment, I believe there is no Gardevoir EX, no Radiant Shiny Arcana Gardevoir in hand. So they might not even have an attack here besides another slap potentially. And right now, even if there aren't any non-psychic Pokemon in play, there is something like the Zacian. Oh, there is an energy, but there is no... Yeah, there is no evolution Pokemon. The Turo is in hand as well, which is a safety Pokemon. And again, Erica's invitation is going to find themselves at basic Pokemon, but at least it's Psychic.
That is very true. At least it's Psychic indeed. That's what we want to keep seeing here. There goes Dennis again. We are flying through this match here. Dennis with the instant charge once again on that Rotom V. Lucas grinding through this turn here as well with the first refinement from this Kirlia.
Yes, I was thinking about it. One of the downsides as well of losing the Collapse Stadium is that these energies are now stuck on the Gardevoir or the Kirlias.
Yeah,
so if you can't get them to the discard pile, you might not be able to power up your other Pokemon.
That's
but
spooky.
Right now there is 6, 8, 9, 11 energies in play.
I'll tell you what, those reversal energy are...
Did Lucas try and retreat there for a second? Oh, right there.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. A little bit of a misstep there, but we corrected it there. We had the boss's orders. Getting that block Snorlax out of the way, Rotom V is going to come up, which is going to allow Lucas to retreat there, which is exactly what was needed to take that knockout as well. Another 2 prize cards down for Lucas Singh. Only 3 away now from taking this first game in our Masters Top 4. Dennis promoting this Snorlax back up to the active position, the one that has the 3 damage counters on it. Counter Catcher is going to bring that Zacian V right back up into the active.
All Lucas needs is probably 2 more Psychic Energies in the discard pile so that they can at least start swinging with the Zacian. That would be nice. Definitely put into pressure. But again, Lucas is playing it perfectly here, translating some resources into retreats like the boss's orders there on the Rotom, turning that boss into a retreat, Plus, Yakima was just played there, getting rid of a reversal energy, which at the moment that means that Kirlia is only stuck with 2 energies. And Lucas actually opting to play the Turo scenario right now to just keep the pressure on.
I like it. Going aggro here, putting that Zacian V back into the hands, and now the discard pile here for Lucas.
It's in the discard pile, but again, Echoing Horn is still something to be afraid of, and I believe I do see at least a Radiant Greninja, I believe. Oh, I saw a Water Pokemon in the hand, and using this rod right now does mean, if you use that right now, I believe that should be the last Super Rod.
No, there might be one more. Oh, no. There might be one more.
All right, but in either case, that Zacian V does stay on the discard pile. Not the worst thing to get Echoing Horn. This could be bait here, trying to bait out the Echoing Horn, and
That's true, yeah.
Ooh, and there it is.
Oh, no, Ancho. Is this how it starts here?
Is this the beginning of the end for this game? The Turo scenario was already played. This Luminion is stuck in the active. If Dennis Perroff never benches another... Oh, also getting the Echoing Horn on the Zacian. I think Lucas only has something like the Palpad left to depend on to try and take a knockout. And that's not... And he's still 2 prizes away. If he was in a scenario where he was down to 1 and all he needed was a Palpad, that'd be great. But as soon as that Luminion is played, or as soon as the Luminion is brought back to the hand, you just know that it's going to... You just know it's going to get Erica's back into play. Again, Lucas is so close here. 2 prizes left to winning this game, potentially.
Hey, but you could be 2 prizes left and then just get stuck in an instant one-show, and that could be potentially what happens here. It all comes down to this. We saw this in our last Snorlax block game as well. It comes down to your resources. And the lack thereof resources as well. It comes down to when exactly you play something. The sequencing is so important, and if you only slightly missequence something, you could have slipped up and lost the game in an instant.
So Lucas here is going to need to put a couple of cards together. He's going to need the Pal Pad to put back the Turo, and he's also going to need something like an Ultra Ball to get rid of that Luminion plus the Rod. We know he still has that Rod. He hasn't used it that yet. So if he can put those specific cards together, plus this Iona, which is great, does find the Pal Pad.
Yep, Pal Pad's going to allow Lucas to shuffle those supporters back into the deck. That's huge.
And as well as limit Dennis's hand. Yes, just bring it back to at least 6.
Yeah, six is a lot of cards, but not when your opponent's hand was like 20 before.
And yes, he's going for the refinement there. Drawing cards now, wants to put those cards together.
Here, drawing into those, no energy off the Shining Arcana, just 2 cards to the hand. It's going to be a pass now over to Dennis. That Luminion, as of now, still stuck in the active. Dennis now putting these pieces, these puzzle pieces back together as well. Pal Pad going to bring that Erica back out.
Yes, just really showing what supporters are important to both these players. For Lucas, it's Turo. For Dennis, it's Erica and that Arvin. But yes, right now, something that could be very scary here, Boo, is right now there's only 4 bench Pokemon in play. If Dennis plays another Erica's and gets that Radiant Greninja right now in Lucas's hand, that means there's 2 water Pokemon in play, and that is very scary. Dennis here grabbing the Luxurious Cape, which is a very interesting card. Increases the HP of the Pokemon by plus 100, which is a lot, but it's giving an extra prize. I'm not entirely sure if you want to play that right now, because if we can get out of the active and take 2 prizes, then we win the game.
Yeah, that's a bit scary for sure, but still at least being thinned out of the deck, not coming down, but Arvin's going to get it out of there. We're back over to Lucas now, who's going to be benching that Ralts.
I like that play. Again, I mentioned I was afraid of that extra bench space getting filled up by another Erica's, but by filling it up there with that Ralts, that means there's only Psychic Pokemon. And Lucas here not even drawing a card, just opting to just pass for the turn.
Look at that. We're passing back and forth between these players. A pass from Dennis back over to Lucas.
I see it in hand. He has...
Shining Arcana here for 2 more cards, passing back to Dennis now. And here we have the Misfortune Sisters.
Nothing really important that could be discarded. Again, everything important is in hand.
Yeah.
I did see the Ultra Ball. I saw the Super Rod. Those are 2 items you want in hand because you want to pick up that Luminion, Ultra Ball, put it back into the deck. So they're in hand. It's perfect. All we're waiting for right now is the scenario, and we're going to start swinging.
Yeah, that's all we need here from Lucas to get this Luminion V out there that's stuck and not able to do anything at the moment thanks to this Snorlax. But Dennis is going to make sure to keep track of all of these resources in the discard pile for on the right side of our field here, and is actually going to go with a Silene for this turn. Oh my gosh, those dice are everywhere. Have to hit some heads here. It's just going to be a re-roll. Yeah, that's at least 1 heads. Maybe potentially could be 2, 1 rolled off there, but this is going to allow you to take those cards out of the discard pile and put them back on the top of your deck in any which way you would like.
Looks like it's going to be the counter catcher or potentially that Pal Pad. A great way to just essentially go infinite is go Silene into the Pal Pad, which is definitely a way some players have, some control players have opted to play their decks to not deck out. And I believe it was just a pass from there. Drew the card. It's just draw pass. We're just draw passing here.
We are drawing and passing here in our Master's Top 4. That is the last card. Lucas has to do something here now. Iono is just going to shuffle both of those hands and put them back into, I would say bottom of the deck, but it's just a deck here for Lucas. Into 2 more cards here, which is going to allow for this draw once again.
Again, Lucas here, after the Iono, is drawing even more cards, maybe trying to draw back into those control pieces. Maybe Lucas opting to try and control Dennis's hand a little bit before they go for the all-in play.
Yep.
Because again, there is only 1 Turo left in the deck. And Dennis knows this. Dennis knows Lucas put back in that 1 Turo with that Pal Pad. Again, opted not to play that turn. we know he had it in hand because there was no deck.
Yes, exactly. Dennis playing that Peonia for the supporter for turn, allowing you to kind of shuffle up your prize cards, taking 3 and then switching 3 back into the prize cards from your hand. Lucas over here now. Here we go, Wancho. The Lumineon V is gone off the field here, and that Gardevoir is joining us in the active position.
And I do see the Super Rod. Maybe Lucas here. Oh, no, there's no need a Super Rod anymore because the one Echoing Horn has already been played. So getting them to the discard pile perfectly here. And is going to opt to use this Super Rod, maybe put back a couple of evolution Pokemon because there is still a Ralts in play that could still turn into a Gardevoir.
Yep, you can do Pokemon or basic energy cards. It's going to be 3 Pokemon, though, here from Lucas. So getting those vulnerabilities back into the deck here, as well as that Curlia. So Snorlax going down for Lucas. Only 1 Snorlax left, 1 prize card left to take as well. Dennis going to start us off with an Arven.
Arven, of course, can find that cape. At this point, doesn't matter if you're giving up 2 prizes or 1. You're, this is the final Snorlax and that counter catcher to grab a Pokemon that cannot attack. And this has to be the Zacian, I believe. If you grab the Ralt, it could still teleportation burst to get back to the bench. Zacian is going to need a lot of energies to start swinging here.
Yeah.
Again, without the Collapse Stadium, there's no way to get energies from your Pokemon to the discard pile.
Yeah, are these energy just going to be stuck on the board here for Lucas? Going to take a look at the discard pile.
There's 1 Psychic Energy.
1 Psychic Energy here for Lucas in the discard, and only 1 prize card left to take. But Dennis has done absolutely everything. That Zacian V is stuck in the active position as of now. Let's see if Lucas has any out to this, Wancho.
Yeah, right now, I believe I did see at least 1 Psychic Energy in Lucas's hand, so this Zacian can at least get 2 energy attached, but it needs 3 to start swinging. It's just a pass. If Dennis can play this Erica here, he should just win this game. I believe I do see a water Pokemon. I'm not sure if he plays Erica and there's a water Pokemon, that just guarantees he wins the game. And there it is.
There it is. Dennis getting that Lumineon V back out onto the field and just passing the turn here back to Lucas. And we're passing back and forth once again, Wancho.
It's just pass until the deck out. Lucas could be just potentially playing until a misplay, right?
That's true.
Dennis plays...
You have to do everything in the top 4. Absolutely everything.
100%. If Dennis plays something like maybe a Mimikyu or the Rotom or the Pidgeot and forgets to fly back, we can boss and retreat. But right now, all we need is a Snorlax. 1 card left in the deck. I'm pretty sure it was a Curlia. Draw.
Yeah, just looking at the board here, Lucas passes, and that's going to be it. Dennis is going to pass back, and Lucas has no card to draw from the deck, which is a game loss here, and Dennis Paroff has pulled it off. Wow, that was incredible.
Oh, what is Lucas feeling at the moment? They were this close. You could practically taste the win at that point. 1 prize away.
Block Snorlax taking down Gardevoir in our first game here in our Masters Top 4 in an incredible way here. Wow, that was a lot to watch, and like you said, Wancho, it was so close. We did see these knockouts here from Lucas. We saw a lot of aggression in this game between our players here. Just going for it, taking out that first knockout, then taking out this Rotom V as well, taking another 2 prize cards, and slowly whittling away at Dennis's deck here. But Dennis was able to pick things up here, and all of the energy was just stuck on the field here for Lucas.
Yeah, unfortunately, Lucas he plays 10 Psychic Energy and 2 Reversal, which is pretty standard for a Gardevoir, but there's no way to power up, 4 Pokemon with 3 energies a pop.
Yeah,
the math just doesn't work out that way.
Yep, you have so many variety of attackers, but it does require quite a bit of energy here, which usually is no issue for Gardevoir, but not when you're not able to hard retreat and get those energy back into the discard, or you're not being knocked out either to get those energy back into the discard to recharge other attackers. So Dennis Paroff once again pulling things off with Block Snorlax. only been playing this deck for a month, mind you. So there is so much skill behind Dennis Peroff. The brain is churning here, I'm sure. Has made it all the way to Masters top 4 with this deck, and that is just incredible to see.
Well,
love it.
1 point here to the teacher so far, but we need we need one more to be able to make it to the finals. And again, I believe I just want to talk about how Lucas can adjust to be able to win the next game. I think one key card, definitely nothing in his control, that's for sure, but a key card maybe would be that Collapse Stadium. The energy was stuck on a lot of their Pokemon. If they could have gotten an even bigger play where they go Collapse Stadium, get the energies back to the discard pile, and then you can load it up onto Shining Arcana Gardevoir to take a knockout on that Snorlax that had so much HP.
But it was lost. It was lost.
It was lost
to
very
the
early.
Sydney.
Yeah, again, nothing in his
without
control.
choice, exactly.
But it could have been big. He was doing a lot of juggling to get Pokemon back into the deck. Maybe that's
true.
another way you get the stadium into the deck as well. But again, that's a lot of juggling. And now we're starting out with a Screamtail.
Yeah, let's see if we can keep up this juggling here between our players. A bit of an interesting start from both sides. This is our Masters top 4 going into our game 2 between Gardevoir and Block Snorlax control deck. Dennis is taking a look through the deck here. We have the Forest Seal Stone already down on the field on that Rotom V. That's on the bench as well. And that Safeguard Mimikyu is in the active position. Easily getting out those 2 Snorlax onto the field with that Battle VIP pass.
I'm not going to lie. I like how Dennis arranged his Pokemon. Almost like, oh, we're going to protect the Rotom is the king here. He's going to drawing us cards. But yes, 2 Snorlaxes on both sides. A lot of Pokemon in play. Lucas has a Screamtail, which is a pretty good attacker. Again, it could attack the bench, which could be key at some point. And it doesn't require a lot of energy to get a lot of damage into play. But
2
you could
energy,
also...
not bad.
Yeah, 2 energy to do, at that point, what, 80 damage? So
knocks out the Mimikyu, right?
At least the Mimikyu.
Yes, that is true. Well, that was our first turn here from Dennis. Just a Battle VIP pass, bringing out these Pokemon, establishing that Rotom V. That's huge. And we're back to Lucas. Now, let's see what the what this established board looks like on the first turn for Lucas.
Yeah, you almost wonder, is there even is there a possibility where Lucas tries to just fill the board with Psychic Pokemon? Technically, everything can attack.
Yeah.
But that means you're never ever playing around something like the Erica's Invitation anymore or Echoing Horn. However, the question is you can't power up that many Pokemon. Not 5 Psychic Pokemon anyway. But again, I'm curious to see how Lucas was trying to play this. We've seen the whole juggling act already in that first game. Let's see if there's any other tricks up Lucas's sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, taking notes here, making sure to keep track of the resources. It's going to be so important for Lucas to continue to do that. Let's check out the hands, too. Do you see anything important as far as our initial hand here for Lucas? We, of course, have this Fog Crystal. It's going to get us an energy out of the deck.
Yes, the Fog Crystal gets energy, can at least power up that Screamtail. That Screamtail can start swinging, I believe. It also has, if I'm not wrong, Slap as well.
No way.
It's
Another
for 1
one?
energy.
Oh my gosh.
These Lucas's Pokemon are just rude.
The Psychics be slapping here. They are slapping today. Yeah, Screamtail does have that slap move. It's going to do 30 damage once again.
And that is pressure.
It is pressure. And I think seeing as how Lucas played in the last game, that's probably what we're going to see again, as that energy does go down onto the Screamtail. Dennis already preparing the damage counters there. But first, we're going to see an Iono. This is turn 2 here. So Lucas is able to play a supporter for the turn, and it's going to be that Iono getting 6 fresh cards for both of our players.
Curious to see what Lucas is trying to find with this Iono. I don't know if they want even more Ralton play. Looks like they do, potentially, yes. I believe there was no water Pokemon in that opening hand in any case. So that was...
I don't think so, yeah.
In any case, that was a safe hand, quote unquote, right? You are protected from Erika's. I would have used maybe the Iono once a water Pokemon goes into your hand. Oh no, that's when we put it in.
Oh, look at that. We actually just had the retreat here to get that energy into the discard pile. Now we have the Ralts in the active. That's not bad too. So hey, the damage counters you prepared, Dennis, not going to be used just yet. And we're back to Dennis's side of the field now. So let's take a look at this hand for Dennis.
Yes, of course. Mimikyu in the active has the safeguard ability. Not block, but...
Ooh, look at this. It looks like a lot of thought went into that, but the Penny is going to end up picking up that safeguard Mimikyu off of the field into a Snorlax here.
Very important to get that out of play, because again, we mentioned earlier, translating some resources into retreats, like the boss's orders on the Rotom. If you could boss Rotom retreat and then boss Mimikyu retreat, that's 2 switches technically.
Yes, that's true.
Getting that out of play, very big. Now there's just only the Snorlax and the Rotom.
Snorlax and Rotom, the party, the whole gang is here now for Snorlax, the main priority of this deck, and it's just going to be an instant charge now from that Rotom V. 3 cards, ends your turn. We're back to Lucas now, who's going to evolve into that Kirlia. We're going to see another energy card hit in the discard pile here now into another 2 cards draw for Lucas. We see another Kirlia that probably was drawn into there, another refinement with that level ball hit in the discard pile. We're drawing cards, Wancho.
Nothing blue just yet, but there is that Zacian, but it's still fairly okay to have.
Ooh.
Avery is played as well.
Oh my goodness. Wow. So
this is a big discard.
Yeah, this is going to force Dennis to go down to a bench of only 3 Pokemon, which means Rotom V, along with that Forest Seal Stone, is hitting the discard pile for Dennis. That's a little different from what we saw last game.
Yes, I'm starting to think now if Lucas maybe regretting that Avery. Now you don't have the Pokemon V in play any longer.
Yeah.
That's a good thing and a bad thing, right? If we can combine that with something like the future Iono, maybe Dennis gets stuck without their instant charge. The deck is still fairly thick for both these players.
True.
Yes, disruption. Iono to 6 necessarily isn't disruption.
Yeah.
Because that's still 6 cards. But when you have a hand of, what, 20?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like 20 cards, so 6 is a lot less compared to that.
Math checks out. Math checks out.
Absolutely. Well, Dennis has no instant charge now. That Rotom V has been wiped off the field thanks to that Avery. So it's just going to be Lucas now playing out this turn. We're going to see the refinement discarding that Zacian V, that psychic Pokemon, into the discard pile. Have you seen any blue Pokemon yet, Wancho? I don't think I've seen any.
No, I don't think I've seen any blue Pokemon just yet, but there is that Zacian at the very least in the discard pile. I believe there is the Super Rod, and now would be the turn to play it, potentially. Or just the knockout here on the Snorlax.
Absolutely. That's going to be the Miracle Force from that Gardevoir EX, accelerating those energy to be able to use it. 190 knocking out that Snorlax that was already slapped up.
Ooh, and there's the Arven. I believe there is a water Pokemon in the discard pile. So Arven here could find the Echoing Horn. Sure enough, there it is. That is the one-off Echoing Horn. Maybe
you gotta
Lucas.
do the honk, Wancho. Honk.
Yes, the Echoing Horn. No sound effect. There it is.
The Echoing Horn. Yeah. Added sound effect. Definitely wasn't boo.
And yeah, there. Right now.
Now you gotta do it.
Greninja in play.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the Echoing Horn, bringing out that Radiant Greninja onto the field. That's exactly what you don't want to see if you're Lucas Singh. That is a blue Pokemon that has joined us, and that is scary.
Now's the time we're trying to look for the Turo. So something that could happen here at the very least is now Lucas never has to play around the Echoing Horn anymore. It's a one-up card. Unless, of course, you Silene it.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could shuffle it back. You could shuffle it back.
You Silene it, okay, you still have to play around it. There's too many things to play around at the moment. But right now, there's already a blue Pokemon in the active.
Yes. One step is down. That is very true. Like you said, Wancho, with Block Snorlax, you can go infinite with anything in the deck. Never underestimate it, I'll tell you that much. There's 51 trainers in there.
You can also hope for all the tails all the time.
Yeah, that's true. All tails all day.
Yeah, definitely. Dennis in a very, very good position here right now with only Lucas still has to take 5 prize cards, while Dennis is technically already at their win condition.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a tall order.
Blue Pokemon in play, stuck in the active.
We're passing. We're
Yes.
passing back and forth here. Lucas, needs a way to work around this situation. It's kind of a pickle compared to last game where those Pokemon really didn't come out until towards the end of the game. But now that Radiant Greninja is stuck in the active here, thanks to that block Snorlax, Lucas is just going to have to work with drawing into some more cards here, getting some more cards into the discard pile from these Shining Arcanas.
Yes, and it's at least putting in the work, right?
Yeah.
The Radiant Greninja's in play. Might as well conceal cards, discarded an energy. Worker draws at least 3 more. The hand is big.
Yeah, it's a lot of cards.
If Dennis could Erica again and get another Pokemon, another non-psychic Pokemon in play, that could be pretty scary. But you could also just save it right now. And again, Lucas here trying to draw into the Turo. The downside is you can't Turo and Iono in the same turn.
Yeah.
So that could be something you want to be.
Only one supporter a turn. That is kind of a dilemma that Lucas has. We saw the concealed cards into 2 more card draw. We're going to see the Ultra Ball now, discarding that Manaphy as well as the Curlia into the discard pile.
Yeah, so they're in the discard pile right now. Fairly safe. Haven't seen any Silenes just yet.
Not yet, yes.
And Lucas' deck is getting pretty thin there.
Yeah. We've been drawing cards here on show. A lot of cards.
As long as Lucas doesn't go down to like 2, they should be fairly safe from something like the Crabominable. Right? I'm sure he does not playing around that at the moment. There's already a different water Pokemon that's scary in play.
Yes. Indeed, we're going to see this Shining Arcana now from Lucas, drawing into 2 additional cards here. Level Ball, and didn't catch that. Oh, I think it was a Reversal Energy as well.
The hand is huge. At what point do you just bite the bullet? Do you just go for it? You go Turo, attack, or Iono, try and draw into the Turo, and then attack next turn. So you at least disrupt first, and then do get the supporter.
When would you do it, Wancho? If you were Lucas right now, what would you do?
I'd probably wait. If I don't have it in hand right now, I do it right now. Iono guarantees I draw the Turo.
Yeah.
However, if the Turo's in hand, that means you're Iono, and I do it at the very bottom of the deck to potentially at least draw back into the Turo.
Yeah.
So
that's oof.
One or the other, or you just do it now.
They just do it now. Well, there you go, Professor Turo's scenario. We're getting into it now. We see that Gardevoir EX come up. That Radiant Greninja is out of here for Lucas Singh.
The sad thing is, this was the moment we've been waiting for, but it's still not enough. It's just 190 damage, just lacking a slap here.
Yeah, lacking a slap indeed. That Snorlax, normally 150 HP, but with that Bravery Charm up to 200, just 10 short.
And how many cards left in the deck for Lucas?
No way, we're going to see it, Wancho!
It's the win condition. Crabominable
will be a card we're losing to rotation, but it's making one last showing here for Dennis Perov. And that is going to lead to a win here for Dennis and this block Snorlax. Incredible. That is an amazing way to go out, Wancho.
Down to 2 cards. Again, when you're thinking of so many different things, sometimes you forget one of a certain blue crab.
Yup. The crab with the bangs coming out for one final bang here. And that's going to get Dennis into our finals here in Vancouver. Block Snorlax advancing.
But what a match. Give it up to Lucas Singh, who played the best that they could play there. Again, very, very tough matchup. They did have at least that one of Turo, but just doing the whole juggle, trying to not let the Pokemon get stuck in the hand, put it not in the discard pile either. But yeah, let's see some replays now. Again, from game 1, where the Snorlax that was damaged by a very rude slap is woken up by this Gardevoir's. And again, the boss's orders, that translates into some prizes. Great play again, once again, from Lucas Singh. And so close. You can see here,
I know.
3 prizes left.
It really
Another
was.
slap Snorlax woken up.
Yeah, woken up with a nice slap there. Lucas was so close, went all the way down to just 1 prize card left in this game and could taste the win here against Dennis, but was not able to keep it going. That last Snorlax with a cape on it. And Dennis was able to take that Lumineon out, and that was the liability, unfortunately, for Lucas. All the energy stuck on the board here. Even though the Lumineon V was able to come up, it just wasn't able to clutch it there.
Of course, game 2 with the Radiant Greninja already in the discard pile. Blood in the water. It was Arvin for specifically the Echoing Horn in combination with the Counter Catcher. And just like that, very early win condition setup. And yeah, Dennis Perroff just playing this deck for 1 month. Playing
1
it
month.
absolutely
and
perfectly.
And the Crabominable with the Trigger Avalanche. There is only 1 single water in this entire deck, and it is meant for that scenario right there. Dennis Perroff milling those cards out of Lucas's deck and taking the win there with that 2-0 victory. Wancho, you love to see it. Having the crab on stage here, that is like my dream come true.
And for one last, oh no,
I know.
He's still in the finals.
That's
Crab
true.
In the finals,
we could see the crab once again.
No, but yeah, what?
One of my favorite Pokemon.
What was it? Crabominable? A great Pokemon. And again, leading to a top 4 win.
Yep.
The teacher takes out the champion.
Yes.
And potentially, the teacher is going to turn into a champion themselves.
Potentially going to be advancing into the finals, of course, having to take down 1 last match, and we could potentially see Block Snorlax take home Vancouver.
Is Block Snorlax going to be the last champion in this format? Oh, that's going to be interesting. Again, it's been amazing past couple of matches. I'm glad I got to see Mew VMAX in the top 8. You're glad, I'm sure, to see Crabominable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we started here. Wancho and I took you through the top 8 match into top 4. Let's take a look at our bracket and just recap this so far today. It's been a very exciting day, too. And this was our bracket, starting off in our top 8.
Yes, of course, the top 8, it was Colin Murley Matthews against Nathan Beck, which was also the stream match. Of course, Nathan Beck did win that match, leading to top 4. Rowan Stavenau against Michael Silva in top 8. Lucas Singh against Eriku. Dennis Perroff against Charlie Locker. Of course, our top 4, Nathan Beck versus Rowan Stavenau. And then Lucas Singh versus Dennis Perroff. And finally, for our final match, it's going to be Nathan Beck versus Dennis Perroff.
Yeah, Nathan Beck, Miraidon EX, making it into the finals here, but it's going to be facing off against Block Snorlax. Is this what you would have guessed to make it into finals, Wancho?
You already know my guess what would have been in the finals. Unfortunately,
started here. Yeah.
Unfortunately, was a little bit incorrect there. But no, again, both players absolutely amazing. Miraidon EX should be an interesting matchup here against the Blocklax. Miraidon, of course, can put on the pressure, and Blocklax can take on pressure, I guess.
I mean, we saw it there. Lucas was playing very aggressively and was not able to take a win there, even though it came so close, but Dennis was still able to pull things off. So will Nathan Beck finally be the one to take down the Block Snorlax? That is going to be our storyline here in Vancouver. Or will Dennis Perroff, only been playing Block Snorlax 1 month, and the Canadian too, be able to take things home in Vancouver?
Yes, and of course, these were the top 8 decks of the tournament. Couple of Gardevoirs, the Mew EX, Mew VMAX, excuse me, double Miraidon, Charizard EX, and Snorlax. I think, again, great snapshot of this format, just really lacking the Roaring Moon. But yeah, absolutely amazing. Amazing tournament. We've seen some of the best players really play their hearts out.
Played their hearts out indeed. It's been a long weekend. It's been a blast, though, especially casting with you, Wancho. I hope you've had fun sending off Mew VMAX into oblivion.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But yeah, I believe that is going to be it for us because right now, up next, it's going to be the finals. So I just want to remind everyone at home to follow us on all our channels. Of course, the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel. It's /Pokemon or /Pokemon TCG. Especially the Twitch. Make sure you get your vote in. By the way, again, good job with all the community choices.
Yes, it's been a blast.
Absolutely. We took all of the community choice matches, and it's been great.
Yes.
Let's make all the matches community matches.
Yes, thank you so much for listening to Wancho and I go on about Pokemon. We love this game so much, and it's been a blast casting for you all this weekend. So we're going to be signing off for now because we're going to be throwing it very soon to our Masters Finals here in Vancouver. So stay tuned.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Pokemon Black and White 2. My first experience with competitive cards was after getting some cards in like second grade, and then my parents were like, oh, you should go to a league, and then it kind of just snowballed from there. My first memory of competing is probably the 2013 World Championships in Vancouver. I lived in Oregon at the time, so it was an easy 6-hour drive, and Worlds is always such a fun experience. My favorite Pokemon is probably Goomy. I don't know, he's just a little guy. In the community, I look up to a lot of top players. I have a lot of respect to the Azul Garcia Griego's testing group. They play super well. They always make great meta calls to every event, and it's really impressive to just see their consistency. It'd probably be Cynthia. Very fun fight in the game, so I mean, I'm sure it'd be cool in person. My favorite region is definitely Unova. It was my first game, and also since the first one's Black and White, they added a bunch of new Pokemon, and all the designs are just so unique and cool. And then obviously the sequels in Black and White 2 are really nice instead of just having remakes. I would have to choose Candy because I'm playing Rare Candy in my deck this weekend, so if I won Worlds, I mean, I would probably just, I don't know if I'd call anyone because my parents would probably be there, but yeah, I mean, they'd be watching on stream at home if they weren't, so I don't know if I need to call anyone. Okay, you gotta go cereal before milk because you have to measure the milk based on how much cereal you have. If you just pour the milk first, then you're gonna have a like completely horrible ratio.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
One match stands in between these two players and a chance at $10,000 and an invitation to the Pokemon World Championships. This is it. Finals time here in Vancouver. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Chip Ritchie, and how else can we hype this match up? It all comes down to this.
Yes, so much on the line. You talked about it, Ethan. $10,000, a World Championship invite, and of course, the glory of becoming a Pokemon TCG Regional Champion. Many Pokemon players' dream is to get just to this stage, and now these players are just one single game away from claiming that title for themselves. Cannot wait to see what's going to happen, and it is going to be an interesting matchup as well.
And these players had to fight through 15 Swiss rounds, as well as a top 8 bracket to make them way all the way here onto the finals, and this is it. We've got Miraidon EX up against Snorlax.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody could have really predicted this matchup coming into the finals. Miraidon definitely on people's radars to be a successful deck this weekend, and Snorlax is a known deck. It's won a regional championship over in Europe, but that's about as far as it's gotten. It really has not cracked besides top 8 here in North America. Got one top 8 finish.
Yeah, it's had some top 8s here in North America. Cal Connor has had some pretty crazy runs with the deck, but it did just get a win in the Latin America region of regional championships just a couple of weekends ago, albeit that was a bit different of a build, more of a control deck utilizing Pidgeot EX, quick search, just one single Snorlax in that specific list. But Dennis Peroff here with 4 copies of that good old block Snorlax, and then aiming to draw cards with that Rotom V. On the other end, it will be Nathan Beck piloting his Miraidon EX deck. We see the Flaffy pictured here, but I don't think we're going to see much of Flaffy in play in this particular matchup.
Flaffy will be cheering us on, and whether you're out in the crowd or watching it at home, we are getting into things right now. Let's throw it down to the table and get into our final match, a farewell to the E block, and it's going to be in style. Snorlax up against Raichu, Nathan up against Dennis. Now, Nathan has been playing Pokemon TCG for a while and has really had success here with this Miraidon EX deck. Dennis as well, a longtime player. Both these players actually having very similar pop ID, so probably started around the same time. Did have a run at the 2019 World Championships playing Malamar. Now, that's a very different deck here from the Snorlax deck.
Yes, quite a different strategy for sure. Snorlax pretty unique in what it is aiming to do. Dennis drawing this opening hand here does appear to have a mulligan. But yeah, with just a couple of accomplishments there on this resume, I mean, without a doubt here, Dennis's strongest finish up to this point, just getting to this final stage, and he's hoping to add a regional title to that list of accomplishments.
So much stands in the way of both of these players. First and second, a big difference, especially this year with the auto qualification added. A lot of pressure off of your shoulders. Nathan has won a state championships now. That takes us back to before League Cups, as well as a top 4 at the Salt Lake City Regional Championships. Has broken through that now. Best accomplishment of this player's career, but looking to make it, as you said, a regional champion, not just a finalist.
Yeah, Nathan's a pretty solid player from the West Coast. We really only see him playing in a few tournaments a year. I've watched a few of his games over the years, but always is, fighting in those day 2s. He's made quite a few day 2 finishes, but yeah, once again, another player who, without a doubt, is having their strongest performance of the weekend, or of their career, rather, I should say. And it looks like our players do have their opening hands, their basic Pokemon set out. let's see those ever important prize cards here. Hopefully neither of the players prizing anything too relevant. 6 prizes being laid out.
Oh, 2 Snorlax in the prize cards.
Yeah, and that Mimikyu as well. That's actually a card that can be a big deal in this matchup.
And Nathan prizing 2 copies of that electric generator.
Yeah, not too big of a deal. Normally, you would hate to see 2 electric generators in the prizes as Miraidon, but you kind of take a slower approach in this matchup, really just aiming to manually power up, hopefully a Miraidon. You know, that's what your best starter is as Nathan in this matchup, is just getting a Miraidon into the active spot and going from there. And yeah, just attach to it 3 times and start swinging, start taking KOs, start dealing with these Snorlaxes. Yeah, Dennis here might have a little bit of pressure laid on him thanks to the fact of a pair of Snorlax being in the prize cards. Now, he does play 1 copy of Hisuian Heavy Ball, so that can fetch that one of those Pokemon out of the prizes, and he's also got Peonia in this list as well.
Lots to talk about, lots to get into as we are set up and ready to start. Here we go, finals match for the Masters TCG here in Vancouver, and it will be Nathan starting action off with that Miraidon EX in the active. It's one of the Pokemon you're okay having down against the Snorlax deck and already filling the bench up using that tandem unit ability.
Yeah, I'm a little interested to see a bunch of Pokemon coming into play right off the bat. You normally don't need to be too pressured to put a bunch of Pokemon into play, but one strategy players can employ against this Snorlax deck is to just fill the bench with Pokemon they're okay having in play, to try to play around the eventual Erica's Invitation, sticking something into the active, like, you know, maybe something like a Flaffy in this specific matchup, or that dreaded Squawkabilly EX.
And their key card comes down right away. Talk to us about this, Chip. Why is Spiritomb so important here?
Yeah, Spiritomb is a massive card for Nathan to put into play right away. Its Fettered in Misfortune ability means that basic Pokemon VM play have no abilities. So Dennis normally is setting up his deck with the Rotom V, using that ability to draw 3 cards to end your turn every single turn. You're not a player that's... You're not a deck strategy, excuse me, that's aiming to, you know, attack every single turn. You're usually just passing with your Snorlax active, so you might as well, instead of pass, use that Rotom V ability. And you can't use that Rotom V ability thanks to the Spiritomb being in play.
We do see one of those 2 electric generator in the deck. Does only find 1 lightning energy. It's not too bad, though. You want to slowly get this powered up. This deck is playing a ton of energy. 14 lightning energy and 1 double turbo. We also see that double turbo in the hand. This game is all about resources, and here's an attachment we don't see a lot. Double turbo energy coming down onto that Miraidon EX.
Yeah, not too big of a deal, to be honest. Dealing 200 versus 220 into a Snorlax, it still means it'll be KO'd, even if a Bravery Charm is attached.
We will see Nest Ball kick things off for Dennis. Has not yet had a Rotom V so far, so that can come down. We know that. Besides the Snorlax and the Mimikyus, there are no other Pokemon in the prize cards, but that's also got to be a pretty important note here for Dennis going through this deck on the first search.
And we just saw immediately Dennis kind of realizing, hey, I've got a couple Snorlax prized, and because of that, Hisuian Heavy Ball is brought right to the front of the deck. And that is one thing that can be an issue for the Snorlax deck in this matchup. You know, you need to be able to have a replacement Snorlax every single turn if you're anticipating your active one being KO'd.
And while this start looks excellent for Dennis, has access to the Arven in the hand, already saw that Battle VIP pass. Now, Battle Pass has a lot less value here, though, because 2 of those Snorlax are prized. They are not available.
And you can, of course, go and get the Rotom out of the deck, but like we talked about, Spiritomb means that will not be an option to draw cards. So Hisuian Heavy Ball definitely seems like a better choice here. The Bravery Charm, pretty interesting. You know, you can throw it on the Snorlax, but it doesn't really protect it from being KO'd by something like the Miraidon EX.
So we'll most likely see one of those Snorlax get grabbed out of the prize cards. But this is sort of an issue about this Snorlax deck. You really kind of struggle to consistently put on a lot of disruptive pressure when you cannot end your turn by drawing a bunch of cards, filling your hand up. Dennis will get the full news of these prize cards. We'll see that a couple of those are prized.
And as opposed to getting the Snorlax here, I almost wonder if Dennis is just going to grab the Mimikyu, and he's really thinking about it. And you can see this is this is a tough call. The Mimikyu is pretty good in this matchup. there's only a couple things Nathan can do to hit it. We did see right away Nathan grab the Zapdos out of the deck. That is one option. And then another one is to use Mew EX's genome hacking. You can use that attack to copy your opponent's active Pokemon's attack. So even though Mew is a EX Pokemon, it can copy Mimikyu's attack, which places damage counters. It doesn't do damage, it places damage counters. So those are the two ways that Nathan can deal with the Mimikyu. It does seem like Dennis has decided to go with a Snorlax, however.
Triple Snorlax in play and a pass of the turn over. And there is a few interesting pieces. It does have that Lost Vacuum in hand, but that could be honestly a pretty big deal to not use that to get rid of something like the Squawkabilly. Instead, it's going to hit the discard pile, and that's really not something you want.
Yeah, but
in
with
play.
the full bench right now, I don't think you mind it too much. The thing that could come up is if at some point Dennis uses a counter catcher to bring up a Spiritomb. The only real way that Nathan has to move that out of the active is to use its Fade Out attack, which pops it back up into your hand, which can be pretty solid. But if it comes back to your hand, that leaves an opening for Dennis to go for something like the Echoing Horn.
Does find that lightning energy, though. So there it is. Photon Blaster taking the knockout on Snorlax. And this is a very tough spot for Dennis. Does have another copy of that Arven.
Has a counter catcher as well. I feel like targeting down the Zapdos makes the most sense. It's not a super efficient attacker into the Snorlax. Its Electric Ball attack deals 110 damage. So it's a 2-hit KO, and that's something you can withstand thanks to the 150 HP on the Snorlax.
So Nest Ball, the choice of the item. We will just see another Bravery Charm potentially. I'm not sure if Dennis has that Forest Sealstone yet. It is a piece you can still use with something like the Pidgeot V, but putting Pidgeot V in play is also not great because you're also blocked by that Spiritomb.
Yeah, all of Dennis's Pokemon V to put in play really don't seem super strong. It does find the Luxurious Cape. It's kind of a catch-22 with this card. It does give the Snorlax 100 more hit points, so boosts it all the way up to 250. That means it will not be KO'd by the Photon Blaster of a Miraidon, but it does mean that the Snorlax gives up 2 prize cards when it is KO'd.
Now, Miraidon, usually a great attacker, but does have that effect on that Photon Blaster that it cannot attack the following turn. So, wow, 200 damage in a burst is solid. It's almost like you're doing damage over time sometimes because you're just passing turns back over.
Yeah, and we literally might just see Nathan immediately pass. I don't know. It does look like he actually has the Forest Sealstone. He's got a few cards actually worth playing here, Electric Generator being one of them.
Does hit 2 energy off of that, so it's just going to be prioritizing getting Miraidon powered up. It's the most efficient attacker at taking one-hit knockouts onto the Snorlax.
Yeah, even though you're attacking every other turn, it is still one of your best options here. You can KO a Snorlax even with a Bravery Charm attached. And so having that as an option definitely seems solid.
So the most interesting thing I'm thinking about here is will we continue to see energy drops, but it's going to just be one more Electric Generator, so this one doesn't hit any lightning energy, but for the 2 that you got off of the previous one, I think it's a fine trade-off.
Yeah, Nathan definitely needs to be mindful of the energy attachments. He's got 14 in the list, plus the 1 double turbo. We already see that has been attached. With a ton of Pokemon in play, you want to make sure your energy cards are not spread too thin.
Already starting to power up this Mew EX, and just saying go. Have fun with it, passing the turn back over. As we're going to see a Giacomo discarding this double turbo energy. That will force another resource out of Nathan this following turn.
Yep, one of the only energy removal options in this deck, discarding a special energy from play. Ends up working out pretty decently here for Dennis, and now has Counter Catcher and is debating what to use it on, and it will be that Spiritomb, and this lines up a potential problem for Nathan. Using that Spiritomb's Fade Out does move it from the active spot, but that would give Dennis an opportunity to use Echoing Horn to bring something like that Squawkabilly from the discard pile into play, and that is an excellent target to stick in the active spot.
Does find that Forest Sealstone, though, off the top of the deck. And this is now an interesting choice. Do you still commit to not using Fade Out, instead using one of your precious resources, one of those switching cards? It will just be the switch grab. There's already energy in the hand. And I think even holding on to a Peony, if push comes to shove, you do have to discard your entire hand, but sometimes it's just worth that if you are getting the resources you need to continue putting on aggression.
We will indeed see that switch. Nathan Beck really wanting to put on the pressure. A great strategy when playing against the Snorlax deck, especially when they're not able to utilize Rotom to stabilize. Dennis here with no great basic Pokemon options remaining in the deck. 2 Snorlax in the discard pile, 1 remaining in the prizes. Just 1 Snorlax against the world at the moment. can he find a way to pull this off?
This is tough. It's going to have to commit the luxurious cape. You are surviving a knockout, but even that Raichu on the bench, if you can somehow get some energy cards onto it. Now, a lot of these electric generator have been used, so I'm not sure in one turn it can just kind of come out of nowhere and take this knockout.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, though. Like you mentioned, that Peony is in the hand, so that can find something like the electric generator and escape rope, and then you only need to hit one energy from the generator. Nathan could win the game this turn.
We'll see. I think the last generator might still be in the prize card.
That is a good point,
We're
yeah.
going to see off this Ultra Ball what pieces are available. So let's take a close look. Let's see. There is that escape rope, but no electric generator. And speaking of switching outs, that is the last switching card left in the deck, is that escape rope. We're also keeping track of the energy. So far, double turbo down and 6 lightning energy are in play. So still plenty of ways to power up these Pokemon.
For Nathan here, a probably fine play would just be to attach an energy for turn to the Raichu and pass. You're not super pressured at this point to go aggressive. You know, using an escape rope to not take a one-hit KO doesn't seem super strong. Also, using Fade Out does open up an opportunity for your opponent to just potentially win the game with some sort of Echoing Horn play. So we will see that energy being dropped into play. And I guess you may as well use the I guess you can just at least use Mew, right? Draw a couple cards, and then Peony is an option next turn.
Yeah, we're just going to see sort of a bluff here. Nathan saying, yeah, I really don't have anything. I'm just going to keep attaching. And we're finally going to see Nest Ball. And this might be last resort. I think Dennis smells what's coming the following turn. May have to put a Pokemon into play. Even considering Crabominable, I guess out of all of your V Pokemon, that's probably the best one to put down if you can't take the Pidgeot out of play and you can't draw cards with Rotom.
Yeah, I actually... not remembering 100%, but I'm pretty sure Crabominable is weak to lightning, or is it weak to metal?
I think it's weak to metal. It's
is it weak to metal? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that will be something that can soak up a hit, right? You can put Bravery Charm on it as well. I think it has 220 HP, so with the Bravery Charm, you do withstand a Photon Blaster, but actually having to use the Forest Sealstone means that you can't even, get that Bravery Charm as an attachment.
So one card of Dennis's choice coming to the hand. V-Star power used for the game here for Dennis. But I'm trying to think in my head here, Chip. There's no real one card that bails Dennis out from what looks to be pretty tough. And it's going to be a 50-50 here. Going to Peonia hope to find these Pokemon that are in the prize cards. Let's see what Dennis takes.
Yeah, there's no one card that helps him, so he has to use Peonia to find 3 of them.
And does find 2 excellent cards, the Mimikyu and the Hisuian Heavy Ball. But now comes the hardest choice with Peonia. You got to put 3 cards back as well, and there's not a lot of cards in the hand, and you want all these resources that you can keep.
It did get the Heavy Ball at least, so that can find another Snorlax. An easy send-up off of a potential escape rope. Now, one other thing to mention about putting the, Crabominable into play is that becomes a boss's orders target for Nathan. Of course, the thing that makes Snorlax so annoying is its block ability. That is what is preventing something like the Spiritomb in the active spot from simply being retreated out of the active. But if you use boss's orders and bring up the Crabominable, you can attach, retreat, and then take 2 prize cards thanks to its 220 hit points.
Finally going to see Peony come down. Any 2 trainer cards can come into the hand for Nathan.
Yeah, we could see that Pokemon Catcher come up. Nathan did discard 1, but has another one in the list, and that is what he is debating here. A 50-50 shot to bring up the Crabominable and get yourself the retreat option. Would need an energy card still to retreat his active Pokemon. So that is also another thing worth noting.
Yeah, smart choice there to also grab the escape rope. The only really way that Dennis can get rid of that card is if it's in the deck with Misfortune Sisters. So making sure that it's safe may come down to just having that last switching card to get him over the finish line in this first game.
Now this
big flip heads.
Now this is a big draw here. Yeah, this is a little risky, to be honest. He needs to find an energy card in order to retreat this active Spiritomb. Otherwise, it's an opportunity for Dennis to just use Penny to pick up this Crabominable, and I don't see the energy card here.
No, really not worth playing that escape rope either. And it's just going to be a pass over. Can Dennis find a Penny? There's only a couple cards, but has the switch card in hand. That's a big find. That's going to be one more resource out of Nathan's Book of Tricks to be able to bring this Crabominable up and let him sort of switch one of these active Pokemon that Dennis is trying to trap out of the active spot.
Yeah, Nathan is probably thankful to see that it was a switch card and not a Penny picking up this Crabominable, because that Crabominable now will stay in play. That means boss's orders can find it later on.
Good thing that escape rope was grabbed. Not going to be a danger of being discarded. Dennis does play that Misfortune Sisters. Getting rid of Ultra Ball, not too relevant. You're okay to have those cards get discarded. This turn is passed back over Nathan. One card too late, but now does find that lightning energy.
And with the Mimikyu being active, can still retreat this active Spiritomb. One thing, however, is there's nothing that can attack the Mimikyu, so we actually will just see the fade out. Bring the Spiritomb up to the hand. Dennis, though, only has a couple of cards in hand. Nathan really just taking a risk here, saying, I don't think you have it. You don't have Echoing Horn in those 2 cards in your hand.
See what this deck truly is when it's not able to consistently draw cards without that Rotom's instant charge ability. We are just going to see the penny, though, so that does pick up that Crabominable. A great play Nathan had lined up was Boss's Orders in the hand. That Zapdos' Lightning Symbol ability would have boosted this up, and now we're just passing back and forth. But this is good for Dennis to slowly build this hand up. Do we see another energy, though? And we do. I think it's time for Nathan to put on the aggression. We're going to see the retreat into the Mew. It does discard that lightning energy. It is a resource later on to keep track of. And here we go. Genome hacking, copying the Mimikyu, placing 7 damage counters on it. Now, thanks to that Bravery Charm, it is out of range of being knocked out for the moment. But one more of those genome hacking and it will be knocked out.
Yeah, Mew is honestly a pretty solid attacker overall in this matchup. It knocks out the Mimikyu if there's no Bravery Charm, and it actually also knocks out Snorlax if there's no Bravery Charm, because Snorlax's Collapse attack deals 150 damage. You do have to flip a coin to see if you can wake up, right? Collapse does put you to sleep, but you've got 2 opportunities to do it, right? One's going into your opponent's turn, and one's coming back into yours. So Mew, honestly, when I've played this matchup as Miraidon, has been one of my go-to attackers.
Just going to pass the turn, accepting Mimikyu's fate. It will go down this turn to another genome hacking. And Spiritomb comes right back into play. That was the one window there for Dennis to maybe shift the momentum into his favor.
Yep, no Echoing Horn able to be found. Dennis forced to send this Snorlax up. Has a counter catcher in hand. Probably brings up the Zapdos here. That 2 retreat cost. The 3 energy requirement in order to be able to attack. And there are quite a few energy cards in play right now for Nathan. A couple in the discard pile also.
I believe we're at 9 total in play, so there are still 5 energy remaining. And trying to do the math, so if we put 3 on the Zapdos and then 1 on each of these Miraidons, there's technically 1 fewer energy in play. I believe there's not enough that 1 Pokemon could get stranded.
Now here we go. This is the last switching card. The Escape Rope now being played from Nathan. Does force the other Snorlax into the active. This one has that Luxurious Cape. Nathan having to debate what to send up here. Could just go with the Raichu in order to take 2 prize cards on this Pokemon. Would have to discard a ton of energy cards from play, though. Is this worth it?
It feels so risky. Maybe if you still had 1 more switching card left, I would get behind this play because you can at least pivot that last time.
I mean, Nathan knows that Dennis's hand is not great. He's not been using Rotom. He knows 2 of the cards in his hand are Force Seal Stone and Crabominable, right?
Yeah.
So this sets up for the win on the next turn, forcing Dennis's hand. Dennis has to find a response right now, otherwise he will immediately lose to this Raichu. Does Dennis find it?
And
it's a penny!
It's gonna
Picks
penny.
up his only Pokemon in play. Honestly, you gotta respect it. Dennis going out on his own terms, and Nathan here gets the win in Game 1.
An ode to the 2015 National Finals of AZing up the Whaler. A respectable way to go out. Wow. I mean, look, it just sat there. It did nothing. It was just staring menacingly, but it was that Spiritomb that was the MVP of that match for Nathan. Really just did not allow Dennis to put together much of a strategy at all with that draw being shut off.
Yeah, really solid game planning, I think, here from Nathan overall. Dennis maybe got a little unfortunate with those prize cards, forced him to go for that Hisuian Heavy Ball early, but really it was the Spiritomb is the big deal in this matchup.
That Pokemon catcher could have definitely made things a lot worse than they ended up being, but at the end of the day, Nathan had just enough resources to go for that aggressive play. A little bit of a gamble, but it paid off dividends, allowing Nathan to knock out that Snorlax with the Luxurious Cape with a big Dynamic Spark attack from this Raichu and finish it up by doing it one more time. Nathan going up 1-0. Will he become the second player to win a North American Regional? He's the 4th player to make it to a final so far this year with Miraidon. Will he be able to take it home once again?
Yeah, Miraidon has been excellent thus far this season. Will it cap off its time in the E block on the E-on format with one final victory as we head into EUIC?
And one thing that we have to continue to take note of here is that clock. Now, we've only cut off about 25-ish minutes, 20-ish minutes in this clock, but that was sort of a weird game. That game didn't really last a while. As we continue to progress through, the clock is only going to benefit Nathan. The clock is Dennis's biggest enemy here in this finals.
Yeah, we definitely need to remind the viewers at home about how the time rules work here in Top Cut. Now, normally, if you get to a Game 3 situation, right, let's say that Dennis finds a way to win this game, is able to lock Nathan up, get a Flaffy stuck into the active spot, something like that. Dennis eventually wins, decks Nathan out. We go into Game 3, say there's, 15, 20 minutes left. The game lasts for quite some time, and Nathan is able to take a prize card or two as long as Dennis does not deck Nathan out before the end of those +3 turns. It becomes the first player to, be ahead on prize cards, and that would, in that instance, of course, be Nathan. Dennis only plays one single energy card, and it's for that Crabominable's attack that does 0 damage, so we would not expect to see Dennis take any prize cards.
Well, we're getting right back into things. Here we go. Game 2, Nathan starting off with a nest ball, and he's considering, do I just grab Spiritomb and put that into play before I get down Miraidon and set my board up with Tandem Unit? But decides that it's a little bit more important to make sure my Pokemon are in play. Will be the selection off the nest ball, Miraidon EX, Tandem Unit, and immediately grabbing another Miraidon and a Zapdos. I think those last 2 bench slots are probably going to be for what we saw last game, Spiritomb and that Mew EX.
Yeah, but with the shuffle of the deck, okay, actually Nathan's saying he's going to go back in here. I was wondering if that meant that there was going to be no other Pokemon search available here, but it does look like Nathan has an Ultra Ball. This can go get the Spiritomb now. The problem here could be that I think the best cards to discard in hand here for Nathan are a pair of Pokemon. This is opening up a 1-turn window here for Dennis to potentially find an Echoing Horn.
Yeah, out of all the Pokemon to be Echoing Horn back, Iron Hands is not the worst.
It's not the worst.
It does still have that Arm Press attack for 3 energy that does 160 damage, and there it is. Feathered in Misfortune back online. And hey, talk about Fast Charge. We can get some more energy into play too.
Yeah, the rarely used Fast Charge on the Raichu V, actually putting on quite a bit of pressure here, threatening a knockout next turn with the Dynamic Spark. But what does Dennis have available in this hand?
I don't think there's anything really going on. A Penny, it's just going to be a pass. Has to bench the Rotom to not lose the game by having his lone Snorlax get knocked out.
What is happening here? Dennis even throwing the Rotom off the table.
He over-circuited. He short-circuited.
I mean, we're about to short-circuit back here because this is a tough spot here for Dennis. Now, did put that Pokemon League headquarters in play. That can be another piece of this puzzle that we haven't talked about yet that can be annoying for the Miraidon deck. It makes all basic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless more. So that means that Nathan is going to have to commit extra energy cards to each of his Pokemon if he wants to attack or find, of course, a counter stadium.
And these generators are big. The more energy they find, the more pressure Nathan can put on this turn, but does find 2 energy off of both generators combined. And there is an energy card in the hand, so we could be seeing Dynamic Spark take out the only Snorlax in play on turn 2 of the game.
Yeah, that would be a pretty aggressive line. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, however, because if Dennis just finds something and is able to stabilize, then you run the risk of just having too many energy cards already being discarded.
We're thinking about it. There is also a switch in the hand, so
There's also a boss's orders here, so you could go this route and just capitalize, make sure you take 2 prize cards, and that's exactly what Nathan is doing, giving Dennis the 1-turn window here. What does he find from the top of the deck? It's a Nest Ball. That's a pretty good one, and he's also got a Counter Catcher in hand.
Does get another Snorlax down into play. Was debating maybe if Mimikyu would come down to maybe buy a little bit more time, but this is the whole strategy of the deck, right? Block your opponent's active Pokemon, not allow them to attack. There is a counter catcher in the hand. So I think Dennis is just debating, do I try and buy some time? And the tough thing is bringing Spiritomb up if you don't have a follow-up is really just not a play. It just only buys you 1 turn, and it will be the Zapdos brought up into the active spot, and we're going to be Silening. It's a double Tails! Wow. Not able to bring back any card. Would have loved to at least get another Nest Ball to maybe get 1 more Pokemon into play next turn.
Now Nathan draws for turn, finds Peony. That can be a great way to, you know, go through the deck and find a switch card and put on some aggression, but no, is just going to pass it back and forth.
I don't think you can afford to put that Lumineon in your discard pile if you do not have the guaranteed out to put Mew EX into play. And with this Ultra Ball, I think Nathan is now going to finally maybe start using this Peony. A little bit of a heads-up play. No need to get overzealous. You've got to understand your lose conditions, and that Lumineon is not your friend in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't know that if he had another Nest Ball to guaranteed grab off the Peony, maybe didn't have another one available, so just chose to play it safe and was rewarded by finding Ultra Ball just the next turn.
Does use that restart, does have a switch and an energy. Just commit the energy to Miraidon, and we're just passing it back and forth. This is going to be this kind of a game, but this is okay. Nathan is okay to just keep attaching energy, use restart over and over again. We will just see some of these tool cards come down. There's no reason to really just hold them in your hand. This is sort of how this game is developing. Back and forth. Look at these top decks, though. Keeps finding energy cards off these restarts, and here we're going to see it. The switch into this Miraidon, and it's just going to be...
Nope.
Oh, can't take a knockout. Okay. Wow, but... committed that switch. That could be
that's a big
little
deal.
bit of a big deal.
Yeah,
if
the
there's a
Pokemon
way
League
to bring it up.
HQ catching Nathan here a little bit. He actually had Peony in hand, and it would have been a pretty nice turn. Okay, this could be the opening. Dennis needs to fight back and get back in this game. A little bit of a misstep for Nathan, burning one of his only 3 switch cards a little too early.
Does now have to discard that Boss's Daughters. That could be a valuable card later on in the game. And there is only 2 switching cards left in this deck. We'll see if they both get grabbed here off of the Peony. I wouldn't hate that. I think also grabbing probably a stadium card as well, so you don't have to guarantee the attack. You can also put an energy card somewhere where it's more efficient, so you can attack later down the line. So this play seems fine to Nathan. You can play Peony another time, maybe get that escape rope.
Yeah, and Nathan had the Peony in hand with that switch, so he very easily could have just switched, played the Peony, gotten the Beach Court, and then even another switch card, right, to guarantee that it was safe. That would have been pretty strong last turn, but, you know, got caught, you know, not quite keeping track of everything. You know, that Pokemon League HQ slowed him down.
Energy now being placed onto that Zapdos, understands it's gusting target number 1 most likely. Snorlax goes down, and what does Dennis have to respond? It's the same situation, it feels like, as last game. A couple of V Pokemon you do not want to put into play, and that Forest Seal Stone. Dennis is yet again with his back to the wall, down a game in the Masters Division Finals of the Regional Championships. Things are not looking good. Does at least have the counter stadium. It's better to not let your opponent have that beach court. And Crabominable again comes down, and Star Alchemy is used. What one card can bail Dennis out of this tough position he's in?
Yeah, a replacement Snorlax for when this first one inevitably gets KO'd. It actually looks like Iono is being eyed up as well. That could be what Dennis just has to go for. You know, a hand refresh. Knows that these 3 cards he's got remaining are really not working for him, so let's find 6 more and just hope that that gives him a few more plays.
Now, this isn't terrible necessarily because, of course, the Miraidon did use that Photon Blaster attack last turn.
Cannot attack this turn.
Can't attack, so kind of give yourself 6 cards. Hopefully you can find something to work with a little bit better. Not even worth playing that Pal Pad. No real supporters to put back into the deck. Maybe the Boss's Orders, but it's just not worth burning that resource this early.
He's still got plenty of counter catchers at this point, so it doesn't really need to worry about it too much right now. Did find another Iono for next turn, but I think that's about it.
So we're just confirming everything has been used properly, passing the turn back over. What does Nathan have off of these 4 cards? This is actually a very solid hand here with these 4 cards.
Yeah, he's got that Forest Seal Stone, has a pair of energy cards, and also the Peony in order to discard the hand and find a switch card if he wants, but doesn't really feel pressured to do any of that right now. Just chooses to pass and knows that this Photon Blaster will be live this coming turn.
Does find an Arven, looks like, off the top of the deck, so can now grab one of these tool cards to maybe put yourself out of range of being knocked out by a Photon Blaster. Luxurious Cape, that will do it, as well as a Nest Ball. And now the choice is, which Pokemon do you put down? Do you put Mimikyu into play, or do you just get another Snorlax into play, and it will be that Snorlax hitting the board?
Yeah, we'll put that Snorlax down. Mimikyu's kind of tough whenever your opponent already has an energy on the Zapdos. That's a pretty quick and easy way to deal with it. We'll see the Bravery Charm be an option. Luxurious Cape hanging out in the hand for a moment. And the counter catcher going to hope to stick something active here. Will it be Spiritomb once again?
Considering the Miraidon, I don't hate this. It's not able to attack for a couple of turns, and I mean, time is what Dennis needs in this position to get himself back into this game.
Yeah, eventually hoping to lock something into the active spot. Nathan draws return, and it actually does yield the escape rope.
Yeah, but this is tough to play this escape rope down.
He could.
It's going to be your last switching card, so it's a little bit tough.
He does have the option to boss his orders in a future turn with that Crabominable being in play. That's something to think about.
Could always be pennied up, so that's always
it
the
is.
fear
Yep,
you got to
it
think
is a
about.
risk. It is a risk.
So pretty simple choice. You can never really bring the Crabominable up here. It's just a free 2 prize cards for your opponent, it feels like. And they're just going to go down to 1 prize. All they need is just 1 attack to knock out your Snorlax, and they will become a regional champion.
Yeah, Nathan sending up this Miraidon EX. It's set up to be able to take this knockout. Does put this Forest Sealstone into play. 1 more prize card for Nathan Beck. The draw for turn from Dennis is that Misfortune Sisters. Not going to help him out here. Has to go for the Iono.
And this is tough because you're not playing Penny, so that Crabominable is just going to stay on your bench, a huge liability. Let's see what Dennis can potentially put together. Maybe another counter catcher card.
You know what Nathan drew for turn?
What did he find?
Pokemon Catcher.
Could it
come down to this coin flip right now? Pokemon Catcher.
Let's see
flips the coin. And it is a heads that brings up this Crabominable, retreat into the Raichu, and Dynamic Spark taking the 2 prizes. Nathan Beck, the Vancouver Regional Champion.
Doing it with Miraidon, going all the way. Your last E-Block tournament champion is Nathan Beck, finally becoming a regional champion, and congratulations to him.
It is worth noting, you know, it was very exciting to see the Pokemon Catcher flip. Nathan did have the Forest Sealstone in play, so as long as 1 boss's orders was remaining in the deck, he did have it guaranteed, but why not go for the Pokemon Catcher? Give yourself the chance to win in style, exactly, and that's what Nathan has done. Congratulations, of course, to Dennis for getting to this point. A 2nd place finish at a massive tournament like this is nothing to scoff at all. He's going to walk away $7,000 richer, 160 championship points, tons of booster packs. Definitely an accomplishment he can hold his head high for.
Wow, what a set. Not a lot of action, but that's sort of how it happens sometimes. You play these games out, you're working hard, you got some things that are down that you really don't want to see him play. The Spiritomb, definitely a big card for sure. That was down during that final game. We even pointed some arrows at it, showed, yeah, this thing is not very good news for Dennis. And there was some luck on that side too. Pokemon Catcher bringing up Crabominable. Now,
Nathan did not find that energy this turn. That would have been almost game sealing if he had found it in that specific turn. It gave an opportunity for Dennis to try to fight back, but yeah, overall, it just feels like Nathan has a few too many answers for all of Dennis's tricks, and really Spiritomb is the big one.
Yeah, just not being able to draw cards makes it so difficult.
That makes the Snorlax deck so much weaker when you're only getting 1 card every single turn instead of, you know, draw for turn plus the 3 from the Rotom.
Truly game-breaking. That's what it came down to at the end of the day. Spiritomb was there, and it scared Dennis's Rotom from ever coming down into play. Yeah, I mean, it was just the pure aggression. Went out in style game 1, back in the tank for game 2, but I mean, you can kind of see it on Dennis's face there, kind of reeling his head a little bit, saying, yeah, I mean, nothing really went great that game, but it's going to take a lot for me to have a really successful start. We saw a few missteps there. Now, Nathan did try to attack under that Pokemon League headquarters, but even with the extra switching out burn, it really didn't end up mattering. It was just too much, too fast, and without much of a response on Dennis's side. Nathan Beck becomes a regional champion in the Pokemon TCG, and I know he's been playing for a while, probably working towards this moment, probably thinks about this a lot. I mean, this is a goal for a lot of Pokemon TCG players, is to become a regional champion, and he can now say that he is one.
Was able to do it in style as well. Pokemon Catcher heads to KO the Crabominable V from the bench. Congratulations to our regional champion, Nathan Beck.
And all smiles on his face. No reason to not. You're $10,000 richer, and listen, you can kind of sit back, relax for the rest of the season.
Yeah, because you got that Worlds invite.
Yeah, guess where you're going? You're going to Honolulu, Hawaii for the summer. That's a pretty good vacation trip.
Yeah, I'm sure Nathan is going to be excited about that. What a great prize as well. You know, of course, the money is awesome, but yeah, giving yourself an opportunity to just prove yourself on the biggest stage, to truly immortalize yourself as a world champion.
Oh, it's excellent. I mean, that was a set that had a lot to really break down. We sort of saw the Spiritomb put in a lot of work. And
yeah, I mean, you can tell it was definitely a favored matchup for Nathan coming in. It was going to be kind of a difficult uphill battle for Dennis. He did what he could, but yeah, just not being able to use the Rotom makes his deck so much weaker. If you want to see really what Dennis's deck is capable of, you definitely should watch that top 4 match we featured earlier, him being able to take down Lucas Zing with his very powerful Gardevoir EX deck.
Yeah, I'm a little heartbroken. You know, Rotom's one of my favorites, so there was a chance that Rotom could become a North American regional champion. Not quite. Maybe we'll see it in the E block. There is always a potential, and it's crazy to think, Chip.
Don't worry, it's been a regional champion. You know, it's been played in the Charizard decks, right?
Oh.
So, yeah, it's had its opportunity, right?
Hey, look, it's not as big. You don't instant charge every single turn with Charizard.
You do it like one time, right?
He's just a little sidekick. He's there on the side. He's providing some support. He's like the main hero in your deck. He's kind of, as though Snorlax is obviously there, he's blocking things up, but it's instant charge, instant charge, instant charge. We're not burning darkness and taking knockouts.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, congrats to both of these players. Really cool to see Miraidon, you know, continuing to be a strong option in this current format. And I'm curious to see what will happen with it post-rotation. You know, looking at some of the results from Japan, you know, getting a little bit of a sneak peek. It hasn't done super well at the start, but the more recent City Leagues, I've been seeing it pop up a little bit more. Some of these aggressive lists with high energy counts, you know, just aiming to attack with Iron Hand super quickly or Miraidon. You know, 220 on turn 1 is going to be pretty strong into most things.
Absolutely, indeed. This was the last E block tournament. Let's see how things finished up for our competitors, our final standings for this event. It was Nathan taking down the event with Miraidon EX, and pretty not necessarily symmetrical cut. There was a few different decks there. We had Lost Zone Giratina making in that Charizard EX deck, as well as Snorlax, but Miraidon and Gardevoir showing that as we walk away from this format, definitely top dogs for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. Wancho said it best earlier that this top cut was really a great representation of the current format. We are missing the Roaring Moon, so that would be kind of the one thing on the outside looking in. But yeah, just some of the top dogs of the format represented in this top 8.
Wow. It's kind of crazy to think that we're wrapping up E-Block. This is it, and this is sort of where
the last time we're going to see Mew VMAX listed here on the final standings.
I don't know whether to be happy or sad. I'm a little bit bittersweet. You know, I'm going to miss Fusion Strike system. There's no real feeling like drawing that many cards with the Mew VMAX deck compared to everything else.
Yeah. All but one of these decks in top 8 played Battle VIP Pass as well. That's going to be a big thing that is leaving the current format, you know, and Rowan Stavino being the one person who didn't play Battle VIP Pass, playing a deck that most people normally would choose to play Battle VIP Pass in, but Rowan has been a very strong advocate for the VIP list Gardevoir in the last few tournaments.
And now we're moving on to the F regulation on. Out of all these decks, this is the big question as we move into EUIC. What will come on top? That's what sort of makes these first tournaments so exciting is we have some results from Japan. We have an understanding of what decks are good that can definitely take down tournaments, but it's a different environment. It's BO3. It's the first tournament. There's different players and play styles. A lot can change, and there's going to be potentially a lot of surprises come EUIC.
Yeah, cannot wait to see what happens when the best players in the game, you know, really put their minds to the test, really deep dive, explore the current format, all the cards available, which older cards are going to have new life breathed into them based on, you know, old things leaving, what has an opportunity to see success that didn't in the previous format, and what from the new expansion is going to be top tier as well. Can't wait to see what's going to happen at EUIC.
Building up excitement already. One tournament ends, one door closes, and another door opens. That's going to be exciting. That's coming up in 2 weeks, so if you aren't already aware, over 3,000 players are going to be battling it out to see who will become an international champion. Already excited for that event, Chip.
Yeah, cannot wait to see it. Looking forward to seeing who is going to take down that title. But the person who took down this title, of course, Nathan Beck. Congratulations once more on becoming the Vancouver Regional Champion.
I like how Dennis, for his cards he put up, he just took all 4 Snorlax from his deck and just said, yep, this is me. This is who I am. I'm just a Snorlax player.
Yep, Snorlax on Snorlax. And Nathan really, you know, representing his deck well with his card choices, has that Iron Hands EX in there. Definitely a pivotal card. We didn't see it come into play in the finals match, but have to imagine that there was plenty of Ampu very much happening onto Ralts and Curlias throughout the weekend for Nathan Beck.
Yeah, that card was Gardevoir's worst nightmare throughout this entire weekend. Turn 1 Ampu very much. I watched that top 4 match, and he absolutely obliterated Rowan. It was over in like 15 minutes, that match between Gardevoir versus Iron Hands EX. I don't even call it Miraidon deck. It is an Iron Hands EX deck in that matchup.
Yeah, honestly, that's what it turns into at the end of the day. Well, I believe we are ready to crown our winners here. Congratulations to our finalist and champion. Let's get down to the stage.
Thank you, casters, and Juancho Saldana here, and it is my honor to present to you our top 2, the best of the best here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. And of course, we're gonna start with our finalists, Dennis Peroff. Congratulations. Dennis, how are we feeling? Finalists at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Feeling great. Like right now, I'm at a loss for words. I had never expected for this to happen this weekend, so it's great. It's a great feeling.
I'm sure you're over the moon. Again, Miraidon EX. I've had the pleasure to watch your game, and you played it absolutely. Oh no, sorry, Snorlax, and you played it absolutely perfectly. You've only been playing Snorlax for a month, though. Tell us about that process.
I don't know, just one weekend, I was just like, just screw it, whatever. I'm just gonna torture people, and that's what I want.
Torture people, you indeed do.
Like, make them sleep, like fall to like boredom and all that, you know, all kinds of mental things, so.
Got it. Well, Snorlax, you definitely put some, no, it's definitely a great deck. It was a great meta pick for sure. Can you tell me about how you practiced with the deck leading up to this tournament?
I usually just focus, like, I did not put much practice in. I just played a lot of solitaire to myself, like just imagining like certain matchups like Gardevoir, Zard, and I just look at the online results like from Limitless and was able to figure out optimal 60, like the headquarters, great stadium this weekend, so especially against Miraidon, but it was unfortunate I couldn't close it, so.
That's true. We did see the headquarters come into play. We saw, again, you played it absolutely masterfully. Is there anything you'd like to change about the deck after this tournament or whatnot?
Well, I wish I had better prizing, especially in Game 1. When I prized 3 Pokemon, that was very unfortunate, so. But it is what it is. I felt like, you know, I made it to the finals. I don't think there was any issues with my list. I played every single card that was in the deck, so yeah.
Definitely. No issues at all for sure. With that, just anyone you want to shout out, give thanks to.
Definitely my sister and my brother-in-law for letting me stay in their apartment for this weekend, so they live here. I'm from Toronto. From my family back at home, and especially the Pokemon trading card community from the 6th Greater Toronto area. They're an amazing group.
Awesome. And again, ladies and gentlemen, your finalists, Dennis Peroff. Give it up one more time. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, your Vancouver Regional Champion, Nathan Beck. All right, Nathan, how are we feeling after winning the Vancouver Regional Championships?
Kind of in shock. I bubbled into 8th, and the deck's just been taking me home. So, like I said, I'd rather be lucky than good, and I definitely ran pretty hot. I got a little too aggressive in the finals, but never punished, and I'm just happy to be here. Shout out to my friends, my family, and my girlfriend back home. This is, I'm gonna take a little bit to soak this in.
Take all the time as you need. Again, you're the Vancouver Regional Championships champion. It feels good to be on the stage, right? But yes, again, I've watched a ton of your matches. You played it absolutely perfectly. Any thoughts you want to give about in your finals or anything in top 8?
In finals, I think I could have played it a little better. I got it really aggressive with my switches and had to discard my boss outs a couple times. And my opponent got really unfortunate in Game 1 with prizing 3 Pokemon, but that was about it. My top 4 finished really quick, like 15 minutes, so I didn't That's Miraidon versus Gardevoir, to be honest. So it's like.
Yeah, definitely Miraidon versus Gardevoir indeed. I'm guessing we hit those electric generators and all that. Yeah, with that, Miraidon EX, tell us about the deck choice, though. Why that deck for this tournament?
I wanted to have fun, so I was like, man, if I hit my generators, I'll have a blast. And I've just been playing it for like a month and a half on the ladder, just hitting my generators and just kept going. I was like, if I hit my generators, I'm gonna win. If I don't, I'm gonna be going home early. So I won a lot of 50-50s, and then just, like I said, hit a bunch of generators.
We hit a bunch of generators, and we definitely had a blast, and also have $10,000 and the invite to the Pokemon World Championships as well. Are we excited for Hawaii?
Yep, now I get to go home and relax. I don't have to go to LA, I don't have to go to NAIC, I just get to go home and go to bed.
Indeed. With that, I'm just gonna ask you, do you have any tips for any aspiring Pokemon trainer out there now that you're a champion?
Just play what you're comfortable with. If you grind a deck for like a month or so, just play that. The meta's too wide now to be able to decide on one great pick, and then you'll have to get lucky at some point just to win the tournament. So if you want to play something that gets luckier, then play something that gets luckier.
For sure. And with that, anyone you want to shout out and give thanks to?
Once again, my friends, my family back home, and then my girlfriend. That's about it. And I'm exhausted. I'm so sorry.
Okay, we'll let you rest. Don't worry. But again, for one last time, ladies and gentlemen, your Vancouver Regional Champion, Nathan Beck. All right, with that, again, my name is Juancho Saldana, and thank you for watching here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. We're going to throw it to the casters on the lounge to close things out.
Welcome in, everybody. Adam Watson here, joined by Ethan Heggie and Shelby Boo, just to bring us all home after this dynamic weekend. Miraidon took down the whole thing, and I think that was expected by one of us.
Yes, yeah. I said I was going to play Miraidon going into this event. Don't think I would have won it, but yeah, I was super excited to see Miraidon win the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm Miraidon's biggest hater since I'm a Gardevoir fan, but you gotta acknowledge real, recognize real, right? That was a great performance there. Took it down, and yeah, Miraidon becomes the second regional championship deck in this format, or rather in this season here for NA. It's made now 3 finals appearances. Great to see it take down another event.
Mm-hmm. And we can look too at the day 2 deck usage, what the rest of the players felt was going to be strong, what ended up converting, and Gardevoir indeed. Almost 23% of the overall metagame. Roaring Moon was my pick coming in second, but couldn't quite make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't show it, this is Gardevoir's hurrah. This is Gardevoir's send-off for now. I think even if the deck does okay next rotation, it's never going to be at this number. This 22%, I don't think it could ever get higher than this. Shining Arcana, Zacian, Fog Crystal, Level Ball, you name it, they'll all be missed.
Yeah, this was a really great roster of decks. This is what was predicted, but Gardevoir came in, stole the show from Mew, and now I guess we can compare this to what all of our casters and myself thought was going to take down this event. I want to pull that slide up now. And my picks were Roaring Moon and Lost Zone. I actually specifically was talking about the Sablezard version, but Roaring Moon, even if it does well for you, some players, their goal is to make day 2. Sometimes their goal is to make top 8, and it doesn't quite pan off. What was your second pick, Boo, besides the Miraidon, by the way?
I had the Mew VMAX as well. So I was rooting for Mew. I had to give it a lot of respect just from the legacy of a card that it is, the deck legacy that it has. So, we saw Colin Matthews had an incredible run in this event. I was rooting for him in our top 8 match, but was not able to close things out. But hey, my second pick there, Miraidon EX, definitely was able to take things down, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah, we'll give some points to Chip as well. He kind of got a 50-50 there. Iron Hands EX is in a lot of different decks.
True.
Look, it put in a lot of work this tournament, so took it down, and it is just another regional championship under its belt. Iron Hands has probably been the most impactful card out of this Paradox Rift expansion.
Yep, and certainly going to continue to be strong as we head into the next format. Big shout out and a huge send off to Mew VMAX, all of our Gardevoir enjoyers as well, maybe trying to scrape something together, and Giratina V-Star, the deck that continues the cycle of it's good, no it's bad, no it's good, trust me, bro. As we move forward as well, the NA schedule, right? We have so many more events coming up. We talk about this all the time, and this is one more event down. We will see everyone at EUIC in London next. Are you excited for that, Boo?
Oh, I am extremely excited. I'm going to be watching on the edge of my seat, I think, at home, because this is the first time we're going to see the brand new rotation, a brand new set as well. And this is really a chance for our players to pave the way going into a brand new format for the Pokemon TCG. And there's really nothing more excited than that.
And Ethan, I know that you in particular are excited for this next format because you had an opportunity to kind of play and test with these cards already. Any decks you're looking forward to seeing on the big stage?
You know, my hot takes will be out for that EUIC preview show, so I'll save it for then to make sure the viewers tune back in. But yeah, I mean, this is sort of how it goes with this forced tournaments. You've got some results from Japan, but it's on players to come up with their decks, create these strong deck lists. They really can't just copy the decks that have done better before them.
Yeah.
It's on them to pave the way.
That's a great point, Ethan. Kind of keeping our hot takes under wraps and trying to provide some information for our players that might be lost now about what they want to play. If you were a Mew VMAX player, you could stick with that for the last couple of years and you were good. You didn't need to change, but we do have an EUIC pre-show set up. We're going to be going over a lot of the new decks that are going to be entering the format. We're going to go over some players to watch. We have some people calling in, some personalities
all the games
to give
here.
their takes and exactly set the stage for all of the games that will be part of the European International Championship. I'm really excited, folks.
Gonna be great. Excited for UIC. I'm excited to see what decks do well, and more importantly, of course, we've got all the different games. We've got VGC, Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite. It's going to be a festival, a celebration of Pokemon in Europe, in London. Be there, or, of course, check out the action and make sure you're watching.
Yeah, catch it on the stream. Make sure you tune into that pre-show, and it is fantastic. We have, again, a little campaign going where you can submit some questions as well for the EUIC pre-show, so keep out for that tweet as well. Send whatever storylines or questions you might have about the new format. We'll try to work them in because we've got a lot of ground to cover, and we want to make sure that every one of our games at EUIC gets its due. It's going to be fantastic. Use that hashtag EUIC24 preview. It's going to be great. And I love hearing from our audience, you know, what questions, what exactly are they going to be curious about for this big tournament? And this is a perfect time for our new competitors, our new players to jump in and play. We're going to set the stage for them beautifully. We've got a new rotation coming up, so you can take this as a fresh start and build some new fun decks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wondering and you watched this broadcast and you said, wow, Pokemon looks so awesome, I want to start playing, but how do I jump into things? What should I do? Right now is the best time to jump in. It is the easiest time to start when everybody's on the same footing. The card pool is small. You don't have to worry about a lot. Get into the game now. This is my recommendation to all players who ask this question. Rotation is an excellent start to get in. You can use those resources on Pokemon.com. You can check out past streams. Lots of great information out there for you.
Yeah, it's a big transition phase, and like you said, it gives everybody a fresh start. So you get a whole new look at a different format, new cards as well that you're working with. It really just changes the pace of Pokemon. It's a fantastic time to jump in.
And if you aren't able to make it all the way to EUIC, maybe we'll see you in Orlando for the regional championship down there. That's going to be huge. The metagame might be a little bit more established. It's a fantastic city, lots to do. April 12th to April 14th. It's going to be great down in Orlando. And Stockholm as well has a regional championship coming up. Stockholm, Sweden, May 11th, May 12th. It's going to be fantastic. Way out there for our homies on the other side of the pond, or some players who maybe have a little bit of wanderlust, travel the world just like Brent Tonneson has been doing to pick up some points.
Very true.
Absolutely.
Have any of you ever actually been to Stockholm by chance?
No.
I have not, no.
Neither have I. So if you go there, you'll have to tell me how it is, because I hear that Sweden is a beautiful country, and Europe in general. Anywhere that you can go on a nice train, it's going to be a fun time. I'm really jealous of sometimes the way our competitors are able to travel the world and have a great time playing the game that we all love, certainly.
Absolutely. Of course, we're going to have our EU casting team taking care of that event, so maybe you won't see some of our faces there, but of course, EU has been providing coverage for all of their regional championships and special events, so whether you're here in the US, whether you're watching this from Europe, there's coverage for you no matter where you are, no matter where you're from, so make sure you guys check it out.
Yeah, very well said, Ethan. And I'm actually just getting word that we have a special surprise, folks. They cut together a special trailer to promote EUIC, so take a look and get excited. XL Center in London, England is going to be the site of the European International Championships. It's a great venue in a great city, April 5th, 6th, and 7th. You don't want to miss out on it, folks. It's going to be fantastic. I'm so excited for all of our competitors and our viewers to see that amazing event. And for all of you who are in the audience today, I want to give you a special shout out, and don't forget to follow us on our social media channels. Go ahead and follow us on YouTube, on Twitch, on X. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon to share your thoughts about this program and anything that you're excited about. We love to stockpile these tweets, all of your pet pics and fan art, and save them for a rainy day so we can also spread the love of our community. That's going to be it from us. Humbly, once more, we thank everyone for their support, and we will see you at the next one.
Things are really starting to heat up now.
So many amazing players starting out strong here in the Master Division then.
Oh my gosh! That's going to be the extension from Lucas here.
Osgate in the hand. Does he find a boss's orders on the top? Are you kidding me?
Ooh, this is what you like to see. Electric Generator's going to hit 2 energy here for Nathan.
Escape ropes, nothing good. I believe it's Fusion Strike System for 1.
Nathan Beck is going to take it down in 1 single turn. We are about to crown another winner today.
And they are battling it out to become regional champions.
Yeah. Into Shining Arcana Gardevoir. They can hit the energy here. They're going to start swinging the deck for Lucas.
No way, we're going to see it on top.
There can only be one Vancouver Regional Champion.
Does Dennis find it?
And
it's a penny!
And we're going to be Silening. It's a double tails.
Wow. Okay, this could be the opening Dennis needs to fight back and get back in this game.
Let's see
Flips the coin. And it is a heads that brings up this Cryptominable retreat into the Raichu and Dynamic Spark.
Regional champion, Nathan Beck!